Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Manipulate Family of Hermione for Marriage. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. He made his way to the cause of it all. Ron was amid the throng of the team, taking the pats on the back. Harry landed with his usual grace, dismounting smoothly. Ron's responding beam made it all worth it. Almost. Before long, he and Ron were alone in the changing room. Harry's gut squirmed with nerves at the inevitable confrontation and reveal. They were about to leave and join the oath. At the party when Hermione stood in their path, wringing her Gryffindor scarf in her hands. "I want a word with you, Harry." Seeing her disappointment made him feel guilty despite not having done anything wrong. He hated being at the other end of her disapproval. "You shouldn't have done it. You heard Slughorn, it's illegal. What are you going to do, turn us in?" demanded Ron at once, coming to Harry's defense. Harry cringed at the harshness of his voice. He turned away to hang up his robes. "What? Of course not," Hermione frostily retorted. Harry felt a surge at her words at least. She was disappointed, but she still was loyal. That was Hermione. A steadfast friend who, while she wasn't afraid to criticize his actions, would still support him regardless. "I just hope that Harry WOULD have saved the Felix Felicis for something more important than Quidditch." "What are you two talking about?" Harry asked, pretending to fuss with his robes. "You know perfectly well what we're talking about," said Hermione. "You spiked Ron's juice with Lucky Potion at breakfast." "Felix Felicis." "No, I didn't," said Harry, turning back to face them both. "Yes you did, Harry, and that's why everything went right. There were Slytherin players missing and Ron saved everything." Harry reached into his jacket pocket and turned around. He held up the tiny bottle for her and Ron to see. Hermione's eyes widened as she saw the cork still tightly sealed with wax. "I didn't put it in," Harry said calmly, gazing into her eyes. "I wanted Ron to think I'd done it, so I faked it when I knew you were looking." He looked at Ron. "You saved everything because you felt lucky. You did it all yourself." He pocketed the potion again. "There really wasn't anything in my pumpkin juice," Ron said, astounded. "But the weather's good and Vasey couldn't play. I honestly haven't been given a lucky potion." Harry shook his head. Ron gaped at him for a moment, then rounded on Hermione, imitating her voice. "Why? Oh, you added Felix Felicis to Ron's juice this morning, that's why he saved everything." "See, I can save goals without help, Hermione." In an instant, his plan backfired. "I never said you couldn't. Ron, you thought you'd been given it too." The cold, sneering expression appeared upon Ron's face again. He pushed past her, not entertaining either her or Harry a glance as he strode out the door with his broomstick. Harry sucked a breath between his teeth, his temper prickling under his skin. He sighed, shaking his head. He turned to Hermione, faltering when he saw the tears sparkling in her eyes. "I'm sick of Ron at the moment," she burst out furiously. "I don't know what I'm supposed to have done." Harry reached a hand out to her, words lost between them. "You've done nothing," Harry said quietly. His arm dropped down. She sniffed, hugging her arms around herself. She peered over at him then offered him a small smile. "It was smart, faking the potion. Maybe you should apply that brilliance to the classroom as well as the pitch." He laughed softly. "I'm glad someone appreciated it." He hadn't meant to voice his disappointment out loud. I'll see you up there, yeah?" he asked her. "I need to shower and stuff." She only offered a small nod in response, leaving him alone in the changing room. Harry groaned, putting his hands over his face. When did their friendships become so complicated? How could he tell Hermione that Ron was angry over her kissing Krum 2 years ago? How could he explain that when he himself didn't understand the reason for Ron's behavior? Ginny's remarks abou. Ron's inexperience when it came to romance had really gotten under Ron's skin. Harry just couldn't understand it. Weren't there more important things to worry about? How could he value such a small thing over their friendship with Hermione? She had even asked him out on a date. It was obvious that she and Krum weren't an item and hadn't been for a while. "I need to sort this out myself." Harry had to do his part. He had to have words with Ron, man to man. As awkward as it would be to have a serious conversation about relationships and feelings, he had a responsibility to his friends. If he was honest with himself, he was tired of seeing Hermione hurt. He wanted to see her smiling and laughing again. Fueled with purpose, Harry made it to the party up in the common room. Dread pooled within him when he searched the crowd for Hermione and couldn't find her. He found himself the center of attention, girls surrounding him, batting their eyelids at him. They tittered at his least amusing comments, making him feel like some sort of show. He extracted himself from the throng, making some lame excuse to Romilda Vane to free himself from her advances. He came face to face with Ginny. Looking for Ron, she asked him. Actually, quote, he's over there, the filthy hypocrite. Ginny steamrolled over him, smirking. She pointed over to the corner. There, in full view of the whole room, stood Ron. Wrapped so closely around Lavender Brown it was hard to tell whose hands were whose. It looks like he's eating her face, doesn't it? Said Ginny dispassionately. But I suppose he's got to refine his technique somehow. Good game, Harry. She disappeared, leaving Harry gaping in shock at Ron. Shock diminished to a wave of anger on Hermione's behalf. Then at the thought of her, he thought he saw a mane of bushy brown hair whipping out of sight. He darted forward, sidestepped Romilda Vane again, and pushed open the portrait of the fat lady. The corridor outside seemed to be deserted. He glanced at the many doors leading off to disused rooms. He pushed through the first one, finding Hermione within. She perched on the teacher's desk, a small ring of canaries twittering around her head. He couldn't help but admire her spell work. "Oh, hello, Harry," she said in a brittle voice. "I was just practicing." "Yeah, they're really good," he said, then cautiously approached, seeing her drawn expression. You." Ron seems to be enjoying the celebrations," Hermione said over his feeble attempt to ask if she was all right. Does he?" said Harry. "Don't pretend you didn't see him," said Hermione. "He wasn't exactly hiding it, was." The door behind them burst open. To Harry's horror, Ron came in, laughing, pulling Lavender by the hand. "Oh," he said, drawing up short at the sight of Harry and Hermione. "Oops," said Lavender, and she backed out of the room, giggling. The door swung shut behind her. There was a horrible, swelling, billowing silence. Hermione was staring at Ron, but he refused to look at her. Instead, rounding on Harry, he clapped him on the shoulder with a mixture of awkwardness and bravado. "Hi, Harry. Wondered where you'd got to." Hermione slid off the desk. The little flock of golden birds continued to twitter in circles around her head so that she looked like a strange, feathery model of the solar system. "You shouldn't leave Lavender waiting outside," she said quietly. "She'll wonder where you've gone." She walked very slowly and erectly toward the door. Harry glanced at Ron, who was looking relieved that nothing worse had happened. "A pugno!" came a shriek from the doorway. Harry spun around to see Hermione pointing her wand at Ron, her expression wild. The little flock of birds was speeding like a hail of fat golden bullets toward Ron. O yelped and covered his face with his hands, but the birds attacked, pecking and clawing at every bit of flesh they could reach. "Jeremofni!" he yelled, but with one last look of vindictive fury. Hermione wrenched open the door and disappeared through it. The sound of Hermione's sob cracked Harry out of his inaction. He drew his wand, watching the feathered barrage attacking Ron. Finite yell. Low feathers covered Ron from where he had been previously covered in birds pecking and scratching him. "What the hell was that all about?" Ron said in a strained voice as he inspected the odd scratches he'd received, wincing at them. Harry looked at him, really looked at him, seeing his disheveled collar from where Lavender had been grasping his uniform and snogging him senseless. Ron gazed back at him, and for a moment, a flutter of guilt entered his eyes. Harry brought his left hand up to push his glasses back up his nose, where he'd pinched the bridge. He sighed into his hand. "Ron, have you really never heard the expression, 'Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned'?" Ron was rubbing at his arms, walking over to him, feathers falling off him. "Huh, you," Harry lowered his hand, and thou. GHT of the broken sob he had heard before Hermione slammed the door after her. He shook his head. Go back to Lavender. I'll deal with this." Before his temper could spike at how clueless Ron was at what he had done to their friend, Harry tore off to the door where Hermione had disappeared through. "Harry, Ron's affronted voice followed him, but Harry didn't turn. Hermione's need was greater. She needed him, and for once, he wasn't going to be the neutral party between Ron and Hermione's spats. He had enough of Ron's attitude towards her over the past weeks. He helped him out, getting him to believe in himself. Now he wished he hadn't bothered. Not when it would end up like this, with Hermione's brittle voice and trying to hold back tears at Ron's harsh words. Lavender was outside. Where did Hermione go? He asked her in cold, clipped tones. She went that way. She pointed away from the fat lady. He noticed that she looked guilty. He didn't stop, turning to rushing down the corridor. While he was relieved she hadn't already gone to the girls' dormitory, he also had no idea where she was. He pulled out his invisibility cloak, relieved that he had been following Dumbledore's instruction for always keeping it on him. He threw it over his shoulders and continued down the corridor. He didn't get far until he heard sobbing. His heart seized at the sound, following it to the girls' bathroom. He reached the door. Unlike Myrtle's bathroom, this one wouldn't be deserted. He drew in a breath. Hermione was worth a potential embarrassing moment. He entered. Hermione was on her own. Her hands were pressed flat on the edges of a sink, her shoulders heaving from where she was crying. She didn't even look up at the sound of the door opening. Harry pulled the cloak off him at once. "Hermione," he said, not wanting to scare her. He did anyway. She let out a shocked, wet gasp, her wand flashing out. Harry yelped, dodging out of the way as her hex missed him, cracking against the tiles. Hermione's puffy, red-rimmed eyes widened at the sight of him. Then her face fell and she was tearing across the bathroom. His back slammed against the wall, his vision obscured by curls. He brought his arms around her. Not sure what else to do. She burrowed her face into his shoulder and cried. Harry had no idea what to do. He could feel her tears through his robes. Her cries tore into him. Her heartbreak tugging into his heart. His breathing was shallowing at her pain, his heart racing in panic. He rubbed at her back. After a couple of minutes, her sobs started to die down and she calmed. Her hands had gripped his robes tight and relaxed as she drew back. Harry carefully reached up to her face. Seeing her tears, her blotchy face, Harry rested his head on her forehead. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply now she wasn't crying anymore. "Do you want to go for a walk under the cloak?" he asked her, holding up his invisibility cloak. "I don't really want to go back to the party either." He really didn't. Not when he would be dodging Romilda's advances endlessly. She just nodded, moving back as she wiped at her face. Harry drew the cloak over her gently, feeling suddenly fiercely protective. They left the bathroom. Harry put his arm around her so they were close together under the cloak. Hermione's arm went around him and he led the way, not sure where to go. He took them down a corridor, walking slowly. They didn't speak as they silently moved through the darkened corridors. They reached the stairs that led to the charm classroom and Hermione swayed into him, her tears falling. Harry guided her to sit down on the step and he sat next to her. He just held her. Then she spoke. "God knows what you think of me right now, Harry." Harry rested his hand on her back, looking at her. Seeing now her brow were furrowed, her red-rimmed eyes burning with anger. He sighed and then rubbed her back again. "I think you deserve so much better than this." The truth flopped out of his mouth, sincere and heartfelt. Hermione's eyes were shocked at his response, white and sparkling still with tears. "It's not right." Harry reached across for her hand, still wielding her wand. He put his hand over hers. Looking up into her eyes. "I'm here for you, okay?" Her eyes filled with tears and she nodded. "Okay," she replied. She then rested her head on his shoulder and he felt a swell of warmth in his chest. That Hermione could take comfort out of his presence made him feel needed and wanted. He let out a low sigh, closing his eyes as he then rested his head on top of hers. "He broke your heart for Merlin's sake." Over a bloody snog. Hermione's hand shifted under his. "What snog?" He sighed. "It's so stupid. He and Ginny had an argument when he had a go at her for kissing Dean in front of him. She said that he's the only one acting like it's weird because he's never kissed someone. She brought up you and Victor. I guess he didn't know that you were both actually together at the time." Hermione extracted herself from him, her eyes hurt and sad. Her mouth twisted into a line, lips thinning. "Are you serious?" He drew his arm around her again. "Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't say this earlier. I didn't know how to explain it." She shook her head, giving a harsh laugh, looking around disbelievingly. Her eyes were hard and bitter. I can't believe I ever thought he could mature. Yeah, well, I guess with so many brothers, he's a bit funny about competition. He's in competition with them. With me, and I guess with you too. Hermione looked at him, surprise lifting her brows. What? He asked. That's surprisingly perceptive of you, she said. It's known to happen from time to time, he said with a smirk, but then he sobered. This is all my fault. I wanted to help with his self-confidence. But never planned for this to happen. It isn't your fault. You had the right intentions. She drew her arm around him again. To be honest, I sort of wish I hadn't bothered. He said, giving her a sheepish smile. We would have won without it. You were being a good friend, she told him, then she smiled up at him. You are a good friend. If I was a good friend, I would have stood up for you ages ago. I knew he was being a prat. He sighed, bowing his head. Instead, I accidentally encouraged him. Harry, Hermione said softly, taking his hand in hers. This really isn't your fault. It's all Ron. He made his choices knowing full well that they would hurt me. A surge of anger swept through him at her words. He gritted his teeth and looked down at the floor. His fingers curled around her hand. What happens now, Hermione? I completely get it if you don't want to be around him, but it's going to be pretty tough for me to avoid him. We share a dorm. Hermione's smile was too understanding. I don't want this to be awkward for you too. Yeah well, what's a year at Hogwarts without some drama between us? He said dryly. I'll say my piece to him and how he takes it is up to him. Fresh tears spilled onto Hermione's cheeks. She then wrapped her arms around him, taking him by surprise. Thank you, I was worried. That I'd choose his side over yours. Harry finished. He sighed, closing his eyes at the words. He brought his arms around her. Then in that case, you forgot something about me. Something very important. She lifted her head, gazing at him. What? He smiled at her. I have a saving people thing. The sounds of hushed conversation seeped through the dwindling haze of sleep as Hermione stirred. She left the dreams of harsh words. Cold glares and the wrenching agony of the icy blade of betrayal. Curled on her side, her face peeling off her pillow from where she had wept before falling asleep, Hermione opened her puffy eyes. Daylight streamed through the window, making it through the gap in her hangings where her bedside table sat with a half-empty glass of water and her wand. Upset, she asked him as her date. Said they weren't going together anymore. Hermione rolled her face back against the pillow. As she did, her cheek brushed against something silky. She peered out, seeing a silvery, shimmery shroud resting on top of her quilt. Did Hermione know that? Look, I'm not saying that you shouldn't have kissed him, just be considerate and give her space. Hermione unfolded an arm from her quilt and reached for her wand. Silencio, she whispered, throwing the silencing charm at her hangings. The whispers of the girls she shared the dorm with were replaced with blessed silence. She could not and would not face hearing them talk about her. The girls' gossip got on her nerves enough. Being the subject of it was not how she wanted to face the day. Though she was touched by Parvati's words. The alarm clock on her bedside table assured Hermione that she had enough time to lay and wait for the other girls to leave. Closing her eyes she curled in, her misery and hurt making her want to throw Harry's cloak over herself and disappear. Harry's cloak. Her eyes flew open. It was right next to her. His cloak. Harry gave her his cloak so she could hide if she wanted to. The unbearable pressure in her chest eased a little as her hand grasped the silky folds. She brought it towards her, brushing it over her face. It was cooling, soothing, and there was a scent. It reminded her of something, a bit like freshly cut grass. She leaned closer, inhaling the scent. It wasn't grass but something else. Some fragrance, soap. Then it hit her. It was the smell of the soap down in the Quidditch changing rooms. Harry always smelled like it when he came back from practice. A sweet, fresh smell. If Green had a smell, that was it. Soothing, natural, calming. Her heart swelled with affection for her friend. Tears seeped out from her. Not tears of loss and heartache, but tears of overwhelming gratitude and appreciation. Harry chose her. The events of the party were a blur. She made her way into the on room with every intention of slipping away into the dorm and making herself scarce. Her introverted self couldn't handle large groups as it was. She soon found herself talking with Neville when he came up to her to ask about the Transfiguration homework that they were due to hand in the next day. She was briefly distracted when there was an explosion of cheering. She turned, seeing the swarm of girls rush for the portrait hole. She grimaced, feeling sorry for Harry, knowing how much he hated the attention. But as they swarmed, it revealed what was going on in the corner. Then, she saw them. And it wiped out everything from her brain. All she could see, all she could focus on, was Ron's lips grinding against Lavender's. Her hands gripping his robe collar, her hair falling on Ron's face. Quote, "Oh, no," Neville said in a shocked voice. "Hermione, I didn't know." She brokenly answered Neville's questions about the homework and then ran. She didn't know what else to do. Her mind was devoid of anything. The shock taking her to a disused classroom. Her wand was out and she was absent-mindedly charming birds around her, not knowing what she was doing or why. Then Harry was there. Confused, worried, and concerned Harry. Before they got the chance to talk, they were there. It cracked then. Her heart. She broke right in front of them and lashed out at the source of her misery. She fled, blinded with tears. The pain and grief so awful, so consuming. Hermione Granger, the bossy know-it-all who no one likes, no one wants and no one cares about. Her confidence shattered with her heart as she cried. Ron doesn't care about me, all he cares about is looking good and not being in Harry's shadow. She sobbed, the pain too much. She thought of how disappointed she had been at Harry for doing something so illegal just for a sport. Only for it to all be a trick, and then she felt so guilty for not believing in Harry. Why would Harry care about me when I showed such a lack of trust? All I do is bring him down. But then he was there. She nearly hexed him when he appeared in the bathroom, but he was there. His expression had been wretched, sorrowful, guilty. She ran for him, holding him before he could fly off and leave her. He held her, rubbed her back. He said nothing, but he didn't need to. Laying in a tight ball on her bed, Hermione took her thoughts away from the pain. She sighed as it became all too clear to her. I still have Harry, she said to herself. She pushed Harry's cloak into her face, breathing in his soothing scent. I'm not alone. It was enough, more than enough, for her to pull herself out of her misery and greet the day. Life goes on. Hurts will heal. Hearts will mend. Hermione Granger drew on her Gryffindor courage, pulling back her hangings. The morning sunshine stung at her eyes. Sound returned to her as she broke her silencing charms, discovering herself alone in the dormitory. The large dorm was supposed to house up to 7 students. Instead, there were only 3. There was a noticeable difference in the sizes of the years, more noticeable now that students born after the First War considerably outnumbered those born during the war. As expected, there had been a huge baby boom after Voldemort was defeated that Halloween. It was safe again to bring a child into the world, after it had been a child that made it safe for them in the first place. A child who lost his family. Sacrificed so he could live. A child who was now her best friend. She found herself wondering if Harry noticed the difference in the year sizes and if he was aware that he was responsible. Then she found herself thinking about him a lot as she showered and dressed. She suddenly felt so foolish. Breaking down on Harry over something so trivial. Harry had lost all the family he ever had, and yet he was still capable of showing her such empathy and compassion. He gave her his father's cloak, his most precious possession, so she could avoid the stares and gossip that was due to follow her. The rumor mill at Hogwarts was not an idle thing. Very soon, the school would know that the best friends of Harry Potter had fallen out. Harry had told her he was used to it. Ron relished the attention, but she did not. She gratefully took the cloak, so touched by his understanding. She stowed his cloak in her bag when she returned to her bed, in her robes, her hair loose in curls around her shoulders. She wouldn't face this with her tail between her legs. She would show Ron nothing, no guilt at attacking him, no hurt from his rejection. She'd walk down, join her best friend, and move on. Ron didn't want her, so he wouldn't have her. Not as a friend, not as anyone, not until he apologized. Leaving the dorm, she knew that she would be one of the last to arrive for breakfast. She was far from hungry. Her stomach in knots. Her feet took her to the Great Hall, trying to focus instead on her timetable and the different assignments that she would get back. She had been looking forward to seeing how well she had done on the last arithmancy project. It was hard to not notice the stares flicking up at her from the Gryffindor table. She didn't halt, her focus completely fixed on a head of jet black locks, all sticking up in different directions. Beside Harry was Dean and Ginny. At the sight of Ginny with Harry, Hermione felt a wave of relief. Of course, after what Ari had said about Ron and Ginny's argument, she hardly expected Ginny to side with her brother. When she approached, Harry's face split with a relieved grin. Her heart swelled with affection towards her friend. He shifted from Ginny to give her a space between them. When she put her bag down, she raised her head. At once, her eyes found him. For a split second, their gazes met. She caught him in the act of staring at her. Ron looked away, going to chat to Seamus. Her eyes then lingered on his ears. They were bright red. I filled you a plate, Ginny's voice pulled her back. Hermione looked on as Ginny pushed a copper plate in front of her. Toast, eggs, bacon. Harry next to her was filling up a cup of pumpkin juice and set it in front of her. There's still 10 minutes, so don't give yourself indigestion, he said to her. She rolled her eyes at his fussing. She caught sight of an amused smile playing on Ginny's face. What? It's just, it's usually you telling Harry to eat, not the other way around. Harry raised his hands. I can be caring. You're being overbearing. Hermione caught sight of him glancing over in their direction. She picked up her knife and fork. Her heart felt overlarge in her chest as Ginny and Harry playfully bickered. She knew it was a display. They were making a show of how things were just as normal without Ron. It was strangely vindictive of Harry. Hermione gazed up at him once she had eaten enough. You spoke with him, didn't you? Harry had been mid-swig of his juice. He lowered his cup. Dean, on the other side of Ginny, heard what Hermione said. Understatement. Dean said. I'm surprised he didn't wake up the whole tower. What? She put her knife and fork down. Harry, I said I didn't want this to be awkward for you. He sighed, looking down at his own empty plate. His green eyes were hard and he played with the edge of his sleeve. He looked across at her. I don't regret it for 1 minute, all right. He then took her by surprise by swiping his knuckle over her cheek. Don't let it get to you. He's not worth it, he told her. Harry sucked in a deep breath, his green eyes burning with a ferocity that usually made Hermione alarmed that his temper was due to blow at her. He controlled himself then laughed. I'll try to take my own advice. Hermione leaned towards him. What on earth did you do? Harry chewed his lip ruefully. I sort of lost it when he accused me of bailing on him. I called him out on letting you down and treating you like shit. Said he was thinking with his. Harry met Dean's gaze and then looked down. He looked over at Hermione. Maybe that's not for here, but anyway, we aren't talking now. He completely ghosted me this morning. He then shifted on the bench, looking down at her half-eaten food. Enough about that though. Have you finished? He gestured down at her plate. We can make our way to Transfiguration now. Get away from all the staring. He glanced around. Hermione then noticed that a lot of people were staring his way. Mostly girls. In fact, when she properly paid attention to the other students, girls from all houses were shooting Harry looks. Hopeful looks. Ginny gave a snort, hearing what Harry had said. You can't blame them for their fascination with you, Mr. Chosen Captain who lived. Shush, Harry's face had turned a fierce pink. Do you have my cloak, Hermione? I think I might need it today. I thought I had something on my face this morning, but then they weren't looking just at my face. Ginny and Dean both chuckled at that. Hermione could see that Harry was genuinely uncomfortable with the attention. She swung her leg from the bench. I have it and, thanks for lending it to me. Yeah, no worries. He grinned gratefully at her, taking his own bag. See you in there, Dean. Yeah. Harry's hand moved up to her back in a light gesture, his arm moving behind. It was small, almost insignificant, but Hermione felt soothed by his presence. His protective, stoic presence. As they walked down the gap between the tables, Hermione raised her head, meeting some of the stares from the girls who were drinking in Harry's appearance like he was some sort of delectable morsel. Her arm then came up, resting on his back in a short gesture. He glanced over to her, his smile widening. Her eyes caught his dimple, deepening on his cheek. She leaned into him and they slipped through the doors out towards the grand staircase. I told you so, she whispered to him. He frowned. What? You are fanciable. Somehow, watching Harry's flush spread from his cheek. S to the back of his neck made her feel like she had accomplished something. A small victory. Teasing Harry, making him blush, it filled a need that she hadn't realized she had. It gave her joy. Yeah, well, they can all be disappointed, he said, his expression turning thoughtful as they headed up the stairs. He looked across at her. Because I'd never pick someone who sees all the chosen one stuff, and not me. They don't care about me. Just that they can boast about being with the boy who lived. His face turned stormy when they climbed the stairs. Hermione then realized something horribly tragic about what he had just said. He continued, "Friendship is more important to me. The people who like me for me," he said, his expression dead serious now. "People who I can trust. That is Ward H more than an easy snog and a date hanging off my arm." Hermione stared up at his face, seeing the sincerity in his brilliant green eyes. "Oh Harry, after everything that happened last night, I can safely say I agree with you," she said earnestly. He turned, meeting her gaze. "This is enough." Only Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan were at the class early. The two Hufflepuff prefects nodded their greeting from their desk at the front. Harry's gaze drifted to the desk where he would usually sit, right at the back, with Ron. At the back so they could get away with sharing notes and generally messing around. He drew to an abrupt halt. Of course, he had forgotten that he sat next to Ron during pretty much all of his classes. "There's no seating plan this year, remember Harry?" Hermione whispered in his ear. "Sit with me." He gave her a stiff nod in response, taking her lead and walking up to the front of the classroom to the desk behind the two Hufflepuffs. Both blinked and stared curious, sly at how Harry and Hermione had come alone to the class. It appeared the gossip hadn't quite made it around the other houses. "It'll only be a matter of time," Harry thought bitterly. Usually any drama involving him made the rounds quickly. It took a day for the whispers to spread, usually, aided more often than not by the ghosts who couldn't resist with spreading the news. Being dead, they had nothing better to do. Professor McGonagall, as usual, was standing at her desk, preparing for the lesson. She looked around, seeing Harry and Hermione. She put down her sheaf of parchment, drawing toward them as Harry set his bag down in the seat next to Hermione to take out his books and pencil case. "Before you both settle down, a word." Harry froze. He nodded in response, glimpsing enough from His stern line of his head of house's mouth that she wished to speak with him in private. He followed her to the corner of the classroom, glancing over his shoulder at Hermione who just gave him a shrug in response. She was none the wiser. Joining their teacher at the far window, Harry and Hermione stood together as McGonagall drew her wand and cast silencing charms to give them privacy. He eyed her nervously. "Is this about our fight last night? Firstly, Potter, allow me to offer you my congratulations on your win yesterday. You have certainly put together a good team." Thanks, Professor," Harry said, taken by surprise as always when she gave him a compliment rather than a reprimand. "Secondly, it has come to my attention that there has been a disagreement between yourselves and Weasley." Her stern eyes moved to Hermione. "I hope this will not present itself in my classroom. You will keep your personal issues at the door." "Yes, Professor," Harry and Hermione both said, glancing at each other. He frowned, looking at McGonagall's face, trying to glean a hint to how she managed to find out. Her lip then quirked up in the corner. "I have my ways and you were not exactly subtle. Which is why I must bring this matter up with you both. I cannot have two of my prefects and my Quidditch captain embroiled in a drama and, I'm afraid to say, Potter, any drama that involves you will pick up attention." Harry sighed. "I know. I'm not asking you to resolve this overnight, but only ask that you conduct your business with civility. No more midnight shouting matches, Potter," she said sternly. He opened his mouth to argue that Ron had started it, which he had, but closed his mouth immediately at the flash in her eyes. She then looked over to Hermione. "And 5 points off Gryffindor, Miss Granger. For attacking a student. I will not take the matter further as I believe there was provocation, correct?" Harry gave Hermione a sympathetic look. Her face pinked and she looked down, shamefacedly. "Yes, Professor," Hermione said quietly, sounding miserable. "Very good. I trust you both to deal with the matter maturely, and Potter, remember that as the captain, you do have the right to dismiss a team member who does not respect your authority. You may need to remind your team of that fact when you practice." Harry huffed a breath out of his nose. Practice was going to be beyond awkward. I will, Professor. Quote. She nodded. Excellent. You may return to your desk. The pair of them quickly moved away, noticing the classroom filling up with their classmates. Harry cogged. H.T. Neville's curious look but turned away. Ron and Lavender hadn't arrived at least. He leaned towards Hermione to whisper conspiratorially in her ear. That was unexpected, he said quietly. She gave a small grimace in response and rushed to her chair. Her face was still pink. Harry's frown deepened and he reached across for her arm. He heard a few gasps and looked around, seeing that they were in full view of the class. He dropped his hand, shifting close to her and turning so no one could see his mouth. Are you okay? He asked her. She glanced up at him, her eyes bright and wide. She looked away, a bit embarrassed. Yeah, me too, but at least we know she won't let anything interrupt the class, Harry said under his breath. He set his things on the desk, sliding his bag to the floor before sitting down. As he did, he caught a glimpse of red hair in the corner of his eye. He turned fully to face the front, sticking his quill in the holder. Hermione arranged her side of the desk with the usual neatness and organization. It's true, Weasley and Brown. A shocked gasp came from their backs. Hermione's head ducked down in response. The gasp was enough to set the whispers off. Harry heard his and Hermione's names mingled in the mix of hushed voices. He did his best to not listen, but it was impossible. But Granger, Potter wasn't with them. Fallen out. Trouble in paradise. Professor McGonagall swept from her desk, her emerald green robes snapping around her ankles. I trust you will all leave your gossiping to your own time. She asked the room in general. The room fell silent at once. Like Snape, McGonagall controlled the class with no effort. Hermione let out a small breath of relief at his side. He shared a look with her, offering a small smile of support. She smiled back, taking a fresh sheet of parchment and drew it towards herself, scribbling the date on the corner as she always did. As you have all no doubt noticed, you each have a mirror on your desk. Today, we will begin to put self-transfiguration in practice. Before we move into the practical application, we shall revisit the theory. I deemed it best if we start with changing hair color before moving on to altering any other body parts. Doing his best to focus on the refresher lecture, Harry drew all his attention on the professor, watching her marking out the spell paths and the focal points of the incantation. He inked his quill, taking notes, glancing across to Hermione who had nearly already filled her sheet with notes. He brought his attention back. Maybe changing my hair color will be a good disguise. He mused as he sketched down his list of hair colors to practice. You will find it easier to picture a hair color that is in direct contrast to your natural hue. Those OFU with fairer hair will have greater success changing your hair to a darker shade and vice versa. Unnatural colors are much harder, but if you succeed with a natural shade, you may experiment. Ari thought of Tonks and her bubblegum pink hair. Perhaps not pink. At McGonagall's instruction, Harry and the other students set their mirrors up to face them. It was easier to see their reflections to visualize the transfiguration. Harry's gaze moved to the pair of eyes staring at him from behind as if magnetized. Even 7 desks back from his own, he could see the stare, feel it. If stares could be felt. This one was like a laser searing into the back of his head. Immediately, his mind took him back to the night before. He was staring into the same eyes, only they were livid, hard and stubborn. Narrowed in a look of intense rage, they were ignited with vitriol, matching the venom that dripped off his cold, sharp words. One thing goes my way for once and you can't even make the effort to be happy for me. Then he could hear his sarcastic, dark voice in retaliation. Congratulations, Ron, you kissed a girl. Really, good job. Wasn't the right girl though, was it? What are you talking about? Quote, don't play stupid with me. I was there. I heard Hermione ask you to the party as her date. Quote, I shall now demonstrate. Professor McGonagall drew her own wand. Usually, this was when Harry would have to really pay attention to see the wand movement, but he was distracted. Yeah, out of fucking pity, like everything handed my way, like you faking putting that potion in my drink. Quote, how was that out of pity? I got you to believe in yourself because I know you hold yourself back. Quote, Harry had crossed his arms, his feelings turning quickly to resentment. I didn't ask for your hand out. No, I did it because I'm your friend, but you clearly have no clue what that even means. Not when you care so little about Hermione's feelings. What the hell were you thinking? His voice rose several decibels when he had then advanced on Ron, seething now, his temper in full control of his actions. Oh, but that's the point, right? You weren't thinking. At least, not with this. Harry had unfolded his arms and prodded Ron hard in the forehead with his finger. You're so desperate to keep up with the rest of us, you lost sight of what you had. You had Hermione, Ron. You had the most brilliant, courageous, pretty girl in the whole school and you fucked it up over a snog. Wands out, 6th years, and begin. Harry snapped back into the present, blinking, staring at his own reflection. He saw that the classmates behind him had gone to do as they were told. Looking up, he realized he had completely blanked through McGonagall's demonstration. He cleared his throat and checked his notes. Thankfully, he had at least described the wand movement. He glanced around the room, going to check if anyone was moving to practice so he could see it in action. What color do you think I should choose? Hermione asked. Harry wheeled around, seeing Hermione with her wand raised, frowning at her reflection. Blonde. Black. Harry snapped his attention to Hermione's hair, to the fort curls that used to be a bushy frizz before she used her magic to calm it down. The sunlight streaming through the windows made some strands of hair appear almost golden. Silver, he said, causing her to look at him in surprise. I mean gray. It's technically natural, right? And your hair color is sort of the opposite. Golden brown. Golden. Hermione's lips were slightly parted when she looked at him. Then she pulled at one of her curls, studying. I suppose brown is dark gold. She then twisted her wrist, focusing on the curl. Calmly and confidently, she recited the incantation. Harry watched, suddenly fascinated. As the golden strands started to turn silver, spreading from the tips all the way to the roots. He gazed at the lock of silvery gray hair, struck by how easily she mastered the spell at the first try. What do you think? Hermione asked him, turning, releasing the curl so it coiled back up. He tilted his head to one side, his attention going instead to her eyes which he noticed were also golden brown. Very much the opposite, Harry said with a smirk. She then gestured at his own messy mop. Yours should be easy enough. White. Harry repeated, surprised. I was thinking blonde. You gave me an old person color, it's only fair. Harry laughed then caught himself. Usually, laughter came easily when he was fooling around with Ron. Hermione had her moments, but she wasn't naturally humorous, often choosing to be more serious. He peered sidelong at her, seeing that there was something different. Almost as if a weight had been lifted from her. He took up his holly wand and turned his attention to his mirror. His traitorous gaze slipped to over his shoulder, seeing Ron with his face screwed up in concentration as he attempted to transfigure his coppery-colored hair. Harry looked up at his own and dragged his fingers through the locks. The odd red strand caught the light. There weren't many, the straggler hair follicles that followed after his mother rather than his father. He noticed them, though he had no idea if anyone else did. Why would they stare at his hair? You were just staring at Hermione's. He picked out a spot and brought his wand up. He mimicked Hermione's wand action and recited the incantation. White. Like Dumbledore's beard. Like crisp snow. To his surprise, it worked. A bright white streak appeared down the middle of his jet black locks. He grinned and turned to Hermione, pleased with his achievement. She grinned back. 10 points to Gryffindor for 2 successful first attempts. Potter, your control and finesse could be better. But it is still applaudable. Professor McGonagall breezed past their desk, of course noticing everything. Her eye caught Harry's and she dipped her chin in response, moving to check the others. Harry turned his gaze back to his mirror, seeing the vivid white streak down the middle of his black hair. Pinch your noses, everyone. We have a skunk loose. Harry focused on his hair. His face flamed when he twigged that the remark was at him. He flicked his head instinctively to the Slytherins on the left, but it had come from behind. And then he realized that it had been tinged with an Irish accent. Seamus. Furious, Harry drew his wand up to his hair, cheeks burning. He went to turn his hair back and accidentally turned his full head of hair bright white. Everyone laughed. Everyone except Hermione. He turned slowly, his anger, embarrassment and disbelief surging through him as he glanced in the mirror and saw behind him, Ron was very much laughing at his expense. Not very many people knew just how self-conscious he was. A side effect of being horribly bullied as a child, called names consistently, belittled and ridiculed at every opportunity, and then bullied again in Hogwarts. Only it wasn't quite as bad, it still dragged his self-confidence down. Coupled with the immense pressure on his shoulders for being the heralded, chosen one, the constant attention. Being treated like he was just a thing to talk about and admire, not a person underneath it all. Every jibe hurt, every unwanted stare creeped him out, and every laugh made him feel like a joke. He heard a soft voice at his side muttering the incantation properly. He peered up at his mirror, seeing his hair restored to their usual messy black locks. A hand reached his and he glanced over, seeing Hermione's wide eyes. Her mouth downturned. 5 points from Gryffindor. No bullying in my classroom, Finnegan. It was a joke, ma'am. The laughter ceased at once. Did I say to make jokes? I believe my instruction was clear. Sorry, Professor. The atmosphere thawed a little. Harry leaned towards Hermione, peering up at her. She shot him a grimace, showing him that she also knew who had mocked him. Thanks for the rescue, he mumbled. His face was still warm. He slashed his gaze up to the mirror where he could see Seamus. Usually, beside him, Dean Thomas would be leering and joking at his side. Instead, Dean sat with Padma. Both of them had streaks of multicolored hair. At Seamus's side was an empty seat. It's just a bloody kiss, Harry. The morning events then creeped into the forefront of his mind. That bloody kiss broke my friend's heart. Oh right, your friend, who's now free for the taking. Excuse me. Harry quickly stopped himself reliving the morning's tiff. Cialy when Hermione wrapped her fingers around his right wrist and pulled it towards her. He looked up, seeing her golden brown eyes. Everything went still as he gazed upon Hermione's insistent eyes. He found himself caught in a moment. Seeing Hermione's golden brown eyes focused on his own. He saw her worry for him and her appraisal for him, and then there was her irritation towards Seamus and her hurt over Ron. Everything was there. Practice on me, Hermione said. But, I know you can do it. Hermione gazed into his eyes. He brought up his wand and spoke the incantation. A curl above Hermione's right ear turned black. Jet black. Harry lowered his wand, gazing at the black lock. Hermione curled the lock between her fingers. The bell chimed for the end of class. It took half a day for their personal drama to be the hot topic of the school. It was certainly impressive that they were a more riveting conversation topic than the war raging outside the castle walls. At first, it was limited to the whispers in the great hall and the stares that swiftly turned away whenever Harry or Hermione caught them in the act. Then once every faction in the school had made their opinions about the rumors, the more confident students switched to confronting them in person over the gossip. Some, mostly Slytherins, chose to fling jeers and taunts at them in the corridor. Others, mostly Hufflepuffs, whispered their support to Hermione, saying that no one deserves to be let down that way. With Hermione's timetable busier than his own, Harry had more free periods than she did. Usually, he would have spent them with Ron, as they had the same timetable, and would have spent it goofing around instead of studying like they should be. Aware that Ron would be occupying the common room with either Lavender or Seamus, Harry pointedly avoided the room, choosing instead to slip under his invisibility cloak and find somewhere else to spend the hour of free time. After a while of aimless wandering, he finally relented to spending his free time in the library. He had just pulled out some parchment and inked his quill when the shadow appeared, falling over the table he occupied alone in the library. He lifted his head, looking around. His gaze fell on a girl from the 7th year, her long blonde hair tied up in an elaborate bun behind her head. Her green-gray eyes made the usual journey to his scar before settling on his eyes. Hi, I saw you sitting on your own and wondered if you'd rather join us over there. The forwardness of the question baffled Harry just as much as who had asked it. He recognized the girl. Louisa Farley, the Slytherin head girl. His mouth nearly dropped open when he saw her friends watching from their table, all doing a poor job of hiding that they were paying attention to what was going on. They were all Slytherins. What the hell? I'm waiting for my friend but, thanks. The head girl had never said a thing to him before and he was fairly sure that he had been among the many Potter Stinks badge wearers during the Triwizard Tournament. You could sit with us until then, she suggested, her head tilting to one side, her eyes sharpening with curiosity. Harry glanced at the girls, wondering what on earth he had done to land himself in such a situation. To his embarrassment, his face started to feel warm. No thanks, I'm happy to sit here on my own. He caught a glint of disappointment in the older girl's eyes, but she smiled. If you change your mind, I could help you with that charms assignment, and other things, she said, suggestively. Harry's face grew hotter. Word around the school is that you don't have a date to the Christmas party. I already have an invite, as head girl, but should you need company? Is she really asking me out? Then he frowned. Everyone is talking about how I don't have a date. What the hell? If you're invited then I guess I'll see you there, he said as politely as he could, offering her a smile, then he nodded his head at her. And I can manage this by myself, thanks. He turned, gesturing with his inked quill. She inclined her head at him in response and left him in peace. Harry watched her in the corner of his eye as she went to return to her friends. He let out a sigh, reaching down for his bag. Looking down, he caught sight of the cover of the Half-Blood Prince's copy of Advanced Potion Making. His grimace tightened as he felt a rush of guilt. He pushed it aside, grabbing his charms book and set it next to him before he started to write. You could always ask Malfoy. I hear he's trying to get an invitation. The whispers from the table of Slytherin girls were within his earshot. Harry glanced up at them briefly before returning to his scribbling. No way. Mother told me to keep clear of Death Eater spawn. And how is asking out Potter less dangerous? Harry paused at the mention of his name. Someone cleared their throat and they fell silent for a moment. He shook his head to himself. At least Potter's hot. There were some soft giggles in response. Harry accidentally blotted a drop of ink on his parchment as he lost his focus. Do you know, he has a dimple, I didn't realize before. His face was now on fire. He did his best to block out the girls, but his charms assignment wasn't distracting enough. Do you think that's how he escaped the Dark Lord? By disarming him with his smile. 2 days had passed since Ron had broken Hermione's heart. In those days, the school had turned from being fascinated with their quarrel to being instead enwrapped with how Harry had defended Hermione. How he sided with the damsel in distress and braved adversity on her behalf. Somehow, all the attention diverted directly onto him. Just as Professor McGonagall had anticipated. While it was good that Hermione was spared the attention, Harry found himself with too much. He had half the castle dreamily staring at him and the other half glaring at him. Or so it felt. What excuse did he give? Lou. He's waiting for his friend. Has to be Granger, of course. The only reason he's even here is probably to stay away from sleazy Will C and that slattern of his. Harry looked up from his sketchy attempt at writing his introduction to his essay, surprised at the vitriol leveled towards Ron and Lavender. Considering that the Slytherin girls were very much in his camp, if he even had one. He shouldn't have been surprised. Sleazy Weasley. It was the first time he heard the name, but he suspected that the gossip circuit had invented it. Ladies, as riveting as your conversation is, either take it outside the library or be silent. Harry let out a breath of relief as Madame Pants entered the scene, her stern reprimand quelling the gossiping at once. He kept his head down as he fumbled through the pages of his book to find the chapter on illusions and magical mirages. He went to return to his essay, continuing his introduction before diving into his bag to retrieve his notes from the class. NEWT level charms. Harry soon discovered, were a lot more useful in a duel than charming a teacup into tap dancing. He found himself doing far better in the class than previous years as he started to contribute and not languish with average marks. He was in the middle of arguing the combative uses of small illusions as diversions when he felt someone approaching. He glanced up, worried that Louisa Farley was going to make a second attempt. Hermione was there, reaching their table. Oh, I didn't hear the bell, Harry said, surprised at her appearance. Babbling let us out early, she explained. She set her bag, bulging with books as it always was, down on one of the chairs and then pulled out the one opposite Harry. He noticed that she was a little breathless. Did she hurry to get here? I need to talk to you, urgently, she said quickly. She threw herself into the chair and leaned forwards. Bewildered, Harry edged closer so they could whisper. I overheard some GIRLs talking in the bathroom before arithmancy. Remilda and her friends. Harry groaned. He didn't have to guess who was the subject of their conversation. They were talking about you. I figured as much, Harry said glumly. Hermione glanced around, searching for pants before continuing. It sounds like Romilda means business, Harry. I think she might resort to a love potion. What? Harry gasped, horrified. She mentioned buying one of those potions from the Weasley wizard Wheezes. You remember the ones? Harry nodded. Their owl order service disguises them as perfumes and cough potions, so it's safe to assume that she has managed to sneak one in past Filch. Harry covered his face with his hands. It was bad enough having girls pining after him and following him around. Now they were resorting to bewitching him. This is getting out of hand, Harry admitted into his hands. The party's a week away now. They're getting desperate, Hermione said sympathetically. Maybe, don't go. I can't. Slughorn practically made me take an oath to make sure I turn up, Harry said miserably. He lowered his hands, looking across at Hermione, seeing her eyes shining with concern. It's a good job you overheard. I'll take extra care. Hermione sighed and reached across for her bag. He noticed her checking the title of his essay to see what he was up to. He also noticed the small smile on her lips when she saw that he was actually doing homework. He heard some whispers behind her and his attention went to the Slytherins who were still there. Someone asked me out again, by the way. He GHT'd up under his breath as he reached over to re-ink his quill. Hermione's smile turned amused. Whenever they reconvened after their timetables split them up, someone managed to approach him and ask to be his date. It quickly became a joke between them. Just one. The library limits the opportunities, he said in a hushed whisper. Hermione's smile deepened as she pulled out her books and her own charms essay, which was half done. She set her quill down and tapped her chin in mock thought. Hufflepuff. No. Hermione's eyes brightened. Oh, not a Gryffindor. Nope, this is a first, he said grinning, eyeing the table behind her. Slytherin. Hermione frowned and turned, seeing them. Her head quickly snapped back around, her eyes wide with mirth. No, she gasped, breathless with shock as she gave a few airy giggles. Don't tell me it was Louisa Farley. Harry gave a nod, causing Hermione to cover her mouth to stifle her giggles, her face pinking behind her hands. She's more of a Gryffindor than Romilda. At least she had the decency to ask. A love potion. Harry shook his head, disgusted. I should write a letter to Fred and George. A love potion is not much better than the Imperious Curse. The mention of the curse and the potion sobered Hermione up as she pulled her essay towards herself. She then worried her lip between her teeth, looking up at him. It's not just her, though. You can't go anywhere without someone harassing you. She sighed. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She reached out her left hand towards him. Understanding what she wanted, Harry took it with his own. I can deal with it, okay. He gave Hermione what he hoped was a reassuring smile and let go of her hand. He chose then to go back to his essay. His mood was swinging out of control despite the calm composure he was showing to reassure his friend that he wasn't as bothered as he was. He hoped that she didn't notice his blatant lie, nor that he felt thoroughly creeped out and borderline distressed at the threat of being given a love potion. He couldn't begin to imagine what sort of embarrassing stunt he would do under the effects of a potion. It wouldn't be like the Imperious Curse, he could throw that off. He would be completely under its thrall and it terrified him. That someone would go to such lengths to even consider doing that to him, he felt violated. Did they care so little about his feelings? Did they just see him as a trophy, a prize to put on show? It's not going to stop after the party, Harry, Hermione whispered to him, and when they all find out about, Hermione dropped her voice. Glancing around to make sure the coast was clear. When they find out you're staying here for Christmas as well, I just know that some girls will change their plans in the hope of catching you alone. Harry's stomach dropped at that. That morning, Harry made the decision to sign up for staying at the school over the holiday. Hermione had been aghast and devastated on his behalf, but he thought it was the best call. The thought of spending it with the Weasleys, seeing the rift where Sirius should be, where his own family should be, all the while having to deal with Ron's cold shoulder and the great big elephant in the room was too unpleasant. Frankly, he'd rather spend it alone. Christmas was all about family, after all, and he didn't have one. He could at last spend it in the one place he truly called home. But he didn't want to also spend it with a group of lovesick girls trying to slip him love potions. The bell trilled throughout the school, a double chime to signal the end of classes for the day. Are you almost done? Hermione asked him. He looked down at his essay. Nearly, he said, then noticed, not to his surprise, that Hermione's essay was almost twice as long as his. Do you want me to take a look over it? She asked, extending a hand his way. He smiled gratefully at her offer and handed it over. He leaned back in his chair, noticing the influx of students arriving now that classes were done for the day. As expected, he found himself getting a lot of attention as the tables around them filled up. He sighed and ignored them, especially the group of third-year girls who had chosen to take the table behind him. He then caught sight of two familiar faces. Ginny and Luna. They approached at once. Hello Harry, Hermione, Luna greeted, smiling cordially at them both. Do you mind if we join you? Oh, no, of course not, Hermione said at once, taking her bag from the chair beside her. Ginny slumped down in the chair next to Harry, stifling a yawn. History of magic? Harry asked her, smirking knowingly. Ginny chuckled, after her yawn. How do you guess? She said, then dived down for her bag to fetch her own homework. Hermione wasn't paying attention, her brow furrowed in concentration as she made her way through Harry's essay. Luna was already nose-deep in a book, her wand stowed behind her ear as it always was. I've been meaning to ask, Harry. Ginny brought his attention back over to her as she extracted herself from her bag, now holding 2 books and a chocolate frog. When's practice this week? His stomach squirmed at the question. Practice is cancelled until next term, he said, not meeting her gaze as he dispensed the news. Cancelled. But we have a week until we break up. We trained like crazy for the last match. Everyone deserves a break and it's not as if we need to train. We blitzed the last game. He knew he hadn't convinced Ginny and sure enough, when he looked across at her, she was giving him a very Mrs. Weasley-esque look. You're putting it off. Blunt and to the point as always. If you don't have the stones to tell him he's off the team, I will. Keep your voice down, will you? Harry said under his breath, now angry. I'm not kicking anyone off the team. Not without good reason. I'm just not letting personal stuff interfere. Ginny sighed. Since when did you become all mature and sensible? Harry smacked her on the arm. Watch it, or I'll be looking for a chaser, he said, then smirked at her. We'll start training twice a week next term. Once, tempers have cooled. The next match isn't until February anyway. And besides, we can't fly in this snow. Fine, fine, Ginny said, rolling her eyes. I just hope to get a bit more flying in, but I guess we can fly over the Christmas break. Harry pointedly looked over to Hermione, checking her progress. This is good, Harry, Hermione said, seeing his interest. He blinked in surprise. Really? Hermione handed the parchment back over to him, smiling at his surprised expression. Yes, really, in fact, I might rewrite my conclusion to include one of your points. She beamed at him. The sight of her genuine happiness at High's achievement pulled him free from the misery that had previously held him in its grip. Pleased with himself, Harry plucked up his quill and went to finish his essay. I've been meaning to say, Ginny piped up after a moment, tapping Harry on the arm to get his attention. I sent a letter to Mum giving her a heads up about Ron. No details, just that you had a row and aren't talking. You know, so she doesn't put you in his room like always over Christmas. I thought you might appreciate not having to deal with that. Quote. Harry and Hermione both grimaced. Ginny noticed their reaction. What? I'm staying here for Christmas, Harry said quietly. Ginny's face fell. Harry, you know Mum and Dad would want you over for Christmas, no matter what my moronic brother says. Harry could see Hermione's devastated look across from him. He sighed quietly and shook his head, looking over to Ginny. He glanced around, searching for pants in case she jumped on them and told them to be quiet. While he wasn't exactly thrilled to spend Christmas alone, he knew all too well that there were worse ways to spend it. Like locked in a cupboard under the stairs while your so-called family eat Christmas dinner it out you and all you have is a pair of socks and an empty stomach. The thought came out of nowhere. A wash of an old, painful feeling returned to him at that moment, a feeling that he desperately tried to avoid. Loneliness. I won't be alone. Hagrid will be here and Hedwig. Dobby too. He looked up at Hermione, his heart giving a wrench at how sadly she was watching him. She had already apologized. profusely for promising her parents that she would spend her holidays with them. He had firmly told her to stop being silly. As if he expected her to choose him over her family. Of course I'd rather spend Christmas with you all. But I don't want to make things awkward. I've made my decision, he said to her a little firmly. He returned to finishing his essay, not wanting to talk any more about it. He could feel Ginny's anger coming off her in waves. He sighed to himself and continued writing. Do you have to be boring and be the better person? Ginny said under her breath. She then looked up at Hermione. If Harry's dead set on martyring himself, then I think you should be the one to give my brother a wake-up call. Harry finally finished his essay and cast a drying charm on the ink. He then paid attention to the conversation. He gazed up, seeing Hermione sporting a rather mischievous smile. Ginny Weasley, are you suggesting that I make your brother jealous? Well, have you got a date for the party? Ginny asked, her grin equally as mischievous. Harry blinked, nonplussed. What's going on? He asked, at a loss. And what about you, Harry? Luna suddenly asked him from behind the book. What about me? He looked between them both. Ginny gave a short laugh, rolling her eyes. Everyone is talking about who will be the lucky lady on your arm next Friday night, Harry. Yon needs to bloody talk about something else, Harry said angrily, rolling his essay up into a scroll. You need a date before you get yourself dosed with a dozen different love potions, Ginny said to him firmly. I know for a fact that Fred and George have made a killing with their potion products and you're the most fancied boy in the school. Harry dropped his head on the desk with a loud thunk. Will you please stop calling me fanciable? He whined. You should both go together, Luna said suddenly from behind her book. Harry started in surprise. He wasn't the only one. She slowly lowered her book, gazing at them all dreamily. As friends, of course. Luna brought her protuberant eyes over to Harry, who finally caught up with what they were suggesting. His eyes then latched onto Hermione. His words to Hermione the other day then came back to him. Friendship is more important to me. The people who like me for me. People who I can trust. That is worth more than an easy snog and a date hanging off my arm. He could see his own surprise reflected back at him. Hermione's mouth was slack, slightly open, her eyes fixed on his. She broke eye contact first, looking over to Ginny, who was frowning as if considering Luna's suggestion with some thought. No one is going to believe that you are just friends, she said eventually. I don't really see how it is any of their business, Hermione said with a slightly haughty tone, going to roll up her own essay. Harry agreed vehemently with that statement. But, it would stop them harassing you so much if it appears like you're taken, Harry, Hermione then said. Straightening, her expression softening. Maybe, we could go together. We were probably going to go together anyway, but if we play it up a little. Harry looked at the three girls, noticing that all of them were staring at him. You're suggesting that we go together, he said quietly, as each other's dates. Just for show, Hermione said, we don't have to dance or anything. Dance? He blanched. Just sit together and try to have a good time. And Ginny will be there with Dean. Harry's shock was wearing off. He stared at Hermione, seeing her pinking cheeks, her embarrassment. If you'd rather take someone else. No. Harry burst out, rather loudly. He cringed, seeing the gazes flicking in his direction. No, I want to go with you. As a friend. He then let out a breath. Though do you want to do this? This'll get a lot of attention. Hermione's smile turned into a sharp, savage thing as she shoved her essay and books into her bag. Oh, I'm counting on it. I'm going to show those nitwits that to get to you, they have to go through me. She packed her bag with venom and force. And if it wipes the smile off Ron's face, it's an added bonus. We killed two birds with one stone. Harry felt a bit of a thrill at her protectiveness. He copied her motion, packing away his things. It was nearly dinner and the library would be closing soon. All right then, he agreed. Not noticing Luna's knowing smile nor Ginny's frown. We'll go together. He threw on a crooked grin. Deal? He asked. His best friend responded with a surprisingly crooked smile of her own. Deal. Team. You all deserve a break after that match. Well done everyone. You all played brilliantly. Practice will pick up next term. Tuesday and Thursdays at 7 a.m. Sundays 11 a.m. Same as this term. Happy Christmas. Securing the notice to the board with a sticking charm, Harry took a step back and looked around for where his friends had moved to. Habit dragged his gaze to the chairs in front of the fire where Ron and Hermione often sat. Now, two people cuddled on the sofa, one with hair that matched the orange and red flames of the hearth before them. Harry quickly moved his gaze away. After dressing out of his uniform into resized Dudley hand-me-downs, he set his sights on his Quidditch captain duties before seeking out company. Few people still mulled in the common room. Mostly upper years. Harry reached Hermione and Neville, the latter scowling as he puzzled his way through writing a letter. Hermione, as always, had a book in her hands. He joined them, taking a seat. Stretching his legs out to rest on the table. His eyes met Hermione's over her book briefly. He suppressed the urge to smile. Everything, from the timings when he showed himself in the common room, where he was sat. Who with, all of it they had planned together in the great hall over dinner. He purposefully sat within plain sight, lounging, waiting for the girl amid the group of other fifth years to make her move. A group he knew had been watching him avidly. He caught movement in the corner of his eye, glancing quickly enough to confirm the long, dark hair and pinched nose. "Here we go," he said under his breath to Hermione. In response, she flicked to the next page, lowering her book enough to meet his eye. He tried to keep a straight face. Neville was none the wiser, scribbling away at his essay to his grandmother. When it came to dishing some pay back to Ron, Harry felt uneasy. Yes, he had hurt Hermione and Harry was furious with him, but he still felt uneasy. They had been friends, brothers. And he hated the conflict between them, especially as he had to spend Christmas on his own because of it. Yet when it came down to the girl who was willing to drug him, he had no doubts. What he was about to do was cruel, but what she planned to do to him was far, far worse. His senses were beset with an overwhelming wash of perfume. Hermione gave a small cough, making it even harder for him to keep a straight face. "Hi Harry," her breathy voice made his skin crawl, but he forced himself to look up. She swung her hips towards him, her long locks flicking out as she made a show. She held aloft 2 glasses of faint green liquid. "Fancy a gilly water." He had to fully control himself as he raised his eyes to hers, putting on what he thought was a polite smile. "Sure," he said, standing from his chair. Romilda's eyes went wide as he came close to her, taking the glass offered to him. "But first, I hope you don't mind, could you sip from it first? I have a good reason to be paranoid. I'm sure you're not going to kill me, but it's a healthy habit to have." His smile widened and thankfully it wasn't suspicious. He heard Hermione's laugh that was disguised as a cough. I assure you there's no reason to be paranoid," Romilda stammered. Harry then made his smile disappear. He gazed at her and extended the glass that she gave him to her. At this point, everyone still in the common room was watching. "A sip and I will be assured," Harry said, then he tilted his head, "unless, you've just tried to give me a love potion." Romilda's eyes were round then. Harry smirked and dropped the glass. It shattered at their feet. He stepped over the glass shards, approaching her, smile still in place. "Hermione, what is the normal punishment for a student using a love potion?" Harry asked casually. His eyes fixed on Romilda, who was struggling to realize how much trouble she was in. Hermione snapped her book shut and rose from her seat. She joined Harry at his side, seeing the mess on the floor. She waved her wand, summoning the liquid. "Suspension," she said as she focused on drawing the summoned liquid into a conjured vial. "But, you being you, Harry, it might be more severe." She trailed off dramatically as the liquid sealed itself successfully in the vial. Harry then leveled Romilda a firm look. "Sip that vial Hermione's just made and I won't take this to Dumbledore." The reaction was dramatic. She reached up and grabbed Harry, who immediately stepped back, face furious. Hermione's wand flashed and Romilda staggered back. Harry then shared a look with Hermione. He reached a hand towards her and she passed him the vial. He fixed Romilda in his sights. "I want it known that I do not love Romilda Vane. When I drink this, it makes me say otherwise." "Fine, okay." Romilda gasped out when she realized what Harry was threatening. I made a mistake." Harry's smile was a slash on his face. He crushed the vial in his fist and gave Romilda a lingering look. "I'm not a trophy, Romilda," he said harshly, his stare turning molten. She backed off from him, scared. He then stepped over to Hermione, looking up at those dark gold eyes. He grasped her hand. You'll never equal Hermione, so back off. And she did. Romilda Vane was not the only one caught reeling in the aftermath of Harry's proclamation. In fact, everyone in the whole common room was Sue D. Denley very much invested in the confrontation. One person, however, was not enjoying the dramatic scene nor gaping in awe like some of the girls in the room. He was a picture of rage, every bit of him wired with anger. A sick feeling tensed his insides, turning his breath sour. Ron's arm went limp where he had been previously clinging to the fidgeting form of his girlfriend. She didn't seem to notice. Her attention suddenly very much diverted from him. His eyes were fixed on the same scene. His vision pulsed with the strong, fury drumming of his heart. Romilda Vane practically wilted before acting off with the air of someone who had just found themselves in a lion's den. Once she found herself at a safe distance, she joined her friends, keeping her head down. The silence immediately made way for whispers and gasps. The spell broken. Ron was rigid with disbelief and outrage. His hands shook, his arms, his whole body was trembling with his anger. Hermione then moved close to Harry. Ron watched as Harry moved his head imperceptibly towards her so she could whisper into his ear. His eyes picked up every cue, every shift of their body language, how comfortable they were with each other. How close Hermione's lips were to Harry's face. Ron's hands balled into fists. He glanced around, noticing that even though everyone had returned to their own business, eyes still found themselves gravitating towards Harry. Even when he didn't put on a show in front of a captive audience, he was the center of attention. What made it worse was how clueless Harry was about all the attention, how he just ignored it. Shrugged it off, and that, it appeared, made him all the more mysterious and all the more the topic at the tip of everyone's tongue. Ron had enough of hearing about Harry Bloody Potter. A prickle of guilt stirred under his anger. A painful clench of shame. He buried it under his anger and hate. It was easier to hate, easier to blame, than to think of how he had messed up and hurt Hermione's feelings. He allowed himself to get swept up in the euphoria of the moment. He finally had the chance to have something that Harry didn't have. Lavender wanted him. He leapt for the chance to have something of his own for once. Something he achieved on his own merit. Lavender liked him for him, not because he was Harry Potter's mate. Being wanted, being seen, was all he ever wanted. So he seized that opportunity and lived for the moment. It all blew up in his face. His friends had been nowhere to be seen. He didn't get a clap on his shoulder from Harry, no, congratulations mate. Instead, he was met with a chilly reception and then Hermione attacked him. Rather than be outraged on his behalf, Harry bailed on him. He left him, standing alone covered in feathers, reeling in shock. It wasn't supposed to go that way. Seamus let out a breathy laugh from his seat next to Ron. Ron's furious eyes flashed over to him questioningly. Just when I thought he couldn't be more of a ponce. Seamus said as he drew his knee up to his chin. Can't even fight his own battles without a girl holding his hand. Ron looked back over to where Harry and Hermione had turned, both talking secretively to each other. Fire burned in his gut at their closeness, at the separation, guilt, shame. He clenched his hands into fists, pulling up his anger again. He was the wrong party. They abandoned him. With the drama over, Lavender draped her arms back around him and squashed her lips on top of his. He reciprocated. I have this. I have a relationship. I have someone who wants me. But each kiss, each time Lavender's tongue entered his mouth, each vivid contact her hands made on his body weren't enough to drive away the guilt. The common room was starting to empty out as the curfew for the Ounger years sent them up to their dormitories. A subdued hum of hushed conversations thrummed through the room, accompanied by the pops and crackles of the fire that continued to warm his and Lavender's backs. Mind coming up for air for a moment, Ronald. Lavender gave a squeak of surprise at the intrusion. Her lips parted from his. Ron noted that his lips were starting to feel sore from the continuous kissing. But this discomfort was a necessary evil. He extracted himself from his girlfriend to confront his little sister. His eyes narrowed when he took Dean at her side. Seamus stiffened at the presence. He and Dean were not on talking terms. To say that things were currently tense in the sixth-year boy dormitory was an understatement. Only Neville hadn't contributed to the hostilities. What is it, Ginny? He asked, irritated. She crossed her arms at his tone, raising her brow in a way that reminded him starkly of their mother. In case you're wondering about Quidditch practice, don't. Harry's cancelled until next term. Quote. His gaze flickered over to where Harry was sitting. He hadn't thought about Quidditch in a while, what with his attention diverted elsewhere. Guilt prickled under his skin. He mustered up his anger quickly to bury it. He gave a harsh snort and shrugged. Whatever. At the word, Ginny's eyes hardened. She looked over at Lavender and jutted out her chin. I really hope she's worth it, Ron. Because friendship is a lot more valuable than having someone around to snog. His face flamed. He pushed himself up to his feet, facing his sister. Once again, the common room was soaked in silence as another drama unfolded. That's rich, coming from you, he spat, then gestured at Dean. Ginny didn't lash out. Instead, a dangerous smile curled on her lips. It was pure venom. She unfolded her arms and patted him on the shoulder. I, at least, was single when we started dating. Not sure you can say the same, can you? He frowned, confused. He then looked over her shoulder, looking at Hermione. Seeing her look of concentration as she leaned over whatever Neville was working on. He felt again that pang of longing and loss. Ron didn't pay attention to Ginny's chilly retreat. His gaze fixed on Hermione. We weren't dating. She asked me to the party, yeah, but, as friends. We were going as friends. Guilt crawled up through him. He could see Harry's stony, calm expression as he spoke with such heavy sarcasm. Congratulations, Ron. You kissed a girl. Really, good job. Wasn't the right girl though, was it? Ron's face felt numb and hot at the same time. I never promised anything. I was a free agent. I can't believe she actually was going to go through with it. Lavender's voice snapped him out of his internal turmoil. Ron latched onto the conversation topic, eager for anything to distract him. He shifted over, only realizing then that Lavender wasn't talking to him but instead Parvati, who had slipped into the seat next to her best friend. Their heads were close, speaking in hushed voices as they gossiped. He frowned, trying to work out what they were talking about. He struggled to keep up with their gossip at the best of times. It would have been pointless anyway. Parvati said back, briefly biting her lip as she looked past Lavender, seeing that he was listening. Her eyes widened in a flash of alarm before looking back at her friend. Lavender hadn't noticed her panicked glance. What do you mean? Parvati recovered and leaned in closer to her friend's ear. Ron edged closer himself, listening in. They're going together. Who? Going where? The Christmas Slug Club party. Harry and Hermione, you heard what he said. That she has no equal. It's obvious. Lavender's gasp made Ron jump. He angled his head upwards, looking for proof that would dispute Parvati's report. Her gossip reports were sometimes far-fetched and inaccurate. Yet, the twisting in his gut was telling him otherwise. Ron, have you really never heard the expressio? Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. It hurt. He wished it didn't hurt as much as it did, but it pierced through him. His breath caught, the icy dagger pushing through his chest. Hell hath no fury. His throat, tight with emotion, struggled to work properly as he swallowed. He rolled his shoulders back, ignoring the two girls and their gossip as he shifted towards Seamus. He patted Seamus on the back, getting his attention from the book he was reading. He met the other boy's questioning look, anger surging in his gut, burning his throat, burning everything else away. What you said, Earl. Wire about being my backup, did you mean it? Ron asked Seamus, causing him to sharply gaze up at him. Seamus read his intent from his thunderous expression and he gave him a firm nod. I meant it. Seamus then dipped his chin. Understanding. He glanced over to where Dean and Ginny had joined the others in their year. His expression darkened. Ron ran his tongue over his lip, leveling a look of intense loathing at the mess of jet black hair across from them. He saw the playful punch his sister placed on Harry's arm, grinning at some shared joke. Hermione didn't respond from her work, offering only a small smile. The exchange was natural, amicable, friendly. And Ron was an outsider looking in at the group he no longer belonged to. Good, Ron practically growled as his rage grew all the more intense. Because they've made their move and it's our turn next. With the sixth-year boys' dormitory currently split into two warring tribes, or so it felt, Harry tactically spent as little time there as possible. He and Dean had been the last up the previous night, purposefully avoiding Ron and Seamus. Both boys had already gone to bed by the time they made it, both sharing relieved looks as they went to get ready for bed. Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt, feeling responsible for Dean's and Seamus's fallout. The other boy insisted that it wasn't Harry's fault and all down to Seamus's behavior. Harry could tell that there was more to it, but he respected Dean's privacy. His business was his own, after all. The view out the dormitory window was dazzlingly white. The NDS were covered beneath a perfect blanket of snow. A few flurries whisked past the window. Behind him, he heard someone draw back their hangings. He turned, his eyes meeting Ron's for a brief moment before they both looked pointedly away. Harry ignored him as he went to his trunk, packing his bag. He set off out of the dormitory. He caught Ron watching him in the corner of his eye, but he ignored him. Once he was in the clear, he shook his head. Something in the back of his mind played on him as he walked away, something that made him sigh. After putting Romilda in her place, Harry began to feel increasingly uncomfortable. Overhearing Hermione and Neville's plans for Christmas hadn't helped his mood. He tried to keep upbeat, joining in teasing with Ginny, but it felt false. As he sat with them, listening to their conversations, he suddenly, very painfully, felt guilty. As much as he didn't want to admit it, his and Hermione's actions were purposefully hurting Ron. They had played on Ron's insecurities, making it clear that he was cast out from their friendship. He and Hermione were a team, a united front. He upset Hermione. It's only fair, he thought to himself as he reached the portrait hole. He made his way through down the grand staircase alone, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere before the hubbub of the morning mayhem. When he reached the entrance hall, he caught the sounds of conversation drifting out from the great hall. Only a dozen or so students were early. His shoulders slumped a little when he noticed that Hermione was yet to arrive. He headed to the Gryffindor table, picking a spot as far from anyone else as possible. Thankfully, the low number of students meant he didn't have to face a room full of whispers. He dropped his bag on the bench and swung his leg over, settling down. He raised his head just as Professor McGonagall and Snape entered together, discussing something privately under their breaths. His legs immediately started to bounce up and down as he sat with his elbow propped on the table, settling into a vacant state as he stared into space. "Morning, Harry," a cheerful voice broke him out of his glum thoughts. Neville joined him, sounding a little breathless. "Nev, how come you're up so early?" Harry said, a little surprised. "I haven't finished my charms essay, so I thought I'd make an early start. I wish I hadn't left it so late. I could have done with the lie-in," Neville said glumly. "So, how come you're early?" Harry met his gaze meaningfully. Neville sighed. "All right. You know they won't try anything with me and Dean in the dorm. Especially after Dean had that fight with Seamus. I'd rather put as much space between them and me as possible," he said brusquely. "They've made their opinions of me pretty clear." Neville wore a dark look at that. "What went wrong, Harry? How did we go from the camaraderie of last year to this? Petty squabbles in the dead of night over SN snogging." Harry laughed at Neville fumbling over the word, but sobered when he realized that Neville had a very good point. He rubbed at his nose, looking down. "Beats me. All I know is that a bloody snog isn't worth hurting a friend's feelings over." He glanced up and saw Neville wearing an understanding look as he gave a short nod. "I'm glad you stuck with Hermione. Neville looked away, his cheeks pinking a little. "I know she appreciates it a lot." It wasn't long until breakfast arrived. Being early to the table had some benefits as they had the first pickings of the more sought-after items of the breakfast selection. Harry knew he had more than his fair share of hash browns on his plate when he went to eat. Soon enough, the great hall filled up with students. Harry's back tensed up when Ron and Seamus arrived, sensing their glares as they passed him. Their hostility radiating off them in a way that made him immediately register the threat. He started to wonder if they would resort to accosting him in the corridors or if they were too cowardly to confront him. Harry was no stranger to how boys behaved, especially in a gang. He had a front row seat to how Dudley's gang operated when they beat the stuffing out of him on numerous occasions. He knew how insecure boys reacted when they were challenged. Often, they lashed out with violence. The hostility directed his way from other boys his age made sense to him. He was the center of attention through no real merit of his own. He wasn't charismatic or inspiring at all. He was a piss-poor conversationalist, didn't really have that many interests and had next to no life experience. In truth, He was socially inept and hated attention. He didn't want to be in a pissing contest with a bunch of boys because they were jealous of his popularity. He didn't even want to be popular. Harry knew the warning signs. He'd seen how other boys tensed and stupidly squared up to him in the corridors as if bracing for a challenge. He thought it was utterly ridiculous that they really believed that he would be in any way intimidated. But when it started to feel like half the school wanted to kiss him and the other half wanted to fight him, he found himself missing when everyone believed he was a nutjob. Being popular was stressful. Lost in his thoughts, Harry didn't register Hermione's arrival until her bag loudly dropped in the space next to him. He jerked his head up in alarm, seeing her rather flustered face. She met his look and smiled. "Morning," she said, a little breathless. He noticed that her hair was speckled with snow like his had been. She also was wearing her outdoor cloak. "Morning, where have you been?" he asked her, startled at her late appearance. "Ullery. I needed to make an order for Christmas. I only have a week until I have no access to an owl." She was a little out of breath. She looked at him as she sat down. "Oh, you should have said. Hedwig would have liked the exercise," he said. She waved her hand. "I thought you might need her so didn't ask." Hermione then busied herself with some toast and scrambled egg. "I'm heading to the library," Neville announced, clambering up. "See you in charms." As he went to leave, Harry could have sworn he gave Harry a small wink. A little bewildered, Harry gulped down some pumpkin juice. "Any problems in the dorm?" Hermione asked him under her breath before she went to eat. Harry glanced across at her, seeing her worried expression. "Nope. I missed them." "You?" "No, actually. Parvati's being oddly kind. I think she feels a bit uncomfortable." Hermione gave a sniff, her expression showing exactly what she thought of Parvati's sympathy. "Though she did ask me about what I was planning to do with my hair for the party, seeing that I've managed to get the most sought-after date." Again, she spread some eggs on her toast and picked it up to eat it, her eyes drilling into Harry's over the toast. He stared back, at a loss, as she bit into it and chewed. His brain then caught up. "Oh, I'm in the same league as Victor Crumb now. Good to know." Hermione nodded, emptying her mouth before continuing. "The whole school will be aware that we're going together on Friday now. Parvati is the gossip queen of the tower." He gave a soft snort at that. Once she finished her breakfast, Harry set down his goblet. Shall we head to the dungeons? Get there early." Hermione nodded and they set off before Harry gathered too much attention. The warmth of the upper castle left them as they descended the spiral staircase. As it was every winter, the descent into the chilly subterranean dungeons was as bitter and cold as it always was. The lit sconces on the walls did nothing to chase away the frigid chill that seemed to radiate from the floor and walls themselves. Their breaths misted in front of them as if there was a dementor around. They were the first students and the door to the classroom was still shut. They both leant against the wall, rubbing their arms against the chill. Thankfully they didn't have to wait long. The door creaked open. Slughorn's impressive stomach preceded him as he stepped outside. He beamed at them when he saw who was early. "Bright and early, Good, come on in out of the cold." Eager to leave the chill, they stepped into the Fumi classroom. As always, it was perfumed with the odd combinations of different potions, the many scents and aromas ever quite leaving the stuffy room. "I'm glad you are both here early," Slughorn said as he led the way to the front of the classroom. "It gives me an opportunity to discuss something with you before your classmates arrive." Sharing a curious and wary look, the pair went to join the rotund professor at his desk. "As you no doubt know, a number of guests will be attending our Yuletide soirée, ex-stud. NTS whom I stayed friendly with after their graduation. Many of whom are rather successful in their fields." He smacked his lips together in a rather unpleasant gesture that made Harry's skin crawl. He did his best to not react. "Suffice to say, there will be a great many influential witches and wizards present. Yourself included, Harry, my boy." He felt his face heat up and his stomach clench. "My point is I do not wish you to feel out of place, and so I've taken some matters into my own hands to spare you any embarrassment." He plucked 2 sheets of parchment from his desk and handed them out. "As my 2 best students, I wouldn't wish you to feel underdressed. There is still some time until Friday, so if you get your order in today, the robes will be ready." Harry looked down at the parchment in Slughorn's fingers. He gleaned the logo of Madame Malkin's, the robe makers in Diagon Alley. His shell-shocked mind then worked out what Slughorn was saying. Sir, I have dress robes. Slughorn chuckled. This is a formal event. Harry, you'll need full formal dress, not just an outer robe. Hermione came to his rescue. You'll have to wear a suit, Harry. A suit. Harry balked. He had never worn a suit in his life. I have curried some favors with the robe maker to cover any orders from my students, so consider it a Christmas present, Slughorn said fondly, and I think you may want to look your best, hem. Harry gaped and he glanced at Hermione. He saw her own cheeks pinken. She mutely took the 2 order forms from Slughorn. Professor, you really didn't have to go to so much trouble. Slughorn waved a hand. It was no trouble. I have a little personal investment in wanting you both to steal the show. Not to gossip, but I assume you will be attending together. Harry could hear their classmates starting to arrive. Not wanting to be caught having this discussion with Ron or Malfoy in earshot, Harry cleared his throat. Yes, we are, he confirmed. Slughorn clapped his hands together, his eyes lighting up in an almost boyish glee. Drawn to brilliance like a moth to a flame, Harry. He boomed. Harry winced, wishing for the conversation to be over. Well, get yourself ready. We're brewing something useful but a little complex today. Relieved at the dismissal, Harry retreated from the front desk. He scrubbed his hand through his hair and dumped his bag down at the desk. Hermione was already checking her equipment, her movements practiced and precise. He marveled at how she had taken everything in her stride. Harry, your cauldron's crooked. Hermione pointed out, peering up from where she finished arranging her desk. While he adjusted his cauldron, the other classmates started to filter in. Are you okay? Hermione whispered. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a bit embarrassed. Harry bent over his bag, rummaging for his copy of Advanced Potion Making. As his fingers closed around it, he stomached an unpleasant lurch of unease. He placed the book down on the desk. When he straightened, Hermione didn't stare at the book but at him. She smiled, her eyes crinkling in the corners with amusement. Are you really this nervous about having to wear a suit? He groaned, resting his head on his hand, doing his best to ignore the sounds of the other students getting set up. No, I mean, I don't think so. He shook his head, looking up at Slughorn who was getting ready. His conjured chalk starting to write on the blackboard. He leaned over to Hermione. I just feel a bit like a show pony. It's bad enough that he wants to parade me around his influential friends. He did his best to mask his bitterness, now he wants to dress me up as well. Hermione sighed softly at his honesty and put a hand on his arm. He shot her a smile, grateful that she understood why he felt uncomfortable rather than relishing in the perks of fame like his worst critics expected of him. I know, but if it's any consolation, I think you'll look good in a suit, she said quietly. Harry's head snapped around to look at her with so much velocity, his neck cracked. Hermione's lips were curled up, her eyes bright. Well, Harry had no idea what to say. His face was even warmer. If it makes you this uncomfortable though, I can order for you. I remember your measurements from the summer. Hermione said, then her cheeks pinked. I mean, while we were at Madame Malkin's, I overheard and. Harry stared at her, feeling a mixture of amusement and flattery. Sure, if you don't mind, he said. Thankfully, Slughorn chose that moment to start his introduction lecture on the potion they were brewing for the double period. Determined to fully distract himself, Harry focused more than he usually would on Slughorn's lecture. He even took notes, which was a first for potions. Something he had refused to do when Snape taught the subject. The potion they were making was a blood-replenishing draught. Something that caught Harry's interest for once, as it was a potion that might come in handy. Once they were released to start brewing, Harry opened his book to the potion's method. The Half-Blood Prince's tidy handwriting didn't cover too much of the recipe. There weren't that many amendments. Just a few notes here and there. He glanced over his shoulder as he went to prepare the base, seeing Hermione's tight-lipped look as she saw the scribbles on his book. He decided to not use the Half-Blood Prince's changes. He was going to show her that he could manage without a leg up. He did get and exceeds expectations in his owl without the book, after all. Without Snape looming over him, knocking him down every chance he had, he did actually have some ability when he concentrated. While he let his base simmer, he performed the usual glance around the classroom. To his surprise, he was doing rather well on his own. At his side, Hermione was writing some notes. She looked up, sensing his stare, then her attention went to his cauldron. Her brows furrowed, her eyes hard and sharp as they always were whenever he used the prince's instructions over what was printed. He continued with his potion, seeing the next steps were to add the valerian root. The prince had added an amendment next to it. Add lichen before the root, not after. He ignored the change, scooping the valerian root that he had diced earlier in his hands. He carefully added it to his cauldron before going to stir. He glanced up at Hermione, seeing her staring at his copy of the book and comparing it to her own. He went to continue but a hand rested on his wrist, stopping him. He looked down at it, seeing Hermione's neatly filed nails and her delicate fingers. Following her arm, he found her face. Her eyes drew him in at once, so warm and rich with emotion. "I know what you're doing," she said softly. "You don't need to prove to me," she sighed. "I've been a real harpy about that book, haven't I?" He didn't want to say, yes, when he did feel that way. Instead, he gave a small shrug and a sheepish smile. "I'm sorry." Her apology was genuine, as was the guilt in her gaze. Her sincerity made him at once forgive her and he dipped his chin in response. "Don't worry about it," he said at once. "Mind if I read from your copy? The crossings out make it a bit hard to read." After that, her rather stiff attitude towards him relaxed and she started to remark on things he was doing, waiting for him to catch up with her, so they worked on stages of the method at the same time. He started to ask questions. "Do you think the pinch of purple lichen is a big pinch or a small pinch? Do you think I need more heat? Does this look ripe enough to you?" Harry began to enjoy himself and, judging from the warm smile that was now a permanent feature on Hermione's face, he could tell that he wasn't alone. Once upon a time, a double period of potions would have been his idea of hell. Instead, time flew by and before long, they only had 20 minutes left before charms. Before long, Slughorn gave the order for everyone to step back from their workstations. He took samples of everyone's efforts. He appreciatively smiled at Harry and Hermione as he decanted samples and tested them. "Oh ho, my two top students are working together in the spirit of collaboration, I see," he announced a little too loudly for Harry's comfort. "Yes, sir," Hermione said at once. Harry's stomach clenched strangely when she said it. He could see Hermione's bright, warm smile in the corner of his eye. "Excellent work you two. 10 points each to Gryffindor." He beamed under his large mustache and bustled over to Harry, clapping his hand on his shoulder as he passed. Harry's gaze followed him, curious about how the rest of the class got on, but then Hermione put her hand on his shoulder. He looked over to her, his face warming again at the sight of her dazzling smile. He risked a glance over his shoulder then immediately snapped his head back to the front of the classroom. His eyes had met Ron's briefly, but it had been enough. His hairs were standing on end as his adrenaline reacted at the ferocity of Ron's anger. That look. Harry and Hermione put away their belongings. Once everything was stowed away, the bell rang out, signaling the end of the lesson. Slinging their bags over their shoulders, Harry and Hermione turned to head out. In front of them, Ron, who rather violently swung his bag on his shoulder and kicked his stool aside. Harry pulled back mid-step, wary of the volatile display. Ron charged out of the room. Harry glimpsed his vividly red ears before he left the room as quickly as he could. It didn't take much to imagine the cause of his bad mood. Harry shared a look with Hermione, noticing her smile had dwindled away. "He has no right being angry at us working together," Hermione said under her breath. "I know. But we did rub it in a bit," he quietly said, feeling uneasy. Hermione just scowled in response. They left the classroom, hurrying out from the cold dungeons. Once they reached the entrance hall, they parted ways. Harry had a free period while Hermione had arithmancy. "I'll see you later," Hermione said over her shoulder as she bustled off, not wanting to be late for her class. Watching her go, Harry felt her absence keenly. Standing alone in the entrance hall, Harry realized rather suddenly that he had nowhere to actually go. He'd finished all his homework, so there was no point in going to the library for his free period. Going up to the common room had a likelihood of crossing paths with Ron. He hesitated for a moment, before angrily shaking his head at himself. So what? He told himself, then paused as he realized that he had questioned himself out loud. He started to crave the solitude of his bed in the dorm and he began making his way towards the Gryffindor Tower. The staircase was fairly empty as he made the ascent, what with most of the students in class. Only 6th and 7th years had free periods and they were the smallest year groups in the school. The younger year groups were baby boomers, born after the war. He grunted the password at the fat lady and shouldered his way into the common room. As he marched his way into the common room, his presence stilled all sound in the room. His pace faltered at the unpleasant silence. He glanced around, tensing at once when he saw Ron, Lavender, Parvati and Seamus occupying the seats that used to be the spot where Harry, Ron and Hermione would take. Seeing them made him all the more desperate for some time alone, especially after seeing Ron's reaction when he left the potions classroom. Harry wasn't in the mood for an argument. He didn't even know what mood he was in. He felt dazed after the potions class and without Hermione's presence, he felt cast adrift. Vulnerable. It wasn't a nice feeling. It reminded him too much of his experiences in Little Whinging Primary School. He had a strong desire to run and escape a game of Harry hunting. Before he made it to the dormitory, activity flared from the group. There was a strangled, angry growl, followed by a panicked voice. Ron, don't. Lavender had no chance of getting through. Not when Ron was in a fury. He lurched out of the seat, immediately making a beeline for Harry, who clenched his hand around his wand. You're a fucking snake, Harry, Ron seethed. Harry turned stiffly, taking in a deep breath. Ron pushed aside a chair in his charge, his face flushing with rage. Seamus stalked behind him, wearing a sneer that Harry knew didn't bode well. Lavender and Parvati followed, both wearing fearful expressions. When Ron reached a few feet away from him, Harry glanced at Seamus and drew his hand out from his pocket slowly. Civil. Act civil. With a great effort, he didn't rise to the insult and instead lifted his chin. Ooh, he questioned. How do you figure that? You know exactly what you're doing. Ron's face was contorted with his rage. Harry tensed. It's no wonder everyone thought you were the heir of Slytherin. You're just like them, scheming a way to get what you want, no matter who you hurt in the process. Harry frowned, searching Ron's face. If this is about Hermione, you know what it is about. Ron shouted, reaching Harry. He jabbed a finger into Harry's chest. Harry quickly controlled his immediate reaction to draw his wand. All that crap about breaking her heart, abo. Ood, how I was so wrong to date Lavender when it would hurt Hermione's feelings, and all along, you were worming your way into her good graces. Just like how you manipulated me with that potion plot, masterful really, Harry. There was something cold and twisted in the way that Ron glared at him. It was more than just anger and hurt. Okay, so what you're saying is that my ulterior motive is to impress Hermione and win her over. Harry took a step towards Ron, swiping his arm aside to knock Ron's hand away. Gee, well done. I guess you have me all figured out. Quote. Harry gave him a disdainful glare. His voice flavored with icy sarcasm. He then turned his back on Ron. He took one step before Ron plowed on at his back. Everyone thinks you're such a big deal, but I know the truth, Ron hissed. Lavender murmured something to him but he ignored her. Harry's neck stiffened. You're nothing without Hermione, without her holding your hand in class, without her fighting your battles and making your plans. Ron reached him again, grabbing his shoulder and wheeling him around to force him to face him. Harry gritted his teeth and met his glare. That's the real reason you cling to her side. You know that without her, everyone will see what a pathetic loner you really are. Something cold pierced through Harry. Chuckles sounded all around him. Piers pulled his arms painfully at his back, twisting his wrist. Tears smarted in the corners of his eyes and he tried to pull himself free. Dudley loomed over him. You know what happens when we find you. Get off me. Harry shouted, terrified. Help me please. Dudley's meaty fist pummeled into his prone stomach. No one's going to help you. You're a loner, no one cares about you. The next punch broke his glasses in two. Stop it, just everyone calm down. Parvati gasped out at once, thawing from her silent vigil behind the boys with Lavender. Harry let out a breath. Loner. Pathetic. His heart was thudding madly in his chest, his anger and his panic flushing him with adrenaline. He grabbed Ron's shoulders, pushing him away from him. Seamus then was at Ron's side at once, squaring himself up. Harry ignored Seamus, his focus fixed on Ron as his outrage and his hurt gripped into his lung like iron claws. What point are you even trying to make? That I value my friendship with Hermione because I don't want to be alone. Well, no shit, Ron. That's why people have friends in the first place. Harry didn't take his eyes off Ron as he advanced one step, not backing down. I actually value my friendships because they are all I have. He punched the last 3 words out, his glare turning molten. Oh right, here it is. You think you're so fucking untouchable because of your tragic little life. Enough, Harry snarled, now just as angry as Ron. He pushed Ron away from him again. Don't you dare sink that low. Why not, Harry? Can't face it that people only tolerate you because they feel sorry for you. Ron, Lavender gasped, throwing her hands over her mouth. You're a leech, and I can't believe it's taken me this long to see it. You use people, Harry. You use Hermione for her help and her smarts. You used me for my family so you don't have to go back to your muggle relatives. Ron shoved a hand into Harry's shoulder. Who else are you going to use, Harry? Who is next on your list? It whined through Harry's head like white noise. His fist curled and his jaw tensed. He'd hexed Malfoy for less. To his horror, he felt his eyes sting in the corners, the hurt overwhelming him. Harry didn't need to shout or rag to make it clear how angry and hurt he was. He took a step back from Ron. Is that really what you think about me? Harry said quietly. Ron didn't answer, his face set with rage and hatred. Let our family know to expect one less for Christmas. I'm staying where I clearly belong. Alone. He turned sharply from them, snatching his bag up from the ground. His emotions in utter turmoil, Harry was desperate to leave before his composure cracked. You're just gonna let him have the final word? Seamus asked, astonished. Leave it, Parvati said harshly. You've done enough. Harry rushed up the stairs to the dormitory. His heart racing, his chest tightening. He hadn't spared Ron a single glance, not wanting him to get the satisfaction of causing him pain. Because it was true, without Hermione, without Ron and his family, he would be all alone in the world. The thought terrified him more than he would ever admit. The clattering of many sets of cutlery clanking and scraping over many plats was only just dominated by the low hubbub of human voices. The anthem of a mealtime in the Great Hall throbbed from the ground floor landing on the grand staircase, a sound that put Hermione at ease as she made her way to lunch. She had spent the last lesson uncharacteristically distracted. Arithmancy was her favorite subject usually, but all the way through the lesson, she couldn't help but notice the absence at her side. Her sidelong glances were rewarded only with Terry Boot, who shared her desk. There were no small comforting smiles, no bright green eyes, no Harry. Emerging into the great hall, Hermione adjusted her bag on her shoulder and searched the Gryffindor table for the mess of black hair. He wasn't there. She halted mid-step as Neville leaned forwards, spotting her, and waved her over. She approached, noticing that Ron and Lavender were sat further down and were for once not snogging. She reached Neville, slipping into the spot next to him. None of their usual acquaintances were around. Dean and Ginny were absent, likely making use of a broom cupboard. Where's Harry? She asked the moment she sat down. Neville froze in mid-chew, looking at her with wide, shocked eyes. He swallowed. I thought he was with you. I had arithmancy, she said, then searched the table up and down again. Neville frowned and glanced down the table to where Ron and Lavender were. Hermione followed his stare. He didn't come to the library. I spent all morning there. Neville then put his cutlery down on his plate neatly. He's probably had a nap and overslept. Hermione knew Harry never had naps. She served herself her lunch, doing her best to ignore the squirming unease in her stomach. She didn't feel like eating when she didn't know where Harry was. Why did he have to make her worry all the time? After a few mouthfuls of her jacket potato, she gave up. A hand rested gently on her shoulder. Hermione's head flicked around, finding Parvati's rather pale face looming over her. Have you seen Harry? Parvati asked her. Hermione felt a clenching in her chest at the question. No, I had arithmancy. Parvati bit on her lip, glancing down the table like Neville had done. Ron and Harry had a fight. Her face tensed and she met Hermione's eyes directly. What? Neville asked then, twisting on the bench. He was furious. Is Harry okay? I don't know. He went up to the dorm. Aturi afterwards, but no one was hexed or hit. Parvati wrung her hands. Hermione dropped her cutlery down on the table. She pushed herself up from the bench, drawing up to Parvati, who recoiled. She looked genuinely guilty. Harry is still in the dorm. I believe so, if he's not with you, Parvati whispered. Hermione immediately turned, snatching her bag from the bench. She managed a quick farewell to Neville before tearing across the Great Hall, her lunch abandoned. Her emotions swung between fiery, blistering hot rage to heart-wrenching worry. Her thoughts were a mixture of threats of serious bodily harm towards Ron and panicked woes about a hurting Harry who was all on his own. For Parvati to seek her out and tell her, she knew it had to be bad for her guilt to make her move against her best friend's boyfriend. The common room was deserted, which wasn't a surprise when the school were down in the Great Hall for lunch on the Monday. It still was disconcerting to have the room bathed in daylight without a person in sight. Her chest felt tight with trepidation as she made her way up the boys' staircase, her emotions turbulent. What could have Ron possibly said to upset Harry so much? While Harry's temper was quick to blow, he rarely got upset. At least, not on the surface. Angry and aggressive, certainly, but never visibly hurt. He rarely showed his true feelings unless with people he trusted. And those numbered very few. Not very many people would know how to really hurt him. Ron was one such person. Would he stoop that low? She reached the door to the sixth-year dormitory, hesitating. In the past, she had breezed into the dorm without a care, but things were different now they were older. Privacy mattered. Carefully, she pushed the door open. She knew at once which bed was Harry's, knowing it to be the one in the direct line of the door, beside the far window. The hangings were drawn back, showing Harry's slightly disturbed bedsheets, not neatly made like the others. She stepped inside, frowning, searching for Harry. One step in and she caught sight of his bag next to his bed, unceremoniously dumped there. A soft thud drew her attention away, spinning to look behind. When her eyes landed on the wooden door that led into the shared bathroom, her face immediately flushed. Gulping, she crossed to the door and rapped her knuckles on the wood. "Harry, are you in there?" A loud thud and what sounded like a strong expletive that Harry rarely used in her presence. He was definitely in there. "Hermione," Harry called out, sounding alarmed. Give me a minute." She retreated back and turned to his bed, looking for something to distract her from the fact that Harry had been likely using the toilet or the shower. Both of which were embarrassing in different ways. As she reached his part of the dormitory, she noticed that his setup was different than what she was used to. Usually, Harry kept his bookshelves and drawers clear, preferring to store everything in his trunk. She looked up at the books he had put up in pride of place. Most of them were defense books, a couple on Quidditch. Her attention turned to the framed photographs he had on display. She had never seen them before. The moment she saw who the photographs were of, she felt as if she was intruding. His parents. She swallowed and retreated back, spotting then that Harry had left his glasses on the bedside table. Beside them was a black comb. Harry actually combs his hair. Stepping back, she noticed that his trunk was open. His outer robe had been dumped on top, along with his tie and shirt. Oh no. The door clicked open behind her and Harry cleared his throat. She refrained from immediately turning around. At once, her senses were beset with a fresh scent, like pine needles. She heard his soft footsteps approaching. She turned and did her very best to keep her gaze fixed on Harry's face, his face which was rather pink while he crossed the room, holding his towel to his bare chest. Sorry. I wasn't expecting you to, Harry said, reaching his trunk. He threw the towel down and quickly grabbed his shirt. Hermione looked away, giving him privacy. She turned her back on him. I wasn't expecting you to be having a shower during lunch, she said weakly. I wasn't hungry and figured I might as well make use of the showers while the others are down in the Great Hall. He replied. She glanced over, seeing with relief that he had his shirt on and was looking down as he buttoned it up. Her gaze lingered on the planes of his stomach and his chest. She saw dark hair over his lean body. The lines of his muscles. A surge of warmth rocketed through her, nearly knocking her back on her heels. Her face was hot. I am not eyeing up my best friend. She met his eyes and felt very suddenly a little light-headed when she gazed to the green depths, unhindered by his usual round-framed glasses. His dark lashes made them appear even brighter. It hit her, while standing so close, just how more grown-up he was. The events of the previous year really had aged him. I take it that you being up here, breaking the rules, is because you found out about the fight earlier, Harry said as lightly as he could. His jaw tensed, betraying his concealed hurt feelings. Don't worry. There were no fists or hexes. He bent down, taking his tie from his trunk. Hermione slung her G off her shoulder and went to sit on his bed, watching him. His brow was furrowed as he quickly knotted his tie and sorted out his collar. Harry, I've known you for years. I know what you look like. When you're trying to hide that you're upset, Hermione said softly once he snatched up his jumper and robes. He pulled his jumper on and sighed, leaning against the post of his bed. I want to stop winding him up, Hermione. He's not worth it, he said in a low, soft voice. He didn't meet her eye, staring instead into the distance. I know you want to get back at him, but he's not thinking clearly, especially not when he made it so personal. He sighed, walking around the bed. He sat down next to her and reached across for his glasses. What did he say? Hermione asked, feeling a sickening lurch of hatred at the thought that Ron said something personally upsetting to Harry. I can't tell you, you'll just go and attack him with a flock of birds again. He'll deserve it if he upset you. Hermione said, aghast. Harry sighed as he put his glasses on. Yes, he would, but that's not the point, he said, resting his hand on his head. He's never going to apologize and see that. He's in the wrong if we keep attacking him. She opened her mouth to argue, frowning, but she looked up and saw how resigned and sad Harry looked. He put his hands together, folding them on his robes on his lap. He was silent for a few seconds. If I retaliate or if you retaliate, we just, I dunno, confirm that this is a conflict. I know how he thinks, Hermione. He likely sees this as a game of chess. Play and counterplay. If we don't make a move, he won't counter, and we'll be stuck in a stalemate. She stared at him and realized that he had a point. Of course Ron would know their actions were part of a plot against him. They had actively played on that to make him realize what he turned his back on. They forced him to retaliate and lash out at Harry, made him feel like he had to out of pride. But what did forcing a conflict even achieve? Just more hurt feelings, more heated words. It achieved nothing. Harry's right. Do you still want to go to the party together? She carefully asked. Harry looked over at her in surprise. Of course I do. His voice was hoarse. But only if we go with each other because we really want to. Hermione felt as if an iron hand had wrapped its fingers around her heart and squeezed. Did Harry think I wanted to go with him just to get back at Ron? I don't, Harry swallowed, a flicker of pain rippling over his face for a second. I don't want you to feel like I'm going with you to keep girls off my back. I would never use you like that. The silence in the dormitory was all the more pronounced as they both stared at each other. I know, Harry. She frowned, seeing the hurt lingering in his eyes. What did Ron say? And I want to go with you too. I never wanted you to get hurt because of me, and I'm sorry if you ever felt like I only went along with this to get back at Ron. She spoke quickly before her voice hitched. Harry's eyes roved around her face, the tension leaving him. To her astonishment, his eyes started to dew in the corners. Harry never cried. He let out a breath, steadying himself. Slowly, he brought his hand over to hers and took it in his. His hand was so warm, slightly rough from Quidditch practice. The gentle silence stretched on. Harry looked down at their linked hands, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down as he struggled with his emotions. Thank you, he said softly. Hermione's eyes focused on his lips as he breathed the words before going back up to his eyes. His gaze lifted at the same time as hers and he smiled. His eyes sparkled as he did. A real, genuine smile that was all for her. Hermione smiled back and leaned towards him, wrapping her arms around him. His arms came up around her. She let out a breath, closing her eyes as his wet hair brushed against her face. His fresh scent of pine forests was stronger close to his hair. The smell of his shampoo. Drawing back from him, her face warm and her eyes wet, she turned to grab her bag. She dragged it towards her and opened it. With that out the way. There's just one thing we need to do, she announced. She removed 2 sheets of parchment and put them on her lap. Looking across to Harry, her smile broadened. Time to order you a suit and me something to match. Dates do traditionally match, after all. The highly anticipated day was soon upon them, the final day of term and the day of the Christmas party. Even with only A.D. Ozen students making it on the guest list, the event had the school in a spin. Least of all because of the rumored participants that were arriving at the castle especially. Some of the gossip had Harry guffawing at the ridiculousness. Apparently, according to some sources, Slughorn had hired out a retinue of Vila dancers as entertainment. Funnily enough, the sources were mostly male. Other rumors veered towards as bizarre as saying that representatives from a vampire coven from Transylvania were making an appearance. Harry's personal favorites were the rumors about himself. Dean had giggled Ed himself to breathlessness when he said that he heard that Harry had hired a valet to attend to him for the party, as well as 2 trolls as his bodyguards. Of course, among the rumors were facts. As expected, by the time the day of the party had arrived, everyone in the school had heard that he and Hermione were attending together. He smirked to himself when he noticed a rather sullen mood desk ending on the Great Hall when he entered with Hermione and Neville. While he and Hermione had agreed that they'd keep things discreet and not broadcast their partnership out of spite, just them being within the vicinity of one another was enough to get the whispers starting. Settling down for their breakfast, it didn't take long for the owl post to arrive. As it always was on the last morning of term, the air was thick with parcels and envelopes. Harry's seeker instincts did well to catch one of Hermione's parcels before it landed in her cereal. More parcels fell, joining with wrapped presents, cards, and letters. Hermione amassed herself a collection of post, a small cube box, a taller box, and a small parcel wrapped in jolly wrapping paper that looked very muggle. Each Hermione stowed into her bag, her face blushing a little at the muggle present. Harry jumped in shock when 2 sets of claws suddenly gripped his shoulder. He looked over, his vision obscured with pure white feathers. He peered up into Hedwig's bright yellow eyes. "Hedwig, what are you doing here?" He noticed a letter tied to her leg. He untied it, frowning. Who would use Hedwig without his permission? He unraveled the note, recognizing Dumbledore's hand at once. "Forgive the short notice and the use of your owl, Harry. She would not let me use any other to send you a note. I wish for you to come to my office midday today when classes end for the holiday. Fret not, it will not take up too much time. Yours, A.D. Hedwig." Hermione gasped in surprise when she noticed Harry had a snowy owl on his shoulder as if he was a human perch. He mutely handed her the note he received. As she read it, he cut off a piece of his bacon and fed it to Hedwig. He smiled fondly at her and scratched her under her beak. "Oh, well, the end of term lunch doesn't start until 1, so I expect you'll be finished before then. I suppose it can't really start without Dumbledore anyway," Hermione said as she handed the note back. Harry took the note, looking up to the top table. Dumbledore wasn't sitting in his usual high-backed chair. In fact, only a couple of teachers were present. Slughorn and McGonagall. Strange that it's such short notice. Harry then extended his arm. Hedwig hopped onto his wrist. "Back to the Ollery, girl," he told Hedwig. At once, she took flight. Hermione gazed off, thoughtful. "Well, whatever it is, it doesn't sound too serious." Harry nodded his agreement, slipping the note in his pocket. 3 hours later, Harry was alone in the 7th-floor corridor while the rest of the school making use of their freedom before the end-of-term Christmas lunch. Bag slung over his shoulder, he made his way through the corridors, skin prickling at the unpleasant silence of the deserted hallway. He reached the entrance to the headmaster's office and gave the password. Acid pops. The gargoyle shuffled out the way to reveal the spiral staircase with its usual enthusiasm. Harry pulled the strap of his bag up higher on his shoulder before ascending the stairs, peering up them curiously. He reached the door and knocked, waiting for the customary permission to enter. "Come in." Entering the office, Harry was graced with the usual sights of the familiar space, the myriad of portraits lining the wall behind the large, impressive desk, the cabinets of delicate, whirring objects many which repaired since Harry's grief-stricken rampage last summer, and of course, Fawkes in all his glory. Professor Dumbledore looked up when Harry entered. As expected during the daytime hours, he was at his desk. In the middle of what Harry assumed was a letter. His handsome quill danced around as he continued to write. "Afternoon, Professor," Harry greeted from the doorway once he finished his assessment of his surroundings. Dumbledore returned his bespectacled gaze downwards, inking his exuberant quill of deep blue and fiery orange. "Ah, Harry, please take a seat. I will only be a moment." Giving a small nod at the request, Harry made his way across the room. He glanced in the direction of the cabinet where Dumbledore kept his pensieve. It was shut. No memories then. He pulled the seat opposite Dumbledore's desk out, setting his bag on the floor beside him. Harry then noticed perched on the desk with a small cloud above its head was a small snowman, kept fresh with its own miniature flurry. When Harry sat down, the snowman gave him a little wave and doffed its cap at him. The only sounds in the room were the soft clicks and mechanical noises of Dumbledore's strange ornaments and the scratching of his quill. After a minute of rather awkward silence, Dumbledore finally set down his quill. He waved his wand, drying the ink. The parchment lifted upwards, folding itself neatly. Dumbledore gave Harry a smile once the letter settled neatly on a pile of other envelopes. He set his hands upon the desk before him, as he often did, steepling both hands, one blackened and the other healthy. "I discovered yesterday that you intend to remain at the school for the Christmas holidays, rather than spend the break at the burrow." Harry tensed immediately. Inwardly, he berated Hims Elf for not guessing that his holiday plans might be the reason for his abrupt summons to the headmaster's office. Of course Dumbledore would need to know where he was going. Everyone would need to know, the Order and the Ministry. He was a high-profile target after all. He'd forgotten about the fuss the Ministry made of bringing him safely to King's Cross in September. He let out a small sigh and dipped his chin in response. Yes, Professor. I just realized that I probably should have told you in person." Harry gave him a sheepish grimace. "Sorry." Dumbledore flicked up his healthy hand dismiss Harry's apparently unnecessary apology. "You were under no obligation to do so, Harry. However, I do wish to talk to you about your decision and your reasons behind it." Dumbledore's smile diminished as he looked upon Harry sadly. "I assume that you feel unable to stay with the Weasleys this Christmas due to your falling out with young Ronald." Alarmed at Dumbledore's insight into his personal business, Harry mutely stared into Dumbledore's gaze. There was no reproach in his blue depths, no judgment or impatience. All he really saw was concern. "Yeah," Harry said, bringing his own hands up to the desk. He curled his fingers over the wood top, his gaze drifting down to his hands. "I don't want to make things awkward." Dumbledore regarded him quietly for a couple of seconds. "You are aware that Molly and Arthur both view you as family, yes? They want you to be there because they care about you, not just because you are a friend of their sons." Harry's eyes sharply looked up. A rush of previously suppressed doubts swirled out from his grasp. Doubts that Ron had reawakened with his harsh words 2 days prior. If that's the case, then I don't want to repay their kindness by dragging my drama in their house, all just so I can play at Happy Families." He dropped his hands from the desk. "It would all be fake, especially when I'm not on speaking terms with Ron." His chest ached as he spoke, the hurt tightening against his lungs as his breath started to get shallow. "It's selfish, I know, but I'd rather spend Christmas here where I'm most at home than at the burrow. Pretending that I have something I don't." He dropped his gaze to his lap, closing his eyes briefly. He hadn't meant to say quite as much as he had done, but he had an overwhelming need to explain himself. His choice to stay at Hogwarts wasn't grounded in pettiness. He simply didn't want to be where he wasn't welcome. He would not be a burden to the Weasleys any longer. "I understand, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly after a few seconds of silence lingered after Harry's honest words. "You are at complete liberty to choose to remain here. Hogwarts will always welcome you. However, I worry about you being on your own." Harry swallowed tightly and looked up at Dumbledore, meeting his sad gaze. A sickly stab of bitterness arose from Dumbledore's words. Harry let out a breath through his nose, sighing. "So he cares about me being on my own for Christmas but not when I'm alone for weeks with Dursleys during the summer." "It's only 2 weeks, Professor. I'll be fine," he said as convincingly as he could. Dumbledore considered him for a moment. "It is a very hard thing, losing a friend over a disagreement." Dumbledore rested the tips of his fingers together as he stared at Harry. "I am however relieved that your steadfast friendship with Miss Granger is still as strong as ever. Though, I did hear Horace rather proudly claiming that you are both perhaps more than friends." Harry's mouth dropped open. He fully suspected Slughorn of gossiping, but Dumbledore. He caught the twitching under Dumbledore's white mustache as he smiled. Well, actually we are just friends, sir. I know there are rumors saying otherwise. Ah, so it is not true that you are attending Horace's festivities tonight in one another's company. Well, yes we are and, he brought his hands up to his forehead, sighing, it's complicated. Harry trailed off, meeting Dumbledore's eyes sheepishly. The glint in Dumbledore's eye was all too knowing for him to feel comfortable. Indeed, Dumbledore rested the tips of his fingers together, eyes twinkling. It has not escaped my notice, Harry, that you have garnered a great deal of attention from the fairer sex. Harry's face bloomed with heat at once. His mouth opened and closed mutely before he could splutter out a word. "'Es, sir. Your modesty does you credit," Dumbledore kindly said, "and I am very proud of you to have been dealing with the attention as maturely as you have been. Miss Granger is a good friend indeed to masquerade as your date to shield you from any more unwanted advances." Harry cringed inwardly at the implications concealed in Dumbledore's words. He believed that he had chosen to go to the party with Hermione to protect himself. Harry kept his gaze fixed on the corner of the desk as Ron's accusations boiled up to torment him once again. He recounted each and every hurtful word Ron flung at him. The pain stabbed into his chest with each breath. "It's no wonder everyone thought you were the heir of Slytherin. You're just like them, scheming a way to get what you want, no matter who you hurt in the process." "No," Harry burst out at once. "No, it's not like that, sir. Well, maybe at first. It was to both stop them bothering me and also to, well, make Ron upset." He felt a prickle of shame at the confession. "And it worked, but rather than him feel guilty towards hurting Hermione, he was mad at me. He said, I was manipulating Hermione. Making her like me because that's what I do. Use people." The words hurt as he spoke, just as much as the ones that were replaying in his mind. Dumbledore moved, the soft rustle of his sleeves making Harry jump. Harry didn't want to see whatever expression Dumbledore had on his face, so he closed his eyes, rocking forwards a little on his chair. So I made it clear to Rmi that I want to go to the party with her because I want to, not to make Ron mad or make people think that we're a couple. I'm not using her like that. I would never." He shook his head. "Despite what he thinks of me." He fell silent, feeling a little pressure ease from his shoulders. He opened his eyes cautiously, peering across at Dumbledore. "You care about her a great deal," Dumbledore said softly, his eyes twinkling as he observed Harry so very intently. Harry swallowed, his mouth feeling suddenly very dry. "I do," he said clearly, not ashamed to admit it. "I know, I'm not the easiest person to be friends with. We have our fair share of arguments but really, there's nothing I wouldn't do for her. There's no one I trust more." As he spoke, his mouth curled in the corners, his thoughts turning away from Ron's hateful tirade. Instead, he thought of how Hermione sought him out after hearing of their dispute, how she had worried about him. How she cared. Dumbledore considered him quietly for a moment before speaking. "A friendship of such strength is a rare thing indeed, and it comforts me considerably that you are able to appreciate its value. So much, in fact, that you defend it so very passionately. You learned so very young, after all, the value of love and friendship, having been deprived of both due to no fault of your own." Harry shifted awkwardly at the too casual mention of his loveless childhood. Many people take such things for granted, and it is not always their fault for not valuing what they have. They simply don't understand what they have is so precious, no monetary amount can match it. It is only when they are without it that they realize what they have lost. And it is a very painful lesson to learn. Letting out a breath, Harry sighed softly to himself and gave a small nod to show that he understood. "That's what I thought would happen with Ron, but he didn't learn." "I think he has, Harry," Dumbledore calmly said, "and as happens when we are in pain, he is lashing out. In time, he will come to see what matters most in this life. I do believe that you have chosen well to distance yourself and allow him to come to this understanding in his own time." Harry looked up at Dumbledore, brow furrowing. He was doubtful that Ron would pull his head out of his ass, but then again, he managed to come around in fourth year with the Goblet of Fire. Perhaps he would grow up and apologize to Hermione, and maybe even apologize to him. In the meantime, Harry, do your best to not focus on what you have lost but rather on what you have gained. While your friendship with Mr. Weasley is damaged at present, your companionship with Miss Granger has never been stronger. Cherish it, Harry. For as painful as love can be at times, it can also be so very wonderful. Harry's breath hitched at the mention of the word love. Instinctively, he went to deny that he didn't feel that way about Hermione. She was his friend, his best friend. He wasn't interested in her as a love interest. But as the counter-arguments rose up, they became tangled and confused. His eyes darted around as he thought, then rose up, settling on Dumbledore's wise, blue eyes. Of course, Dumbledore was all too aware of the turmoil he was experiencing. He patiently watched as his words got to work. If it is that, if I do feel, more strongly, Harry gazed a little beseechingly at the headmaster, what do I do? I don't want to ruin what we have. These feelings, it's what made us all fall out in the first place. Dumbledore gave a soft chuckle in response. We are all fools when it comes to love. His smile then lit up and he leaned forwards, his eyes warm and proud. However, I am certain that between your brilliant heart and Miss Granger's brilliant mind, you will both work it out. While it was clear to Hermione that Harry didn't want to make a spectacular entrance to lunch, the rest of the school weren't as aware. Only a few stragglers were yet to arrive for the Christmas luncheon. As they showed up, they embarrassedly squeezed into spaces between their friends. Neville shared a nervous look with Hermione when they realized that Harry was the last to show, as was Dumbledore. She knew that the absence of Dumbledore wasn't a coincidence and the rest of the school were starting to realize it as well. The whispers picked up, making Hermione agitated. When Harry did show up, he arrived with Dumbledore, as expected. The sight of the headmaster with his apparent apprentice set the hall buzzing. Harry, however, appeared oddly unfazed. He said something to the professor before looking down the Gryffindor table, searching for his place. As he did, Hermione lifted her bag from the spot that she saved for him. He caught her eye and, rather than smile as he would usually, he ducked his head down as if embarrassed. He made his way towards her, lifting his head when near. Now he gave her a small smile, but his face was noticeably flushed. He ruffled the back of his hair as he approached, quickly launching his bag under the table before scrambling into place. Neville shifted to give him more room. Nice dramatic entrance, Harry, Ginny remarked once he had settled. Her eyes taking in his appearance with a slow study that made Hermione bristle. Harry either didn't notice or care. And here I thought I was being subtle, Harry responded, trying to laugh it off. Hermione could see how flushed his neck was under his collar. Whatever he and Dumbledore were talking about, it's clearly upset him, she thought, watching his downcast gaze and awkward fidgets. They didn't have long to wait. Dumbledore did his usual well-wishing for Christmas and congratulating them all on a good term. After a short speech, he gave the customary call for them to tuck in. Plump turkeys, towers of roast potatoes, boats of rich gravy and large platters of vegetables all appeared down the lengths of the house tables. Harry was eagerly helping himself to the nearby plate of pigs in blankets, shooting Hermione a furtive glance as he did. You were right, he said quietly under his breath so no one other than she could hear him, it was nothing serious. Just about my plans for the holiday. Hermione knew Harry better than anyone. She knew that he was hiding something, but she knew better than to pry, especially when he was so noticeably unsettled. We've got a few hours to kill before the party, Ginny was saying, her gaze flickering up to Harry before moving to her boyfriend. Dean smiled good-naturedly at her. She always looks for Harry's reaction before Dean's. Hermione observed as she cut into her turkey. What do you have in mind? Dean's voice dropped low. Ginny rolled her eyes. Not that, she said, then her hazel eyes flashed over to Harry again, first. Then to Hermione and Neville. Why don't we all go out and enjoy the grounds? Snowball fights are always fun. Hermione winced at the thought of having a snowball fight. While Ginny was, of course, used to messing around with her brothers, the thought of having snow pelted at her was certainly not Hermione's idea of fun. Especially when she was hopeless at throwing and dodging. Fun at someone else's expense. Harry's voice interrupted her thoughts. I remember that Christmas when Fred charmed snowballs to constantly hit Percy in the back of the head. Ginny released a cackle of a laugh that made Hermione scowl. Then she saw Harry's grin. Of course, he would find the idea of a snowball fight fun. Harry was naturally agile and annoyingly good at any physical activity. Well, We don't have to spend our free time in the stuffy common room while my brother performs his best impression of a human plunger. Ginny's scathing remark was directed down the table where the person Hermione was doing her utmost to completely blank was feasting with lavender practically on his lap. Do we have to spend it out in the cold though? Neville posed, looking out the window anxiously. I lost my gloves. Hermione glanced over to Harry, noticing that he was watching her. His brow was furrowed as he studied her carefully. What do you want to do, Hermione? He asked, then he leaned towards her. His eyes gleaming with amusement. Please don't suggest we work on Snape's assignment. He added under his breath, his mouth quirking up. Her eyes lingered on the dimple on his cheek before realizing that it wasn't just him waiting for her response. Actually, I need to get ready for tonight so you can all have fun in the snow without me, she said, giving a slight sniff. Harry stared at her. She frowned at him, puzzled at his stunned reaction. Hermione, the party doesn't start until 6. I know that, she replied at once. You need that long to get ready? He asked, incredulous. Hermione glanced over to Ginny and Dean, seeing that they were listening in. She flushed. Well, maybe not all that time, but it does take a while for my hair. She cleared her throat, tucking a strand of her unruly wild hair behind her ear. It took hours when I treated it for the Yule Ball. She glanced over at Harry, who she noticed was looking intently at her hair. Oh, he looked a little dazed for a moment, as if hit unsuspectedly with a confundus charm. Well, I suppose I should be flattered that you're going to so much effort. He then lifted his hand up to his own hair, his gaze turning thoughtful. Maybe, I should actually try to tame mine for once. Dean choked out a laugh at Harry's words, glancing over to Neville, who tried to hide a grin. It's taken us years to convince you to sort out your hair, and all it took was a date with Hermione Granger. Dean gazed at Harry, shaking his head disbelievingly. Hermione dipped her head at the casual mention of Harry taking her as his date. Under the flash of embarrassment, she felt a flare of pleasure and something else. Something that made her want to smugly grab Harry's arm and show the vapid airheads that practically drool over Harry that she's the one who he trusts the most to be at his side. Well, it's not fair if Hermione has to go to all that effort and I just show mine a comb, Harry blustered under Dean's teasing. Although, to be honest, I don't know if anything will stop it sticking up. Freezing charm, Dean suggested helpfully. Well, I think it looks fine as it is, Ginny offered, her eyes lingering on Harry's spiked up mess of raven black locks. The compliment set off a spark of indignance. Harry flushed, uncomfortable, then he looked over to Hermione. Well, it would be nice to spend some time with you before going to get ready. No charmed snowballs, I swear, he said, then eyed Dean. At least, not directed at you. Hermione stared at Harry. He really wanted her to be there. He wanted to spend time with her. Her thoughts went back to when she found him in his dormitory after his fight with Ron, how he wanted to clarify that his intentions with the party weren't purely strategic, and that he truly wanted to spend it as her date. She studied his face, mostly his eyes, searching for any deception, but he was truly sincere. Okay, I'll join you out in the grounds for a bit, she said, smiling up at Harry. He smiled back and then looked away, his smile suddenly turning shy. Her head was in a spin and she zoned out of the rest of the conversation, distracting herself with eating the rest of her lunch. Once plates were cleared and the conversation in the hall started to turn rowdy, Dumbledore gave the dismissal for the students to be free to their own devices. Naturally, Saint students gravitated towards their respective common rooms, some choosing to stay in the Great Hall and mingle with classmates from other houses. Luna was quick to make her way to where they were sat, taking the place next to Neville that had been vacated. When they finally made their way out of the castle to enjoy the wintry pursuits that snow offered, Hermione nervously checked the time. She hadn't been completely exaggerating the amount of time it would need to tame her hair. The bottle of Sleekeasy's hair potion that she ordered especially for the night was still in her bag where it had arrived that morning with the owl post, along with other items she had requested. Her thoughts were fixed on the laborious ritual she would have to muddle through later when Harry slipped back to walk in pace with her. She then noticed that they had each fallen into groups of pairs. Dean and Ginny led the way and she only then saw the agitated hand gestures Dean was making as the two stormed off ahead into the icy courtyard. Oh dear. Hermione remarked when she caught sight of Harry's awkward expression. He then glanced over his shoulder to where Neville and Luna were talking. Hermione could hear the dreamy lilt of Luna's voice. Of course, the reality was Luna doing all the talking and Neville listening, unsure what to do or say. Hermione noticed Ginny and Dean stopping. Dean flung his hand in Harry's direction, looking very unhappy. Ginny was shaking her head. "I have a feeling I know what they're arguing about," she said quietly. She dug her hands under her armpits, feeling the chill all of a sudden. She understood Neville's reluctance then. It was very cold. "You do?" Harry asked her, amazed. "Wasn't it obvious, Harry?" She raised a brow at him. "Ginny was flirting with you." Harry's face appeared to freeze and turned to stone with shock. Then his eyes widened, clearing as he put all the pieces together. He gazed at the arguing couple in front of them, their heated words just out of earshot. "I thought she got over it, her crush on me, I mean," Harry said softly. "I may have given her some advice a while ago to take it easy around you," she admitted. Harry looked at her in surprise. "So you're why she started to actually talk to me?" She nodded. "And I thought that she had actually grown out of her fixation with you, but recently, I don't really know why she's been coming on so strong." Harry then shifted around, looking at her instead. Hermione frowned, wondering why he was giving her such a look. "Probably because she's jealous," he said, "of us." Hermione blinked. "It's the only thing that makes sense, right?" Harry continued. "It is," Hermione quietly said, "but she knows that we're friends. It's platonic, and always has been." Harry fell silent and she looked over at him. Seeing the furrow in his brow, he sighed and rubbed his hands together to keep them warm. "I think we should leave them to it," he said, then turned, seeing Neville and Luna approaching. "It turns out Neville is right. It is pretty cold. Perhaps starting Snape's assignment isn't sounding so ridiculous now," Hermione said, shuffling towards him, giving him a playful nudge in the ribs. "Ah, no way." Harry jerked his thumb over to the benches in the east corner of the courtyard were covered in ice and snow. "Let's sit over there with some of your flames like the old times. Neville and Luna can join us. I think I might have a pack of exploding snap in my bag." While Dean and Ginny hashed out their disagreement, Harry called over Neville and Luna. Between them, they cleared the snow from the stone benches. When the reconciled couple sheepishly rejoined them, they were huddled up, nestled in a pocket of warmth heated with some of Hermione's signature bluebell flames. The round of snap ended with an explosive crack, sending Neville sprawling on his back. Hermione nervously announced that she'd only play 2 more rounds. Ginny waggled her eyebrows questioningly at her, but said nothing. Her mood noticeably subdued. Harry met Hermione's look opposite her. He gave her a conspiratorial smile. Conversation was awkward and stilted as they played. Hermione begrudgingly, why felt a relief that she had an excuse to leave. As she swept up, muttering her apologies, her eyes fell on Harry and her words died on her lips at the sight of the disappointment in his green eyes as she went to leave. He rose up, trying to cover up his feelings with a smile and a sudden hug. Harry very rarely initiated physical contact and his hug was clumsy. He stepped back, his nose and cheeks still pink from the cold. I guess I'll see you at 5:30. In the common room. Yes, of course, Hermione gushed out, rattled at his public show of affection. "See you later, Harry." The next hours passed in a haze. When Hermione applied the first dose of Sleekeasy's hair potion to her hair, she knew precisely why she hadn't resorted to the product since the Yule Ball. It was far too much effort. Not only was the potion expensive, but it took hours to liberally lather it into her hair and then wait idly with her hair bound up in a turban, waiting for it to do its work before adding the next dose. She combed it through her locks, alone in the dormitory bathroom, watching her reflection as she eased the comb slowly through her hair. It was dawning on her as she watched her hair slowl. Why straighten? Why she was putting in so much effort. It wasn't for vanity's sake. Hermione was far from vain and cared very little about appearances. As much as she wished she could deny it, she wanted to look her best for Harry. She wanted him to see her at her best and, as she combed through her hair for what felt like the 1000th time, she wasn't sure why. She knew he cared for her and loved her as a friend. She had nothing to prove to him and yet she had leapt at the chance to give them both the finest robes. She'd gone as far as ordering jewelry, makeup and even heels. And Harry. Her thoughts would not stop dwelling on Harry wearing a suit. She couldn't explain why she kept thinking about him smartly dressed for a change. His remark earlier about putting effort in with his hair for her sake kept playing on her mind. His black hair, tamed, sleek and shiny, then her imagination lingered on his form, no longer scrawny and awkward but lean and lithe, accentuated by tailored clothes. His casual grace captured in colored cloth. Fine cloth at that. If his robes were anything like her own, they would be fine indeed. A clatter outside the bathroom from the dormitory wrenched her attention away from her hair. She took several steps back from the mirror, looking through the open doorway to see who had arrived. She braced for an awkward meeting with Lavender. Instead, Ginny waved from the doorway, holding a bundle of midnight blue cloth in her arms. Her broad smile chased away the foreboding in Hermione's gut. "I thought we could get ready together. Harry and Dean are so, why not us girls too?" As she spoke, Ginny put what had to be her dress robes on Hermione's bed. She then entered the bathroom, her eyes widening as she took in Hermione's hair. She approached, her smile turning into one of awe. "Don't add any more potion," Ginny said, reaching her and taking the bottle from the sink. Hermione scowled as she pulled the comb through to the tips of her hair. "But it isn't straight, Hermione. It's gorgeous right now, the waves." Ginny gazed up and down her golden brown locks. "Honestly, it's perfect right now." The conversation she had with Harry about Ginny and Dean's argument was stark in her mind as she tried to puzzle out the motives for Ginny's praise. Was she lying to make her stop and sabotage her efforts? She checked for herself, looking back at the mirror, turning a little so she could see the length of hair straightening down her back. Her eyes widened. There were so many different hues of gold and browns, all catching the light where the hair curled in loose waves. She then looked up at her face, touching her cheek absently as she noticed how much difference her hair made to the shape and profile of her appearance. "Are you going to wear your hair down?" Ginny asked her after a moment of silence fell between them. "Because I really think you should. I have a grip to put it up," Hermione said softly. "But maybe I should keep it down." She then looked at Ginny properly, noticing that her red hair was damp from a recent shower. "What about your hair? I was thinking of leaving it long." "Dean likes it long," she said, then bit her lip. Putting the hair potion bottle back on the sink, Hermione glanced up at the mirror, meeting Ginny's gaze through the reflection. "I take it you're both resolved." Ginny guiltily sighed. "Yes, and sorry about all that earlier." Hermione gave her a smile and rested a hand on her shoulder. "It's fine. I'm glad that you've made up," she said honestly, then went to gather her items, returning them to her wash bag on the side. "No, I mean, I am sorry about making things bloody awkward, but," Ginny watched her for a moment, composing herself. "I mean about being all weird about Harry in front of you." "I don't, it's not," she let out a breath and laughed. "This all sounded better in my head," she admitted. Realizing that Ginny was trying to get something important off her chest, Hermione faced and nodded in the direction of the dormitory. "I feel like this might not be a discussion for a bathroom." Ginny nodded and they both headed for Hermione's bed where Ginny had left her dress robes and vanity set. Hermione quickly checked the clock beside her bed and let out a sigh of relief. They still had over an hour. Enough time for Ginny to hash out whatever it was that was bothering her. Sitting on the edge of her bed, Hermione waited for Ginny to speak. The younger witch leaned against her bedpost, looking conflicted for a moment, but then she let out a sigh and looked directly at Hermione. "I won't lie to you and say that I don't have feelings for Harry. Part of me will always love him, the part that sees the boy who saved my life and who is every part the hero I dreamed him to be." Ginny rocked her head back, resting against the wooden post. "But the greater part of me sees Harry for who he really is. The person I've got to know properly when I stopped seeing the boy who lived and saw my brother's mate. He's not a legend, a name on the headlines, a champion of fame and fortune. He's just a boy. Dense at times, awkward at others, just as real and human as any of my brothers." Ginny smiled wistfully, causing Hermione to smile in return. "I can't help but appreciate him. I have eyes, Hermione." Ginny's brows lifted and her mouth slashed upwards in a smirk, "and I know you do too. But for me, I see all that first, the fame, the scar, and I'm embarrassed by it, really, but I grew up on his legend. Many of us did. It's hard for us to see Harry as someone just as messed up and confused as the rest of us." Ginny gave Hermione a very direct look. You see messed up and confused Harry before you see the other stuff and that's why Harry will never look at another girl when you're in his life. So, really what I'm saying is, yeah, I fancy Harry and always will, but I know it's not meant to be. The flirting, all that, it's playful and that's it. Throughout Ginny's speech, Hermione felt sharp guilt at assuming the worst of Ginny. When she finished, Hermione immediately got up from her bed and yanked Ginny into a hug. Ginny let out a gasp of surprise at the sudden embrace. But her arms came around Hermione all the same. When they parted, they both smiled at each other and laughed, not really sure what they were laughing at. Both felt a lightness. Now, how about we get ready for this thing? Ginny said, then grabbed her bundle of robes. You haven't said what robes you have for tonight, but if the sleekeasy is anything to go by, I'm hoping you're going to one-up your periwinkle number. Harry Potter is a much bigger catch than Victor Crumb, after all. Hermione swiftly turned, pushing Ginny in the hip, making her laugh. Her gaze went to her trunk. She had opened the package sent from Madame Malkin's the day before and had seen the rich colors and fabrics before chickening out and shoving them back into her trunk. She knew that Harry's name on the order form would bring attention, but she never expected to receive something so fine. She also recalled how Harry, after they finished the forms, fetched his Gringotts key and seal. The form with the insignia set at the base. He had said something about covering any expenses and Hermione just assumed package and delivery. That was until she saw the gold cloth. Where did you get your robes from? Hermione asked Ginny, wanting to avoid the reveal of her robes for as long as possible. Ginny looked awkward. Slughorn ordered them for me, she said quietly. Well, he gave me a form and said he would cover the cost and, oh, he did the same for me and Harry, Hermione said at once, looking to reassure her. He gave us the forms and said that he didn't want us to feel out of place. Ginny's face relaxed. What are yours like? Ginny asked excitedly, looking down at Hermione's trunk. I never had new robes before. Not tailor-made anyway. Hermione knew she couldn't avoid the topic. She made her way to her trunk, lifting the lid. The package was at the top, the partially torn paper giving way to the vibrant colors within. She steeled herself. Ginny trusted her and out to reveal her very personal feelings towards Harry. The girl had shown her nothing but solidarity. She grabbed the parcel and carried it to the bed. To tell the truth, I haven't looked at them properly yet. She lifted her gaze to meet Ginny's and jerked her head over to the package. Ginny understood at once, and between them, they tore away the paper. Choosing a color that suited both her and Harry had been a challenge. Harry suited blues and greens whereas she suited reds and browns. In the end, she chose to meet in the middle. Purple. Dark purple and gold. The outer robe was a stunning rich purple. Hermione lifted it up, mute with astonishment. The richness of the color took her breath away. It slicked over her hands, cool and sleek. Satin robes. It was a deep violet, plain save for the gold thread at the hems. Sleeves and collar. Ginny had also gone quiet as Hermione laid the robe on the bed, her gaze transfixed on the undergown. It was immediately clear why. The undergown was cloth of gold. Short sleeves slightly off the shoulder. At the waist was a belt of deep purple velvet, clasped with 2 lions as a buckle. The moment she saw the rich gold cloth, her heart stuttered. There was no way Slughorn covered the cost. She rummaged in the wrappings for some sort of receipt. She found one. A small slip of parchment. Although the slip contained very few words, she had to read it several times. Especially the final line. Payment received from V387, owner H. J. Potter. She stared and stared at it. Harry hadn't covered the package and delivery. He had covered the whole thing. I am going to kill you. Harry Potter. Hermione seethed as she crushed the note in her fist. All the while, her heart leapt and fluttered as Ginny wore a rather smug smile. I don't think this is going to work. Harry voiced his doubts to a stubborn and determined Dean Thomas for what had to be the 10th time. The pair of them were standing in the bathroom in front of a mirror, both teally dressed in their formal attire for the evening's event. While Dean's suit was smart and clearly valuable, Harry's was at a different standard. Harry, Dean and Neville between them opened the package that contained Harry's outfit for the evening. When Harry caught sight of the rich satin and gold, he sat on his bed in mute shock. Neville explained the different parts of his outfit to him, but he barely listened. his head full of white noise. In his hands, he held a letter that the robe maker had sent to him personally, the words making little sense to him until Dean shook him forcefully. "It's just clothes, Harry," Dean had said to him. "Just clothes." Obstinately staring at his hair in the reflection, Harry was dressed in just clothes. His dress shirt was brilliant white, the buttons gleaming, made from mother of pearl. It fit perfectly to his trim frame, tailored to his exact measurements. His trousers were a deep purple, pleated in the center. Dean's were the same, only black. The rest of Harry's outfit waited for him on his bed. Neville was perched close by, his wand resting on his thigh, tense and alert. While Neville guarded their space from hostile threats, Harry and busied themselves with a formidable foe. Harry's hair. "I do this all the time," Dean assured Harry as he rubbed styling wax into his hands. Harry embarrassedly allowed Dean to deal with his mess of a hairdo. He'd never styled his hair in his life after all, and Dean was the artistic spirit in their cabal. "You haven't done this with my hair though," Harry said, hands resting on the sink. "My aunt got so fed up with me leaving a hairdresser looking the same as I did, she pretty much shaved it all off. Next day, it was just the same. It must be some weird magic." Dean gave a snort. "Well, I promise I'm not going to shave your hair off. Just make it more controlled." He then went to work, simply running the product through Harry's black locks. Harry's brows shot up when he saw that the back of his hair didn't stick up. Dean grinned at his reaction. He took a step back from Harry and then went to wash his hands of the wax. Harry stared at his reflection, stunned. Cautiously, he poked the hair at the back of his scalp, expecting it to stick up again. "You should flake your fringe up," Dean suggested. He pointed up to his own hair where he had a styled cowlick. Harry pointed up at his scar. Dean let out a sigh. "Oh, right. There are going to be plenty of people tonight who want to gawk at your scar. It is the star attraction," Harry said bitterly. He picked up his comb and checked over his hair before making the attempt to sort it out. He kept his fringe flopped over his scar, but the rest of his hair looked different. Shinier and just different. He wasn't sure he liked it. "Half an hour," Neville called from the dormitory. Harry shared a look with Dean, who went back to the dormitory to finish getting ready. Harry looked back at his reflection, a finger resting on the frame of his glasses. Other than the lightning scar on his forehead, he had a scattering of other scars. One small scar on his chin where he had fallen fleeing the basilisk, a nick on his left brow that he received during the battle at the Department of Mysteries, and others that could be from anywhere, pre-Hogwarts or during. He headed back into the dormitory to the sight of Neville helping Dean with his dress robes. Neville's strict upbringing under his grandmother had filled him with a surprising amount of knowledge about wizarding decorum. Standing over his bed, Harry looked over the final items of his outfit. A mixture of emotions twisting inside him. Part of him balked at the thought of dressing up in such fine fabrics, then another part of him wanted to impress Hermione. A part of him that was starting to get louder and louder. He picked up the purple and gold waistcoat. Shrugging it on, he buttoned up the intricate lion head buttons. He ran his finger over them, musing over how he had impulsively put his vault seal on the order form, knowing full well that it would mean he would cover the costs of his own robes and Hermione's. He had no regrets at all. In fact, he was relieved that such frivolity came out of his pocket. His rather deep pocket at that. Harry took the outer robe last, pulling it on. It was closer fitting than he expected for a robe. He studied the sleeves, then caught sight of the tie on his bed. He sighed. A bow tie. Neville was there at once. "Wow, they really meant formal dress with you, Harry. I can knot this for you." "Don't ask why," Neville cooed. Ickley snatched the rich purple cloth from Harry's bed and stepped up close to him, flicking up the collar of his shirt as he went to sort out his tie. Unlike a normal tie, the bow tie was close to his throat. Harry hoped he didn't look too ridiculous. He adjusted the unfamiliar garments, but they all fit him perfectly. Hermione really did remember his measurements. Lastly, he donned his school shoes, having nothing else smart enough. They were polished and unblemished thanks to a few spells. Dean suddenly put his hands on Harry's shoulders and maneuvered him back a few steps. He then retreated, Neville joining him. The pair looked Harry up and down, making him feel very self-conscious. "What?" Harry asked. He put his hand up to his throat. It's the tie, isn't it? Neville laughed, putting a hand to his head. Dean then joined in. Harry, baffled, watched them. You'll work it out soon enough, Harry, Dean said, sidling up to him, but for now, I believe we have two girls to meet. Being the center of attention set Hermione completely on edge. Nerves already jangled through her as she shifted foot to foot. The cushioning charms that she placed on her dainty heels kept her footwear comfortable enough. The moment she and Ginny took up a spot near the notice board, within clear sight of the boys' dormitory staircase so they didn't miss the arrival of their dates, she deeply regretted the choice of meeting them in the common room. Of course it would be busy. At first, the kind compliments coming from the nicer of their fellow Gryffindors were pleasant and well received. But then boys whom neither of them really knew started to approach, making comments that left them uncomfortable. At that point, they wisely took a spot away from the seats and the fire, hoping that the stairs would find something else to gawp at. It didn't help that Hermione felt as drab as a flobberworm next to Ginny. Her midnight blue robes were stunning around her slender frame, the small pieces of jewelry that she wore glittered in the candlelight, but her hair was the true centerpiece. She had put it up, sparkling dark blue stones glinting in the fine twin butterfly grips that pinned her rose gold hair in place. Hermione pulled on the sleeve on her deep purple robe, not looking down at the finery she was garbed in. She felt hot under the gold cloth and rich fabric, feeling a bit like an imposter. Whenever she caught sight of the beautiful dress robes, her thoughts went on the price tag that Harry had covered himself. She dreaded to think how much it cost. Her robes for the Yule Ball had been pricey enough and these were much finer. She knew Harry to be exceedingly generous with his inheritance, but even so, he had never been so frivolous with it. She was picturing how she was going to let her disapproval known. Trying to avoid scenes of violence that didn't involve a flock of charmed birds, when there were some loud gasps from across the room. Hermione stirred herself out of her musings, hopeful that Harry and Dean had arrived. Cormac McLaggen sauntered down the steps in green robes, his smug smile flashing over to the assembled group of girls, one of which was Romilda Vane. Ginny groaned. I forgot that ass was coming tonight, she said, and you wouldn't believe who his date is. Hermione raised her eyebrow questioningly. Who? Cho Chang. Are you kidding me? Hermione gasped at once, grabbing Ginny's arms. Cho is going to be there. Ginny grinned in response, hazel eyes mischievous. Yep, and she's going to have to stomach seeing you on Harry's arm. Ginny sighed, closing her eyes. I can't wait to see the look on her face. Cormac passed them, his gaze lingering on Hermione, his smile turning horribly wolfish before he continued on his way. Hermione let out a sound of disgust. While her attention was diverted, she didn't see the descending feet emerging down the staircase. Her head snapped around, however, when she heard a loud squeal of excitement, followed by a cacophony of gasps. All thoughts of Cho were wiped clear from her mind. Everyone's attention was transfixed on the same thing, or the same someone. Whoops started to puncture through the gasps and sighs. A few claps started up as well as a wolf whistle. Then there was a bright flash as Colin Creevey burst through the throng, taking a picture of their resident celebrity who squinted ND cursed as he blinked in the dazzling light. Bloody hell, Colin, some warning next time would be nice. Ginny's hand grasped hers and before Hermione could recover from the shock, she was being tugged towards the cause of her confoundment. She tottered in a daze, her mouth hanging open, as she drew closer to the center of the disturbance, to a tall, dark-haired wizard dressed in robes a shade darker than her own. A crowd gathered as everyone wanted to glimpse for themselves how he looked in his finest. Colin and his brother were up front, a few others gabbling their compliments. His face was flushed, eyes downcast in clear embarrassment. As Hermione was thrust through the crowd, which parted at once, gasping and backing off so they could meet with their dates, his head lifted. All the voices and sounds started to bleed back into a formless static. Her body responded before her brain, her heart fluttering, the heat of her core swirling around her midriff. Her breath caught, freezing in her lungs. As time stilled for just the smallest moment. As small a moment as it was long enough for her to take in just how stunning Harry Potter looked as he held her gaze, his lips sly. Tly parted as he wore an expression that matched her own. Pure shock. The outer robe of his outfit had been perfectly tailored, cut sharp to his trim frame and accented his broad shoulders. It was a deep, Dark purple that hung down straight to his feet, left open to display his suit. His trousers were straight cut, slim fitting, a matching purple. Hermione's wandering gaze went up to his waist. Her breath then escaped her in a sigh. The robe makers had outdone themselves with the waistcoat that perfectly molded around Harry's athletic form, the garment purple and gold silk, buttoned up with golden lions. His shirt was pure white, finished with shining buttons. The whole outfit was then finished off with a crisply tied bow tie of deep purple. Hermione's eyes made it to his face, then hopped up to his hair. His hair. It gleamed like a raven's wing. A tamed fringe curled over his scar, the bottom of it just visible. Unbelievably, however, was how the back was flat. The spell that had capped to. Read the moment of stillness broke as Harry stepped forwards. His eyes were wide behind his glasses. Hermione registered movement around them, but it was background noise, barely worth her attention. Very thing was focused on Harry, closing the distance between them. Her nerves ebbed away as she gazed into his deep green eyes, his general aura soothing her as he drew nearer. A pleasant musk drifted towards her. He had even gone to the effort of wearing a scent. He was suddenly right in front of her. His eyes lost their look of wide-eyed wonder as he focused on her. The corners of his mouth spread upwards into a broad, genuine smile. His dimple denting his cleanly shaven cheek. His fingers were gently taking her numb hand and he slowly lifted it upwards, his eyes shining with an emotion she had never seen in them before, certainly never directed at her. Adoration. You look beautiful, Hermione. Beautiful. The word rang around in her gloriously empty mind. Then he shocked her even further, bringing her hand to his lips. His cheeks were a little pink, but he didn't look embarrassed as he kissed her hand. The size at his gesture brought their surroundings into sudden sharp focus. Hermione blinked, finding herself with her hand held in Harry's, the ghost of his kiss lingering on her knuckles. "I'm told that's the customary way a wizard should greet his partner," Harry said in a soft voice that was meant only for her. It was only then that his discomfort let itself known as he glanced around at the many pairs of eyes drinking him in like a delectable morsel. "It is," Hermione said a little weakly. Ginny tapped her on the shoulder. She looked over, seeing the youngest Weasley impatiently gesturing for her to get a move on. "We need to go. The party starts soon." "Party? We're going to a party." Her thoughts were coming back to life. Harry kept hold of her hand, handling it gently as if it was made out of glass. She glided away, her body slowly feeling like her own as she left the buzzing crowd. Faintly aware of her own name being repeated many times over. Her name and Harry's. Harry and Hermione. Granger and Potter. Once she realized that Harry was having to help her out of the portrait hole. She came fully back to her senses. Her face flamed at how she had completely frozen. "Have fun, my dears. Don't be back too late," the fat lady called to them as they escaped the common room. Hermione looked down at her hand held so tentatively in Harry's. The moment they were in the corridor, he looked down at her, his face a picture of concern. "I knew it would be intense in there, but that was wild," he said, glancing over his shoulder to the portrait. Ginny and Dean were already marching off, arm in arm. Hermione then had all her thoughts catching up with her. She took her hand out of his, frowned at him, then smacked him on the arm. "Ow, what was that for?" "For covering the whole cost of our robes, that's what," she snapped at him. She then grabbed his arm, weaving hers through his. Harry looked utterly confused for a moment, then looked down at their linked arms. He gave a weak chuckle and set off. She kept pace, both their shoes clattering loudly on the flagstones. "Oh, well, I would apologize, but it looks like my gold didn't go to waste with yours. You really do look stunning," he said. Hermione glanced at him in surprise. There was something roguish in the way he was smiling. Her face flushed at the compliment. His words were so sweet. "These look like they cost a fortune," she said softly, looking down at the shimmering material of her dress. Harry followed her gaze. She looked up, seeing Harry's lingering stare. He looked away, his face still flushed. Well, actually, I had a letter from Madame Malkins. She made these herself and, well, cut the price down a bit on account of me being, well, me. Told me to make sure everyone knows who dressed us." Hermione felt even worse, but then she caught a hint of uncertainty on Harry's face as he walked steadily onwards. His free hand brushed over his tie. "They're a bit gaudy, it suits you, but I'm not thrilled about wearing a bow tie." I feel ridiculous. His lips pressed together, his cheeks still pink. Her heart gave a stutter when she saw that Harry really did feel very self-conscious. He was completely and utterly oblivious at how handsome he looked. Of course, he likely dism. Ist the fuss in the common room as the usual reception he received. He didn't realize that they were fawning over him. You look incredible, Hermione said. Harry stumbled on a step, nearly tripping them both up. His reflexes caught her elbows before she overbalanced and he recovered. His eyes were wide. What did you just say? He asked her. You look incredible, she repeated firmly and clearly. She grasped the lapels of his robes and turned him around so he was facing her. I should have said so earlier, but you sort of took my breath away, swept me off my feet. The romantic idioms filled the gap that she left. Sort of what? Harry studied her nervously. You left me speechless, she said honestly. Really, Harry? I'm not just saying so. It turns out I'm not so immune to your dashing looks after all. What the hell did I just say? Hermione quickly threaded her arm back around his and lurched them back into a march. She was very aware that she had shocked Harry into silence. Oh, NCE. They made their way to the 5th floor. They could hear music drifting out from the party. Music, loud voices, the general sound of a gathering in full swing. Down the corridor, they could make out the entrance to Slughorn's office. Dean and Ginny had already made it, joined with others who were queuing to go in. Before she could take a step towards the queue, Harry's hand went on her shoulder and guided her backwards towards the wall, stopping her. A suit of armor on his immediate right blocked them from view. Okay. He looked panicked and put a hand up on the wall, leaning close to her. Right, I'm probably going to regret this, but, Hermione, you need to know. He took a deep breath. I'm not acting this, he pointed to himself. This isn't a show for their benefit. This is how you really make me feel. Flustered. Like I can't remember which foot to put before the other. He laughed self-deprecatingly. And I'm sorry, I don't want to complicate what we have, but I guess I can't help how I feel. Well, what I want to ask, before we go a step further. He looked up at her, his brilliant green eyes full of so much emotion. Indecision, guilt, hurt, hope, affection, fondness, sadness. Do you feel the same way? She gazed into his eyes and the answer was there, on her lips, before she even had to think. Yes. Harry let out the breath he had clearly been holding. His supporting arm sagged a little. He then smiled shyly and stepped back. Wow, okay then. He offered her his hand. Hermione took it, feeling strangely light and buoyant. Harry then started to ramble. I don't want to make things awkward and, I'm a pretty awkward person, as you know. I really have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to this stuff. You know that too. So I, might need some help and I really don't want to mess this up. You mean a lot to me and this is all new and. Harry. Hermione interrupted him before he wound himself up into a panic. He glanced at her, mouth open mid-word. Relax. Just do what you feel is natural, okay? We'll just figure this out as we go. It's new to me too. Harry nodded gratefully. His hand squeezed herself and he gave her a look, just a brief one. But the depth of feeling in the glance alone had her in a rush. How could so much have transpired between them in a single walk? It should scare her, that her best friend fancied her and that she fancied him. She should feel something, some inhibition, but all she felt was joy. It was nothing like how things were with Ron, if there even were things, just shared glances, awkward touches. Nothing spoken other than her asking him out as a date. With Harry, he conveyed things with a touch or a look. He was pure feeling, his body itself a language to interpret, and yet when he did speak his mind, he spoke from the heart. He was passionate. And now he was passionate towards her. When they reached where Ginny and Dean were waiting, they were both clearly trying to not be obvious. That they saw them stop to have a private chat. Harry and Hermione both beamed and gave some vapid welcome, glossing over the questions that were lingering in Dean and Ginny's eyes. Harry transfer. Hermione's hand to his arm and she rested it there, looking upside along to his face, her gaze lingering on the contour on his jaw. There's some bloke with a guest list. We figured we'd wait for yo. You so, you know, you're not shoved out in a spotlight or something, Dean was saying to Harry when they moved to where there was indeed some bloke. Huh, thanks. I have a feeling the spotlight is going to find me whatever I do though. Harry said, his jaw tensing. Hermione smiled up at him, catching his eye. You won't be alone in it, at least. She said, her fingers curling around his arm. She ushed when she felt the sturdiness of his muscle. Harry's smile dipped a little but his eyes warmed. I'll make sure they all know how brilliant you are and how I'm just a tragedy of a human being. Harry. Hermione gasped and swatted him on the arm once again. He let out a laugh, his brows lifting. What? It's true. It is not, and if you say one more self-deprecating remark, I'll hex your eyebrows off your face. While they were talking between them, they didn't realize that the doorman was waiting for them to stop so he could take their names. Hermione looked over, seeing Ginny's amused expression and Dean trying to not laugh. Harry cleared his throat, his embarrassment very evident. Whoever the doorman was, he wasn't a student, or at least, one they recognized. He wore a strange white suit with silver buttons done up to his throat. He held a wooden clipboard in front of him. His gaze went over to Ginny first. Good evening, can I take your names? Ginny Weasley, and my date, Dean Thomas, Ginny responded. Giving Dean a wink. He rolled his eyes. The man found her name and gestured for them to go on in. Have a good evening, he said before his gaze then moved on to Harry. Hermione inwardly winced, knowing that this would be the first of many uncomfortable encounters for Harry. However, he didn't seem bothered, smiling placidly as he edged up to the man, Hermione walking in pace. Just before the man asked for their names, Harry got there first. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, he said at once, were here together. Of course, the man went to search for Harry's scar. Hermione bristled at his flagrant disregard for Harry's privacy. Did people even care what his scar actually meant for Harry? How he survived an attack that took the lives of his parents? The man mutely checked the list, knowing at once where Harry's name was. No doubt he had been waiting to see the boy who lived himself. Hermione eyed Harry cautiously, but he made no sign of being bothered. He noticed her look and he rolled his eyes, making her smile. Have a good evening, Mr. Potter. The man mumbled. Harry beamed at him. Thanks. Off we go then. He took an eager step away from the footman, tugging Hermione with him in step. She gave him a reproachful tap on the hand. He gave a soft chuckle as they joined Ginny and Dean, entering the office, if it even was an office anymore. Hermione's steps faltered a little as she took in the transformed space. Colors washed her vision, brilliant and bright. The office had clearly been treated with more than a few extension charms. It resembled a ballroom, long and narrow, with drapes of deep emerald and rich crimson covering the walls with a festive flair. Sounds of merriment that were rather out of place in the school halls filled the space. Music filled the air, a jaunty tune just picking up as they entered, coming from a band at the far end, set up upon a stage. A man in a rather impressive set of white robes was singing some magical Christmas carol Hermione hadn't heard of. She certainly didn't know any carols accompanied by a quartet of mandolins. Subdued, sparkling lights up ahead glittered. Hermione noticed with awe how the lamps were in fact live fairies, swirling in time with the music. She looked down, scowling a little when she saw the silver platters of food and drink being carried by house elves, mingling with the crowd of wizards and witches of varying ages, appearing like small tables. Look at all these people, Ginny said a little breathlessly, grasping on Dean's arm as if he was a safety rail. Dean grabbed a glass of mead from one of the walking tables. Harry, my boy, a familiar voice boomed from the throng of assembled guests. Oh shit, that's sooner than I expected, Harry muttered. As always, Slughorn's rotund stomach preceded him as he emerged from the crowd of brilliantly dressed guests. They parted before him, each turning one by one as they realized who their host was greeting loudly over the music. The house elves scarpered quickly out of the large potion master's way as he rushed for Harry, not even sparing Ginny and Dean a look in their direction. There was something disturbing about the look that Professor Slughorn gave Harry when he reached him. An almost hungry look gleamed in his eyes as he took in Harry's well-groomed appearance. Slughorn wore a deep purple velvet smoking jacket with golden buttons. While it didn't look as well-made or as new as her and Harry's robes, Hermione had a horrible feeling that he knew what they would be wearing and chose to match. Slughorn clapped Harry on the shoulder in the fond way an uncle would greet his favorite nephew. His mustache twitched. Ah, And of course, Miss Granger. He gave her a polite bow. Come, come. He turned Ed away and Harry suddenly jerked at her side. She looked up, seeing his expression of surprise, then saw Slughorn had grasped Harry's arm as if he intended to apparate away with him. Harry shot her a worried look, but then she grasped his arm so she was tugged away with him. She heard Ginny's laugh and shout for them to have fun. Hermione flicked a nasty look over her shoulder but could do little else without falling over. Slughorn was very determined. Harry had staggered to a stop. He managed to liberate his arm from Slughorn and at once turned to her to see if she was all right. The moment he turned back, they both were dazzled with a blinding white light. A puff of smoke that smelled strongly of gunpowder followed. Ah yes, I have a friend of mine taking a few photographs of the evening's festivities. No more than I'm sure you're used to, Harry. Slughorn throatily gushed as he moved from Harry to gather his other collectibles. Hermione blinked the spots out of her eyes, seeing the photographer in the background. Moving away once he had caught his winning shot of Harry Potter. I think I prefer Colin's camera, Harry said under his breath. He leaned around her, taking a glass from a close-by elf. He passed it to her and she took it numbly, overwhelmed with the sensory mess throbbing around them. She looked down, seeing champagne in a flute. You aren't old enough to drink, she said, not sure what she was saying. Harry chuckled as he took his own. Nope. Cheers. He clinked his glass against hers. Their reprieve from Slughorn's attention was brief. Come, you two, don't be shy. Slughorn boomed at them. Hermione could see that his face was a little rosy. She had a suspicion that the party had been going on for a little before the student guests had been expected to arrive. Looking around, spotting a group of energetically dancing witches on the dance floor, she was more convinced that the wine had been flowing for a while. Slughorn brought them over to a small group of middle-aged people. They broke from their conversation as Slughorn approached. Ah, presenting your latest acquisitions, Horace. A woman rather sneerily said to Slughorn. She looked a little haughtily at them until her gaze moved onto Harry and her eyes widened. Hermione watched as the stares gravitated to Harry as if magnetized. Harry let go of Hermione's hand to move his glass in his left so he could free his right hand. He very politely moved to introduce himself, acting with confidence that Hermione had never seen him extrude before. Hermione couldn't help but feel a swell of affection towards Harry's efforts to be as polite as possible. This isn't a show for their benefit. It was a show for hers. Good evening, Harry said to them, his smile courteous, one that Hermione had seen him give many times in class to the professors he respected. A little shocked that it was Harry taking the lead in social interactions, not her, Hermione joined with her own smile. Good grief. So, it wasn't all hot air, the haughty woman said, practically elbowing one wizard out of the way while he ate a volume of vent in her eagerness to meet Harry Potter. She grasped Harry's offered hand before anyone else could take it. Hermione watched the group, feeling a sudden leap of satisfaction. Oh, how times have changed since last year. They are practically throwing themselves at Harry to get his attention. Harry's back had stiffened as he took the woman's hand in his own. Isla Blackwood, she introduced, international correspondent for the WWN. Her eyes then did the characteristic flick upwards to Harry's forehead. Harry Potter, came Harry's dry response, but I can see you know who I am, or at least know what's under my fringe. Hermione had to quickly throw her glass up to her mouth. To stifle the laugh that choked out of her. The woman looked suitably admonished. Harry's eyes narrowed as his smile broadened. A pleasure, he said to her, his voice stiff, and this is my. Harry glanced over to Hermione. His face going slack for a moment. Oh God, what are we to each other now? Hermione quickly stuck her hand out to the witch, smiling brightly. Hermione Granger, she said at once. The woman blinked but took her hand, giving her hand a shake. The Hermione Granger, a voice asked from behind the witch. A tall, graying man in navy, pinstriped robes joined them. He was Fane. Familiar, but Hermione couldn't put her finger on why he was. Nor why he knew who she was. He looked very happy to see her, however. Her face flamed. Yes. The man grasped her hand the moment the haughty woman let go. Dirk Cresswell. I work in the Goblin Liaison Office. He said as he shook her hand eagerly. Horace tells me an awful lot about you. I have a habit of keeping track of fellow Muggleborns. Astonished. Hermione glanced over to Harry, who was grinning rather smugly. "Oh, well, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Cresswell. Please, it's Dirk." He then grinned at Harry, extending his hand to him. "And you should know, half the guests here only showed up to get a picture with the chosen one." Harry took the offered hand, shaking it, his grimace telling enough of what he thought of the news. "I'm not surprised. To be honest," Harry said resignedly, looking around at the assembled throng. Hermione glanced around as well, seeing just how many were stealing obvious looks in Harry's direction. She immediately took his arm again, scowling at a pair of witches with very wild hair. They both turned away at the force of her glare. "Ah, Dirk, I see you have met my two favorite students." Slughorn reappeared at Harry's elbow, now clutching a large goblet. "Yes," Dirk beamed at Hermione. She blushed. "It's always a pleasure to meet a fellow advocate of equal rights for our magical brethren. Anyway, enjoy yourselves." The friendly wizard shook her hand again before turning away to talk to the other guests. Hermione drank some of the fizzy champagne Harry had procured for her. The sights and sounds of the party swelling around her, making her feel oddly disconnected with all that was happening. Harry was still having his hand grasped by multiple guests, all surging for him like a conveyor belt of handshakes. She squeezed his arm, showing her support. His green eyes flicked in her direction, his polite smile deepening at her presence. "Oh, thank Merlin, that's it for now," Harry moaned in relief once Slughorn went off in search of his favorite hors d'oeuvre. Harry quickly turned, grasping her hand and squeezed them both through a gap in the crowd. Hermione giggled at his desperate escape. "Quick, over here," Harry said over his shoulder, taking them both to the side of the room, sliding behind where Louisa Farley and her date were tucking into samosas. Harry looked left to right. Then lifted the drapes covering the wall back, moving into cover. "What are you doing?" Hermione gasped as she joined in the shadowed alcove. Harry grinned mischievously. "Giving them the slip, of course." He shifted close to her, knocking back some of his champagne. "I reached my limit of having people gawk at my scar for the moment." "You were doing so well," Hermione whispered back to him, leaning to his ear as they escaped. "I was tempted to ask you to dance to help you escape that strange man and his obsession with writing your biography." Harry chuckled, grinning at her. "My hero." Still trying to catch her breath from Harry's mad dash across the party, she looked over to watch Harry as he observed the party from behind their protective screen of colorful drapes. Despite his obvious discomfort with being the center of attention, he was animated and seemed to be actually enjoying himself. She couldn't really remember the last time she had seen him appear so carefree. His brow was smooth of the usual worry lines that seemed to be a permanent feature on his face. The stress of being the chosen one seemed to be off his shoulders for once. The music suddenly changed from Christmas carols to shift to a lilting melody. There were some cheers and whoops. Guests started to make their way to the dance floor in their pairs. Hermione listened to the rhythm. It was a waltz. "Ah, good, looks like most of them are going to dance. Let's go and find somewhere to sit," Harry said, taking her arm, moving the drapes aside to return. Hermione pulled him back roughly. He turned, startled. "What, would you?" she asked him firmly. His mouth was hanging open, his eyes glazing over with confusion. "Would I what? God, he can be so thick sometimes. Would you dance?" She licked at her lip briefly, aware of a flash of heat burning at her cheeks. Harry's eyes widened at her question, suddenly no longer confused but downright alarmed. His eyes darted over to Wher. The dance floor was full of waltzing pairs. Do you want to? With me? Who else am I going to dance with?" She shot back at him, exasperated. "Of course you." Harry didn't just blush. His face burned. Hermione could practically feel the heat coming off his cheeks. I don't dance." "Nonsense. You danced with Parvati." "You mean, I embarrassed her so terribly, she didn't speak to me for a whole year." Harry interrupted. "That was because you danced with her once and then snubbed her for the whole Yule Ball." Hermione pointed out smoothly. Harry's mouth set in a firm line as he looked over her. In truth, she was fiercely nervous about dancing in front of so many people, but the thought of Harry choosing to dance with her made her head spin. Harry looked taken back suddenly. "You're serious, aren't you? You actually want to dance with me?" Harry went to rub at his hair and stopped himself in time, not wanting to ruin whatever he had done to control his locks. Bloody hell, he downed his champagne, setting his glass aside on the wall. He then took her hand, meeting her gaze properly. You might have to tell me what to do. I really don't dance and I don't want to embarrass you in front of. Hermione acted impulsively. She rose up on her tiptoes and pressed her lips against Harry's cheek. His skin was flaming hot, tingling her lips as she made contact. The moment there was contact, Harry's rambling died at once. She leaned to his ear. Shut up and dance with me. Harry was almost convinced that he was having a very realistic and colorful dream. It couldn't be his life, after all. Nothing ever went his way like this. There had to be a catch, something that would slap in his face, a cruel, harsh reminder that his happiness always came with a price. Had colors always been so vibrant, so splendid? Had music always been so musical? His senses felt amplified, his very skin tingling with every fresh sensation. Each and every shift of Hermione's hold on his arm sent ripples of joy lancing down his spine. Her hold so real, the way she was actually leaning on him, her presence there, looking up at him through her long, thick eyelashes, her lips so soft, her skin so flawless, her hair like coils of dark gold, her curves visible under the rich golden cloth. Radiance. She was living radiance. Brilliance. His brilliant, beautiful friend. More than a friend. His thoughts snapped at him in staccato as he drifted around, feeling like he was gliding on a low-flying broom. His elated spirit was fizzling inside him, thrilled with confidence that made him want to be worthy of the brilliance at his side. Worthy of the admiration that he had seen in her eyes when she looked at him. She feels the same way. After their joint confession that their feelings were shared, that their attraction was not one-sided, Harry had been waiting for the dream to end. Even when the introductions to Slughorn's famous friends went smoothly and he didn't do anything horrendous to embarrass Hermione, still he waited. When he caught Cho Chang in the distance, gripping McLagan's arm, he thought then, something might happen. He thought he'd be crippled with embarrassment, but he wasn't. He smiled politely, shook hands, sipped champagne, all with Hermione flashing him encouraging looks. Re-emerging into the party from their brief respite in the wings, Harry was sure that T.S. was going to be the moment when the illusion shattered. His panic was a shrill whine in the back of his head. What are you doing? You can't dance. Gripping Hermione's hand probably a bit too tightly, Harry navigated through the house elves and chattering guests. The creepy man who wanted to write his biography looked eagerly in his direction. Harry's cheeks prickled at the reminder of how the and had been so horribly fascinated with him. Oddly, the man scared Harry more than the vampire he had arrived with. Coming up to the dance floor, Harry saw Ginny being spun around and around by Dean, her hair flashing out like a beacon. Many of the special guests were dancing with elegant steps. How did they all know how to dance? Harry lamented. He saw Slughorn raise his goblet up to him. Harry gritted his teeth, glancing around the crowd for the elusive photographer that he had a horrible feeling was keeping a close eye on him. Whenever he had shaken someone's hand, a dazzling light flashed in the corner of his eye. The photographer doing his best to capture as many meetings as possible. We can wait for this song to finish, unless you know how to dance a waltz. Hermione said to him and he stopped at the edge of the dance floor. He looked down at the parquet wooden floor, the party lights streaming over them. He laughed shakily. That sounds like a good idea. I'd just end up smashing all your toes. Hermione sighed, patting his shoulder. What did I say about being self-deprecating? Harry gulped, remembering her threat to hex off his eyebrows. He gave her a sheepish grin, but then heard the song coming to a close. She then took him by surprise, bringing her arm around his waist, pulling him into a hug. Harry, you'll be fine. You're the most naturally graceful person I know. Graceful. He blinked at her. I'm graceful. That's why you're such a good flyer, and so good at dueling. You're in tune with your body and react reflexively. Warmth surged through him, filling him with a wonderful, uplifting feeling that made him equal parts happy and nervous. Most of the nerves were from him expecting doom to strike at any time. If anything, I'm the one who should worry. You probably will look better trying to dance with the Whomping Willow than with me. He then brought his arm around her waist. As he did, his lower back trembled as he registered how he could easily wrap his arm around her. His hand splayed on the golden fabric, touching her thigh. Her thigh. Harry's brain flashed with panic and he brought his hand respectfully up above her waistline. He snapped his gaze up in front, knowing all too well that Hermione had noticed his rather slovenly touch. His thoughts muddled through apologies. The song then finished and the band struck up a slower tune, the rhythm less jubilant and energetic. "Come on," Hermione said, guiding him forwards onto the dance floor. Ahead, Ginny and Dean spotted them and waved. Harry stiffly looked away, the whining panic increasing and building up. Hermione moved in front of him, taking his hands in her own. She moved in close to him, so close the scent of whatever potion she had used on her hair tickled his nostrils. It was sweet, like vanilla. Her hair brushed against his face as she positioned his hands for him. One against the small of her back, the other held in her hand. "Just move slowly around," she said to him. "Listen to the music and move with it." HMMHM, Harry didn't know what else to say as he felt her body pressing against him. He then paid attention to how she was stepping, each move purposeful into the beat. He then felt himself relax and let his body take the lead. "See, I told you you'd be fine," Hermione murmured to him, her voice traveling through his body. She rested her head against his chest. Fire surged through him at the closeness, the intimacy. He looked around quickly, noticing that the other pairs on the dance floor were swaying and stepping in the same way. The song was pleasant, soothing, making Harry take deep, steadying breaths once he realized that dancing wasn't as terrifying as he remembered it to be. "I can hear your heartbeat," Hermione said after they both lapsed into thoughtful silence. Rotating slowly on the spot. "That's a relief. I think I prefer it to the music." Hermione's hand moved up from his back to his waist, her arm curling around him again. Harry did the same, embracing her in his hold. He rested his cheek on the top of her head for a moment. He saw the frazzle of white light in the edges of his vision. "I have a feeling," Harry murmured. "I saw it too," Hermione said softly. "Do you think he'll let us have a copy?" Harry lifted his head to search for the photographer. The man had a pipe stuck between his teeth while he replaced the light bulb. Clearly not caring about the private moment he was intruding on. Hermione moved her head from his chest. Harry gazed down at her at once. Her face was only an inch from his. Rarely had they held each other so closely and for so long, certainly never in public. Harry let go of her hand and brought his other arm around her so he had her enveloped in his arms. She let out a surprised laugh. "Harry, isn't this how Muggles slow dance?" She laughed. It was a beautiful sound, like a pealing of a bell. She moved her hands to his shoulders, playing along. "This is how Muggles slow dance." Our eyes gleamed as her arms slowly moved around his neck. Harry's heart started to race, the beat much faster than the pace of the music swelling around them. Hermione beamed up at him. His heart seemed to stop beating altogether and felt as if it was fluttering, no longer thumping like a pump. He felt breathless. "You know, dancing isn't so bad," he managed to puff out, putting on a dazed smile. Hermione hummed in response. He felt the sound vibrating through her body and then into his. "I don't think it's the dancing that's nice," she said softly. Her gaze lowered, falling on his lips. Harry's breath hitched. He shifted his arms a little and he traitorously glanced down at Hermione's lips. There was a sheen of moisture on her bottom lip and it looked so soft. The song stopped. The claps their fellow dancers shook them from their trance. Harry dropped his hands from Hermione's waist and got a couple claps in before it was awkward. As the band prepared to play the next song, Harry leaned towards Hermione. Inhaling the sweet vanilla scent of her hair. "Do you want to sit down? It looks like they're about to serve food." Harry glanced over to the tables at the back of the pseudo-ballroom. "Lead the way." That had him almost giddy. He took her hand, cherishing it like the treasure it was, and they left the dance floor. The moment they did, the onlookers eagerly chatted about the moment that they had all been witness to. Harry Potter was a boy no longer, but a man courting his witch. They reached the tables where the music was unnaturally muted behind charms. When house elves zeroed in on them, Harry quickly grabbed 2 plates and loaded them both of whatever the elves were offering. Once supplied with enough food, he put the plates down at the nearest table. He snatched more drinks, handing a glass to Hermione. She took the glass and turned from him, pulling 2 seats out for them both at the vacant table. They sat down. Before Harry could reach for the food, Hermione's arm was in front of him. Her hand reached up to his right shoulder, tugging his robe up from where it had slipped. Her fingers trailed down his arm in a lingering way that sent shivers down his spine. Pleasant shivers. Even though Hermione had seen him eat every meal he ever had at Hogwarts, he felt embarrassed eating in front of her. It made no sense why he nibbled so nervously at the tempura prawns, which ordinarily he would have chomped down in seconds. As Harry suspected, their choice to sit and eat brought attention. Before they had cleared their plates, guests were asking to join their table. Harry cleared his last spring roll, sharing a look with Hermione. They both made to leave the table, taking their drinks, both smirking at the looks of disappointment from those sitting down. An arm drew around his back. Protective. Harry rolled his head to his left, finding Hermione's fierce gaze, her mouth pressed in a firm line. He could almost feel the crackle of her magic like a static charge. Harry brought his hand up, his fingers touching the dark golden curls. She turned to him, her eyes wide. He moved in closer, moving his mouth to her ear so he could whisper. "Dance with me, Hermione." It took every ounce of his Gryffindor courage to keep Harry from fleeing the dance floor when the slow music changed for something more energetic and upbeat. He clutched at his champagne glass like it was a lifeline, or a wand. He had absolutely no idea what he was doing. Ginny and Dean wore broad grins as they danced, making it look so normal and so embarrassing. Hermione danced in a more subdued, side-to-side way, tipping her head, her smile a little fixed and forced. Harry opted for just sidestepping in time. The drink in his hand excused away doing anything too energetic. Sly G. Glances around the dance floor told him that most of the wizards were doing the same awkward shuffle. He spied Cormac McLaggen dancing with one arm around Cho's slender waist. Taking inspiration from his successor, he stepped up to Hermione and brought his right arm around her waist. Her surprised smile, excited eyes and aura of happiness made him want to attempt some of the more energetic moves he had witnessed. Twirling Hermione around under his arm, pulling her into a spin, lifting her up, all of those could result in extreme mortification. Not just for him, but for her too. An arm around the waist was a safe move. Time passed. Drinks were consumed, toes were trodden on. Harry bravely soldiered on, holding Hermione to his side and giving his all to grinning along with the rest of them. Eventually, Hermione inched herself up onto her tiptoes to bring her lips up to his ear. "We are definitely sitting the next one out. My feet are killing me," she said to him. Harry inwardly whooped at the liberation from an experience that made him crave being humiliated in Snape's class. He turned to look at her and as he did, her lips brushed over his cheek before she could pull away. A shock Jew. Mped threw him at the intimate touch and his gaze dropped at once to her lips. They were still colored from the lipstick she had worn for the occasion, a soft rose hue that was perfect. She is perfect. It kept happening. The murmurs in his mind. He began to blame the fizzy drink he was consuming rather quickly. Finally, the song ended and Hermione gave him a meaningful look. Sagging with relief, Harry let Hermione make their excuses to Ginny and Dean. He kept his arm around her as they moved from the throng. It was uncomfortably hot under the lights and in a crowd. Parting from the dancers, cool air tickled Harry's face. He didn't realize how sweaty he was. He was very hot under his layers and he wasn't used to having the top button of his shirt done up. Nor used to having a bow tie. He replaced his empty glass with a full one as he passed one of the house elves. Moving back to where the tables were set up, Harry searched for somewhere for them to sit. Ideally somewhere that wasn't in direct line with the photographer. "Ah, Miss Granger, we meet again." Dirk Cresswell, the man from the Goblin Liaison's office who had been so enamored by Hermione, made a beeline towards them. At his side was a petite witch in pale pink dress robes, her blonde hair elegantly coiled around her head in a braided halo. "Amanda, this is Hermione Granger, Hogwarts' top student." The two guests reached them. The witch smiled kindly at Hermione, extending her hand towards her. Hermione politely shook the woman's hand. "Ah, so this is who Dirk believes will be the next voice of the Magical Brethren Equal Rights movement." Hermione was taken back by the statement. She glanced nervously over to Harry, the request for help reaching him. Not wasting a moment to relish in how, for once, Hermione needed his help with a social situation. Harry stepped in. "Hermione's been trying to make things better for house elves since our 4th year," Harry said, giving them his best smile. The witch then ticked him and her eyes widened as she realized who the model student's date was. He then dropped his arm from around Hermione's waist and held his hand out to the woman. The witch mutely took his hand and shook it. Dirk grinned at the exchange. "Ah yes, sorry Amanda. I should have warned you first. Harry, this is Amanda Coleshaw. Amanda, meet Harry Potter," he said, but then turned at once to Hermione. "Is this true? You are advocating for elvish rights." Hermione glanced over her shoulder at Harry, giving him an apologetic look. Harry leant towards Hermione, inhaling the wonderful aroma of her luscious curls. "This night is for you too, not just for me to get paraded about," he reminded her under his breath. "Don't hold back." Her eyes met his. A look took over their deep, dark golden brown depths as they flickered between each of his eyes. He wished he knew what she was thinking when she looked at him like that. Then she turned to Dirk. "Yes, I believe that the way that house elves are treated is akin to slavery," she said boldly. Harry noticed a few passerbys looking around sharply at her statement, some of which were house elves. Dirk's head, however, bobbed in agreement, his eyes gleaming. "Oh dear, you've done it now, Miss Granger," the witch, Amanda, said, smirking at her companion. "Dirk's never going to leave you alone now." Harry watched on proudly as Hermione engaged with the two. Once she relaxed, animatedly talking to Dirk Cresswell, Harry didn't want to interrupt her. Unlike most wizards who she spoke to about house elf rights, Dirk was interested. Harry soon became increasingly aware of his need to use the bathroom. He drained his glass and edged over to Hermione. He tapped her on the shoulder. She looked over, breaking off mid-conversation. "I'm just going to the bathroom," he told her softly, not wanting to air his need to use the toilet to a whole gathering. "I'll only be a moment." She looked at him a little too knowingly. She reached for his hand and squeezed it. He squeezed back. "Thank you," she said softly. He knew what she was referring to. He smiled back and bid a quick farewell to the others. He made his way to the door leading out of the office. He passed a few people who turned as he neared, looking about to speak to him. He just pointed to the exit and announced, "Bathroom," to them. Once out in the corridor, he let out a huge sigh. A small sound at his elbow made him jump out of his skin. The doorman was still there. Harry pressed on, making his way to where the boys' toilet was on the floor. It was only around the corner, close enough for the thrum of the music to still be audible. He reached the door, pushing through. He paused when he saw that one of the stalls was occupied. His shoes loudly clacked on the tiles as he made his way to one of the empty stalls. He could hear whoever else was in the bathroom moving around. Harry inwardly sighed to himself, taking in a deep breath, enjoying the small moment of solitude before going about his business. The other occupant had finished and was at the sinks by the time Harry pulled the chain and left his stall. He stepped out, doing up his fly, and looked up. Cormac McLaggen stood before the mirrors, fussing over his appearance. They immediately locked gazes in the mirror. The older Gryffindor gave Harry a smirk as he raised his wand, fixing the curl that he had flopped over his brow. As Harry walked up to the sinks to wash his hands, he was fiercely reminded of Gilderoy Lockhart. "Potter. McLaggen." Harry glanced up at the other boy as he pumped soap into his hands and lathered them clean. He noticed McLaggen looked uncomfortable as he continued to sort out his coppery locks. Harry dried his hands with a charm and went to leave McLaggen to his grooming. "Say, how did you get your hair to do that?" The question took Harry by surprise. He checked to see if McLaggen was talking to someone else. Harry then checked the mirror, looking at his own reflection. He barely recognized himself. "Do what?" "That, flick." Cormac gestured to his own hair, to the curl that he was manipulating with his wand. His face was flushing as he avoided Harry's eyes. Harry approached, absolutely baffled. Harry looked at his hair in the mirror, a little startled to see that it was still behaving itself. Sure enough, the styled curl that rested over his scar did look a little too perfect. Harry tilted his head to the side, properly looking at himself. He drew out his wand from where he had it stowed in a concealed pocket in his robes. He cast a quick hygiene charm to T. Neville taught him before heading down from the dormitory. It cleared away the sweat from his skin, but his clothes were still damp. "Did you use Sleekeasies? I bet you get it free, what with it being a Potter potion." Harry glanced at McLaggen. He had no idea what he meant by a Potter potion, but he wasn't in the mood to question it. "No, I used styling wax." He saw the confusion on the pureblood's face. "It's Muggle." No magic involved. Huh, McLaggen was genuinely stumped. Well, it looks good. Not that you need me to tell you that. What with every chick in that room unable to get their eyes off you. Harry cleared his throat at that. Eyes off my scar, you mean? Huh, well, Potter, McLaggen turned from the mirror, his gaze going brazenly to the scar on Harry's brow. Your scar eye's definitely on your forehead and those ladies were not looking there. Oh, great. He glanced over to the mirror again, to that stupid bow tie. His fingers brushed the knot, causing McLaggen to laugh. You undo that. You're going to have to keep a shield charm around yourself all night to keep them away. Harry's eyes snapped over to him. McLaggen laughed. Merlin, Potter, you really are clueless, aren't you? He shook his head, smirking at him. Apparently so, Harry said resignedly. He dropped his hands to his sides. He checked his appearance quickly, pulling his sleeves out straight. He stowed his wand back in his robes. Looking over to McLaggen, a pair of cautious, brown eyes met his. It hit Harry then, who had come to the party as Cormac's date. He drew himself up straight, taking a step towards the other, older boy. I know I don't have much of a right to say this, considering how things went with me and Cho. He said, causing Cormac's face to go slack. But she needs someone who cares. I was too stupid to see that. So, don't be that stupid. Without another word, Harry left the Gryffindor at the sinks with a limp curl uncoiling upon his brow to lay straight once more. Returning to the party, Harry at once felt the mugginess. The moisture of lots of people in a contained space made the air dense and cloying. He spotted Hermione at once exactly where he left her, talking earnestly to the two ministry workers. He approached, moving back to his place at Hermione's side. She beamed at him, truly thrilled to see him. The joy on her face set his heart racing. Ah, welcome back, Dirk said warmly. Harry pulled his eyes away from Hermione to acknowledge the greeting. He smiled his response. Though, I'm afraid you may feel left out of the conversation. Harry glanced over to Hermione. Her eyes widened in alarm. Why would that be? Harry asked, a little put out. Hermione put her hand on his arm and turned to Dirk. To be fair to Harry, he's made a lot more of an impact on elf rights than I have. He actually freed an elf from an abusive household. Dobby now works here and even receives a wage. Both Dirk and his companion, Amanda, looked at him in astonishment. Not just a hero for the wizarding race. Then, Mr. Potter. I wouldn't go that far, Harry said, his face flaming. Don't be modest, Hermione chided him softly, then she turned to the two. Truly, it's a great injustice to Harry that he doesn't get more credit for his unsung achievements. He's made friends among centaurs and giants. I wouldn't say. She shot him a look that firmly told him to shut up. Well, I do believe I made the wrong assumption about you, Harry. I apologize, Dirk said. Now Harry was very uncomfortable. Oh, well, that's fine. He said a little quietly. Hermione's arm snaked around his waist. His heart kicked against his chest in response. Yes, and, I think we have deprived you of our adoring public long enough, Dirk said, pointedly nodding to where a few nosy UESTs were unsubtly overhearing their conversation. He smiled at Hermione. I will definitely be sending you an all about your elvish welfare organization. Once the two had left them, heading in the direction of the dance floor. Hermione rested her head against Harry's chest. I mean it, by the way, Harry. I hate it, how they all just stare at you and make judgments about you when none of them have even spoken to you. She sighed and looked up at him. Her hand came up, her fingers touching his chin. Harry's breath caught around his Adam's apple, his lungs freezing at the tender touch on his face. He looked down, seeing that intense look once again. I wish they knew you like I do. You want them to know how much of a bumbling idiot I am? Harry asked. Her lips quirked up. Yes, I do. He watched her lips form the words. He was very aware of how close they were to each other. Her fingers ran down his cheek. Harry, my boy. Slughorn's jolly voice called out. Miss Granger. Harry and Hermione both jumped at the shout. Spell broken, he looked around. Harry didn't have to look too hard to find the potions professor. He was joined with a smattering of guests, politely conversing while they nibbled at the party food. Slughorn pushed at the empty chair next to him. Grab another pew, will you both, and join us. We can't say no, can we? Harry whispered under his breath to Hermione. I'm afraid not. Certainly. Professor, Harry called back, putting on a smile that he hoped wasn't too strained. Hermione's arms released him. The absence of her was galling and he stood, hollowed out, as she made her way to the table. Harry looked around for a seat, grasping one from the nearby table. No one protested as he carried it away. He placed it next to the empty seat, pulling it out for Hermione. She flashed him a grateful smile. "Thank you. My, Harry. You really are taking to the occasion admirably," Slughorn said. Harry hesitated as he went to sit down. "Thank you, sir. I do hope you are both enjoying yourselves. I must say, you have quite impressed the crowd." In the corner of his eye, Harry saw a black robe swishing over in their general direction. "What the hell is Snape doing here?" "It's a wonderful party, sir," Hermione said. Slughorn enjoyed her comment and fetched 2 glasses from a passing elf. He set them down in front of them both. Yes, now, Harry. I was just telling dear Gwynog here about your latest win." Harry's head lifted up, seeing then that he wasn't the only famous face at the table. A very pretty witch looked over at the mention of her name. At her side, Harry noticed a rather burly wizard whose muscles were practically bulging out of his dark green robes. He gave Harry a rather hostile look. The Quidditch star reached her hand out across the table. "Hiya. I got here a bit late so haven't had the chance to introduce myself," she said in a bright, bubbly voice that reminded Harry of Tonks. "Gwynog Jones. Harry Potter. Intro." Ducking himself never failed to feel weird. She grinned at him. "You're quite the stud in person, aren't you?" she said, then leaned towards him. "I'm a what?" Harry was completely caught off guard. Hermione's hand then settled over his. Gwynog's attention went then onto Hermione. She reflexively settled back in her chair, threading her arm through her partner's arm. "Ah, Severus. I was beginning to think you would not accept my invitation." It was the worst possible moment for Slughorn to notice Snape. He lurked at the edge of the room, close to where Harry and Hermione had hidden behind the drapes earlier. He turned to acknowledge Slughorn, his dark eyes impassive. "No, don't come over. Just slither away. While I am not suited to these sorts of events, Horace, I would never refuse an invitation from an esteemed colleague." Harry cringed at the voice. He reached for the glass of champagne that Slughorn procured for him. Hermione's hand tensed around his. He did his best to not bring attention to himself. He gripped Hermione's hand, holding her gaze. He tuned out the conversation Slughorn was having with Snape. He stared at Hermione, clambering to focus on what she had just said. A large hand then suddenly clapped on his shoulder, jostling him out of whatever spell he'd been under. He jerked around, seeing the ringed fingers of Horace Slughorn resting on his satin-clad arm. "Speaking of talent in potions, Severus, you never told me of Harry's ability in the subject. I dare say, he is a natural in the craft." Thoughts caught in a flustered haze, Harry gaped for a moment. He looked up, seeing Snape standing at Slughorn's side. His confusion, he noticed at first, was mirrored on Snape's face. Then his lip curled. "Indeed, Horace, we must have differing perceptions of Potter's ability." When Snape's dark eyes settled onto Harry, his usual dislike was absent. Of course, being openly vile with him in front of a crowd wouldn't go down well. Harry was a little surprised at Snape's restraint. "Truly. Well, you will be surprised to hear then that Harry brewed a flawless draft of the Living Death during our very first lesson. I haven't had such raw talent in my classroom since I taught you myself." Slughorn smiled fondly at Snape. A jolt jumped through Harry as he realized exactly how he had made that potion so well. Following instructions from the heavily graffitied book of the Half-Blood Prince. He hadn't achieved the potion on his own merit at all. He distracted himself by picking up his champagne flute. Snape raised an eyebrow. "I would strongly advise against giving Potter alcohol, Horace. The amount of devastation he leaves when in full command of his faculties is bad enough." "Don't be such a spoilsport, Professor," Gwynog Jones chipped in. His gaze then fell on the others at the table. Harry cringed inwardly when he noticed that the strange biographer was present. Eldred Wurple. Sat next to him, looking very bored, was the vampire that everyone had been gossiping about before the party. He, noticeably, wasn't eating anything. "I will leave you to your festivities," Snape said, his gaze lingering on Harry a moment. "Good evening." Before he turned to leave, Snape sneered and swept off with the same air he usually possessed. Harry's shoulders relaxed a little. Slughorn had his attention back on Harry with Snape gone. A strange expression sharpened in his pale eyes as he looked Harry up and down. His mustache trembled a little. His brow was shining with sweat. I really must say, Harry, you are shaping up to be a remarkable wizard. Harry now found himself very much wanting to leave. He really did not take compliments well. It was even worse that he had an audience to his discomfort. He sipped at his drink to give him some time to think of a way to respond. That's really kind of you to say, Professor, he said quietly. Ah, indeed. Every part as heroic as the rumors suggested. The biographer said. The forced smile on Harry's face was faltering. The man leant forwards with such eagerness, he sent the grapes on his plate rolling out onto the table. It is no wonder why you fascinate so many. In fact, Sanguini, what do you think of Mr. Potter here? Wurple looked across to the vampire, who slowly blinked, registering that the man was talking to him. His gaze slowly moved over to Harry, who felt a sensation go down his spine. Similar to an ice cube falling down his back. He has power. I can sense it. Harry was eager to do anything other than look at the vampire who he could see in the corner of his eye, smiling at him. A few people that night had looked at him hungrily. The vampire, however, looked like he did actually want to feed off him. Hermione tugged on his hand and moved in close to him. He turned his head so she could whisper in his ear. Harry, I don't know how you deal with it, but I can't stand it anymore. She breathed out quietly. Her voice was just audible over the general din of the party. I'm struggling to not hex that man-shaped pustule. She shot a glare at Wurple outright. Her face, he noticed, was blotched with pink angry spots. Please don't. She looked at him, huffing a breath out of her nose. I would say we run to the dance floor to escape, but my feet are in all sorts of hell. Her teeth worried over her lip. She gazed at him, looking into each of his eyes in turn. He could see what she was trying to suggest instead. You want to leave? He asked her softly. Her head dipped in response. I don't know. I think I just want some air. She said honestly, holding onto his hand tightly. Maybe we can find somewhere to just sit for a bit without everyone staring at you. In the castle. Harry hummed his agreement. We can come back, if you want. I'm not ready to back to the common room yet, if you're not. No, I'm not, he said, then nodded. Then an idea came to his mind. Not too long ago, he had left a party early. The reasons were different but they still focused on the same person. All right, let's go. I know of a comfortable step in the charms corridor that might be free. Hermione led with the excuse-making, telling Slughorn that they were just going for some air. That they wouldn't stray far. She had to control her ire when the nosy guests loitering close for their moment with Harry showed immense disappointment. She had a feeling that Louisa Farley had made her way over to ask Harry for a polite turn about the dance floor. Head girl or not, she wasn't getting her paws on Harry. Armed with their reasonable story, they managed to receive the dismissal they were after. Slughorn didn't appear bothered that they would be out in the castle, wandering the corridors against the rules. He merely told them to not stray far and be back for dessert. Hermione clutched Harry's hand in hers, almost pulling him to the exit. For once, it was a relief that the corridors of the castle were so chilly during the winter months. After the close, uncomfortable heat of the party, the cold was refreshing and sustaining. Leaving the loud music, the clinking wine glasses and the intrusive stairs behind, the pair made their way down to the third floor. The corridors were mostly deserted. They had only ghosts and portraits for company. It's past 9, Harry. Hermione breathed out in surprise when they passed a window that looked out to the clock courtyard. Bathed in moonlight, the large clock face with its iron hands were clear for them to read. I don't have my cloak on me, Harry said in response, catching her eye. He turned, looking over his shoulder, suddenly apprehensive. Nor my map, now that I think about it. Hermione drew out her wand. While it wasn't too dark in the corridors, she felt suddenly unnerved walking about the school. At night without the protective shroud of Harry's invisibility cloak around her. I didn't think to bring it. Damn it, Harry cursed softly. And after Dumbledore told me to not go anywhere without it. Hermione looked across at him, studying the slim-fitting clothes he was wearing. You would have never been able to hide it in those robes, Harry. He looked down at himself, his cheeks darkening with a flush. I guess not. I'm sure we'll be fine. If we hear anything, you can just, hide. Hermione said. What about you? I'm a prefect. I have an excuse, she reminded him. Harry raised an eyebrow at her in response. They then made it to the staircase that led up to the charms classroom. Hermione immediately went to sit down, eager to get off her aching feet. She noticed that Harry was still looking at her with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. What? Hermione, you do know that we're breaking a pretty big rule right now. Prefect or not. She looked up at him, baffled. At her look, Harry grinned. Giving a laugh, he turned, moving to join her on the step. Hermione blinked at him, searching his face. His glasses flashed in the moonlight when he looked over at her. Then suddenly hit her what he was talking about. Oh, she could feel the heat burning off her cheeks as the blood surged to her face. But, we're just sitting, talking. It's not like we're, Harry's eyes met hers and they both looked away. The word didn't manage to leave her lips, but it hung between them. Kissing. Harry audibly swallowed. True. He then glanced back over to her. He shifted on the step, trying to get comfortable. Hermione reached down, undoing the straps of her shoes. She sighed out in relief when she tugged them away from her throbbing soles. The cushioning charms that she added to the shoes had worked well. But she wasn't accustomed to heels. She rubbed at her ankles, grimacing. You did well wearing them as long as you did, Harry remarked. He then reached up to his throat. He eagerly tugged at the knot, pulling the bow tie loose. The strands of silk hung loose around his neck. Hermione peered up at him as he undid his top button. His face visibly relaxed, his shoulders dropping. We are going back to the party, she reminded him. Do you know how to do that back up? Nope. Neville did it for me, Harry said with a mischievous grin. He undid another button, exposing the gap between his collarbones. His skin sheened a little with sweat. Taking in Harry's appearance with his collar undone, the purple tie draped casually around his neck, Hermione felt hot herself. The warmth surged through her, making her feel strangely exhilarated. Harry then pulled out his wand from his robe and started to remove the outer garment. What are you doing? Hermione found herself asking. Harry was folding the garment rather carelessly on his lap. He looked across at her. Making something for us to sit on, he said in response. Hermione shook her head at him. Honestly, Harry. She pushed herself up onto her throbbing feet. Waving her wand, focusing on the hard stone step where she had previously perched, she transfigured the limestone slabs into squishy, velvet cushions. Harry gave a small yelp as the hard stone under his backside changed state. He looked down, admiringly running his hand over the transformed step. The perks of being with the brightest witch of the age, huh? He looked up at her. In the muted light, his eyes were dark but still very expressive. Glints of moonlight sparkled off their depths. Hermione then took in his appearance properly. He warmth that throbbed through her core intensified. The waistcoat was in full view, the golden thread of the design catching the light. The piece really was tailored to perfection, cut close to his trim physique. Feeling very warm, Hermione went to remove her own robe. The chilly corridor was suddenly not cold at all. She folded her robe, putting it down next to her before sitting back down on the cushioned step. She put her wand on top of her folded robe. Meeting Harry's eye again, she felt the flush spread through her, a wave of heat that felt as if it was burning from her breast where her heart was fluttering. Harry moved closer. His heat joined hers. He tentatively went to put his arm around her. She stared up at him, letting him pull her towards him. He gave an appreciative hum as his fingers brushed down her dress. Looking down at the opulent garment and the velvet belt, Hermione looked down at his hand, watching as he carefully curled his fingers to hold her at her waist. Her gaze caught on his sleeve, seeing a glint of gold. I didn't know you owned cufflinks, she blurted out. Harry turned his wrist in response, showing her the design. It was a golden owl. I don't, he told her. Dumbledore lent them to me when I went to see him earlier. He gave a soft chuckle. These might be an antique, you know. He said he wore these to his first formal ball. It might have been during the Victorian period. Hermione took his hand in hers, threading her fingers through his. She lifted his hand so she could see the cufflink more closely. It was an owl in flight. They're beautiful, she said softly. It was really kind of him to let you use them. She raised her head, looking up at him. With his arm wrapped around her, his face was very close to hers. Yeah. He shifted closer to her. He put his wand down on his lap and turned to her. His legs moved against hers, the cloth of his trousers brushing her calves. He was understanding about my choice, by the way. He dropped his gaze down to their joined hands. Your choice. To stay here for the holiday. Only then did it dawn on Hermione that come tomorrow, she would be leaving Hogwarts for the holiday to spend the 2 weeks with her parents. She would be leaving Harry behind. Her heart ached. A terrible feeling wrenched through her at the thought. Her lungs seemed to freeze. This is going to make tomorrow hard, she said miserably. Lifting their linked hands, Harry's head then dropped onto her shoulder. I don't want this night to end, Hermione. He murmured into her hair. But like all good things, it has to. She tilted her head to his, resting her forehead against his brow. She could smell the product he had used to tame his hair. It made his jet black locks stiff and solid. She thought it was a shame as she wanted to run her fingers through what usually looked so soft and silky. Does it? She asked him. Harry gave a soft, sad laugh. We're going to be apart for 2 weeks, Hermione. That's plenty of time for you too. Hermione lifted her head, staring down at Harry's face under hers. His eyes were closed but she could see the pain he was keeping back. For me to what? She drew in a sharp breath. For me to change my mind. Quote. To her horror, Harry was silent. His breathing was shallow, panicked. His hand flexed against hers as he struggled to get a handle on what he was trying to say. It never lasts. Hermione couldn't stand the pain in Harry's voice. Gone was the steady confidence, the mischievous glint in his eye. The assured set of his jaw, the casual grace he possessed when he dealt with the attention, all the poise and strength he maintained dissolved away. Here instead was the Harry that people shied away from. The casualty of a tragic life that no one wanted to address, no one wanted to confront. Deep down, under the iron will of a survivor, was a victim. An orphan who knew only neglect for the first half of his life, then constant attention the next. He never could show his grief. For doing so would have him mocked. He never could talk about his insecurities in fear of being seen as weak. What do you mean, Harry? She asked him gently. She took her hand from his and reached for his face. Her hands cupped his cheeks. She tipped Harry's head upwards, making him look up. His eyes peeked open, but he didn't meet her eyes. She then could see the hint of a tear in the corner of his eye. His breath hitched. He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing at his throat. Anything good in my life? He finally managed to say. It never lasts. I'm cursed to go through this life alone. One by one. They leave me and, his eyes flicked up briefly to hers. You're next. Aghast at what she was hearing, Hermione gasped out. Harry, you really don't believe that, do you? He said nothing. Harry, look at me. Reluctantly, he did. His green eyes met hers. She reached up with one hand, taking off his glasses. As she did, his eyes widened in surprise. I will never stop caring about you, Harry. I never have stopped. Not once, not since you jumped on that troll's back like the brave idiot you are. A beautiful smile jerked in the corner of Harry's mouth. Even when we've had our fallings out. I always cared. Nothing will make me drop you like how Ron dropped me, dropped us. She sighed out a soft breath. Harry, you matter so much to me. Her heart could have stopped as she breathed out her confession. He was as important to her as her own parents, her own family. He was her family. He always had been. From the very start. He understood her like no one else did, knew her moods. Knew her quirks. He respected that she preferred solitude and privacy to the hustle and bustle. His Muggle upbringing made her feel comfortable and accepted, his open-mindedness refreshing in a world full of bigots and stuffy traditionalists set in their ways. And right now, the most important wizard in her life needed her. Hermione leaned forwards, her gaze dropping from Harry's wide, astonished eyes. He was breathing quickly through his mouth, almost panting softly. Holding her breath, she kissed him. Nothing could have prepared her for the touch of his lips. The short, shocked gasp as he drew her breath out of her. She closed her eyes, tears now forming, spreading along her eyelids to the corners. Harry sighed out. His hands ran down her back, gentle. Gliding down her as if confirming she really was there, kissing him. His hands then closed in around her waist and he pulled her closer. Their lips parted. Hermione opened her eyes, finding Harry staring into them. His eyes, unburdened by his glasses, were teeming with unconstrained emotion. Moisture clung to his dark lashes. "Thank you." It was all he had to say. 2 words. His breath touched her sensitive lips. He closed his eyes and a single tear escaped the prison of his lashes. "You have no idea what it means to me." He rested his forehead against hers, breathing deeply. "To have this, to have what we have. No one comes even close to you, to how important you are in my life." Harry's eyes then fluttered open. Before Hermione could even try to think of a response to his words, Harry's lips were on hers. He was kissing her. Really kissing her. The warmth in her core blazed into a sudden inferno and her arms were curling around Harry's neck. Closer, closer, she pushed off the cushioned step. Her breasts were pressing against Harry's chest and she could feel the bounce of his heart. And his lips. They danced over hers, firm at first, then soft. He kissed as gracefully as he did anything else. The only sound in the corridor was their huffing breaths as they panted through their noses, mouths otherwise occupied. Her eyes flew open at the same time as Harry's. Their mouths parted, staring at each other, chests heaving, lips and eyes wet. A new sensation rose within her, a sort of hunger, a need for sensual touch. A need for Harry. Her hands found the strands of silk still resting on his shirt. She gripped them and pulled Harry towards her. His arms swept under her, lifting her in a quick and purposeful way, dropping her onto his lap. His wand clattered on the ground. A second passed. Silence rang. "This is real," Harry panted out, his voice barely a whisper. We're really a couple." Hermione finished. "Yes." Harry breathed out the word, his eyes gleaming. His hands lifted up between them, resting gently on either side of her face. "Does this make you my girlfriend?" She then tugged him towards her firmly with his tie. She took in every aspect of his face, drinking in his stunning eyes, his high cheekbones, his dark brows. Her gaze even rose to his forehead where she could see his scar up close, even seeing where the skin dipped, showing that the curse that hit him as a baby had actually carved into his skin. "No," she said. Harry leaned back, eyes wide. She smiled. "This makes you my boyfriend." Harry stared at her for a moment, then laughed. His face split into a huge, silly grin. "Congratulations," he then said when he sobered. "You won." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Won what?" "The most coveted prize in Hogwarts." His look turned into that sensual burning look that sent her heart soaring. He leaned a little forward so their faces were touching. She could feel his cheek dimpling against hers. Harry Potter," he breathed out his name. His voice turning deep and intense, "I'm all yours." Hermione's hands clenched around his tie. In response to his words, she pulled him towards her, their lips meeting again. They didn't part for some time. "I expect you're pretty shocked to be old so soon. I did say I would get better at writing regularly, didn't I?" So first things first, McGonagall had a chat with me in her office not long after everyone left. I'm allowed to write and send as many letters as I want. I can use Hedwig, but not too often. She is pretty recognizable and I don't want her to get attacked like she did last year. The ministry is actually protecting my mail this time around instead of trying to read it, so things are a bit safer, but best not risk it. Hedwig won't be too happy with me. How was the train journey? I really hope patrolling wasn't too crappy with Ron. When did you get home? I don't know how far you have to drive to get back. It's always the worst bit of the trip for me. Sitting in the CAR for 2 hours with the Dursleys is torture. I bet it's a nice thing for you though. Plenty of time to catch up with your parents. How are they, by the way? Give them my regards, will you? There are only 6 students staying at the castle out of the whole school. I'm the only Gryffindor, so I have the whole tower to myself. Between you and me, it's kind of nice and peaceful without all the people. I'm at our favorite spot right now by the fire. I just got in from dinner. It was pretty weird. Because there's so few of us, we ate with the professors at a single table. Though it was funny seeing some of the reactions. Snape looked like he was being made to eat with a blast-ended Scroot. I sat with Hagrid. He asks after you. He's invited me for tea tomorrow, so I have some plans. Don't worry. I'll make a start on my assignments as well. I think the professors feel a little sorry for as few as they've arranged for a few Hogsmeade visits, so there is actually something to do other than mope in the library and our common rooms. We're going on Wednesday. It's going to be odd hanging out with 2 first years, a 3rd year, 2 7th years and Terry Boot. Having a butterbeer without you will be so strange. Doing anything without you is strange. I keep finding myself going to ask you something before realizing that I'm alone. I always thought that this is my natural state, having spent so much of my life with just me for company, but it's not. My natural state is being with you. I just can't believe that it took me 6 years to realize. I really am dense. This is just the first day of the holiday and I already miss you loads. Give Hedwig some treats when she gets to you and let her roost for a bit, will you? I can't wait to hear from you. Harry. Dear Harry. It was a nice surprise to find Hedwig waiting on my windowsill when I arrived. She beat me home. I don't think she was waiting outside too long. She's had a good rest before I've sent her to you with my reply. Don't worry. I haven't spoiled her too much, maybe a little. I let her out to hunt. Does she always bring back her catch to eat or is this special treatment just for me? The train journey wasn't too awkward. In fact, Ron didn't even bother showing up to patrol the compartments. Normally I would be fuming, but I was pretty pleased that I didn't have to deal with him. Louisa Farley gave him a good earful though, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear. Hitchin isn't too far to drive, but it's always a nice trip. I spend the whole time talking, barely getting a breath in. There's just so much to tell my parents. Most of it is about you, of course. I think they might be sick of the sound of your name at this point. We had a fairly quiet first night. It is always hard to adjust when I get home, getting used to everything again. I bet you know what I mean. It must be the same when you go to the Dursleys for the summer. Mum and Dad are fine, thanks for asking. Both are looking forward to Christmas. Only 6 students. Gosh, that is a surprisingly small number. It must be very odd sitting with the professors. How does that work? Are they on one side and you the other? I have to say, the thought of you sitting across from Snape is rather hilarious. Please force him to talk to you in a civil way. Maybe ask him to pass the salt. I'm glad that you're getting to leave the castle and go to Hogsmeade more often. I am a tinsy bit jealous as you'll get to do some Christmas shopping. You aren't dense. In fact, I think in terms of us getting together, you were the mastermind. You were the one to take the initiative and get us to see what's been right in front of us the whole time. I can't stop thinking about you, wondering what you're up to, how you are. I used to worry about you all the time before, now it's just maddening. Please be safe on Wednesday. I know you'll be frustrated with the security. I miss you. Love, Hermione. Dear Hermione, I'm so sorry I haven't written in a couple of days. Are you still subscribed to the paper? If you are, you probably have worked out why I've been quiet. If you aren't, then basically we're nationwide news. In case you haven't read the article, yes, we made it to the front page, I've sent you my copy. It's better if you read it yourself. It's not a smear piece for once, but I'm still really not happy. Actually, to be honest, I'm disgusted. That photographer at the party sold the pictures of us together to the press. He made money out of us and likely a lot. Okay, the article isn't terrible and the people who were interviewed were super nice about us, a welcome change. But it's still our lives being treated like our privacy doesn't matter. I get that the public right now need morale and maybe seeing me in a stupid bow tie helps with that, but it's not fair that we can't have this to ourselves. I can't tell you how much I miss you and your wisdom right now. Yesterday morning, Professor McGonagall actually woke me up early to tell me about the Lee. Kay and I spent pretty much most of the day in her office while matters were dealt with. Dumbledore spent the whole day in between talks with the Ministry and the Daily Prophet. The photographs Contai, Ningus or any other students have been released to him under threat of him pressing charges against them for their slander last year. I had a very awkward meeting in Dumbledore's office with him and Slughorn once he made it back. Slughorn was miserable, Hermione. He apologized. Apparently we're due a letter from Barnabas Cuff, you know, the editor-in-chief. This letter is getting long. I wish we could get your house rigged up to the Flow network. Or we could somehow set up phone lines here. Maybe we could have a telephone box in Hogsmeade. I went to Hogsmeade today. I thought that they wouldn't let me because of all the publicity. You were right about the security. It was very frustrating shopping with 4 bodyguards. The 3 broomsticks was really busy, nothing like how it was when W. Elast went no cursed necklaces this time. It was pretty awkward having a beer with Aurors flanking me, but it at least kept away people asking for my autograph. It's getting a bit late and I think this quill is on its way out. I hope you can reply to me tomorrow. I miss you too. Love, Harry X. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I hope this letter finds you well. I just now received a letter from Harry. About the article that was printed in the Daily Prophet about us. He sent me his copy. Professor, I care for Harry very deeply and I know that he is not coping with this further breach of his privacy well. I am desperately worried about him. So much so that I am acting without his knowledge to make sure that he has someone with him for Christmas. I know that Harry can't come to stay with me and my family. It's not safe for him here and there isn't enough time to make it safe. However, there isn't anything against me and my family from coming to him. Hogsmeade is a magical-only settlement, but there can be exceptions made. I've read about it. I know muggles can be passed through the enchantments around the village so long as they have knowledge of magic. My parents are an exception, they've visited Diagon Alley, after all. I know that they can't stay in the castle, but they could stay at the Three Broomsticks or even the Hog's Head. We could. I will stay with them. I know from Harry th. At the village is busy so I will need to check the availability. Honestly, sir, I would pitch up a tent just so I can be there for Harry. I understand that this isn't a simple undertaking. We will need portkeys to get us to our destination and I know the ministry must approve that. Professor, as much inconvenience as it is to you to arrange this, think of the inconvenience that has been done to Harry. He doesn't have the luxury of a normal life. My family and I can give him something close. Doesn't he deserve that? After everything he has been through. I await your owl. Kind regards. Hermione Granger. Dr. Miranda Granger once managed to convince herself that having her daughter attend a boarding school all the way in Scotland was a good thing. It spared her the guilt of missing so much of Hermione's life down to her job. She already had missed so much of little Hermione's childhood. Being the principal dentist of a clinic took up much of her time. Even when she wasn't in the surgery, she was off doing something. Her expertise in the field of periodontics also had her traveling much around the country, attending conventions and lectures, giving out a few herself. In truth, she was only really a mother during the weekends. If then, her husband, while he was a dentist himself, spent more time as a professor than as a dental surgeon. He worked in the university, teaching the next generation of dentists. Spending more time teaching than he did parenting. When Miranda told her peers and colleagues that her daughter had been selected for an auspicious private school in the Highlands, she caught their judgmental looks. She had seen such looks for many years, from other parents and even from Hermione's teachers. It wasn't right for an 11-year-old girl to be so fiercely independent and so driven. It wasn't normal for a young girl to outsmart her teachers, to be able to quote word-for-word passages from her textbooks. Little did they know just how special Hermione Granger was. Perhaps Miranda and Richard had failed their daughter in how little time they spent with her, nurturing her gifts and relishing in her brilliance. While their work lives took them away from enjoying her childhood and her development. Missing out on so much of what parents should experience, nothing diminished the love they had for their magical child. When she returned home from her school, the love filled their hearts anew and they listened to her excited chatter in the car, learning all about the strange, confusing world that she belonged to. Miranda tried to convince herself again and it was a good thing that her daughter lived so far away. She tried to convince herself that even if Hermione had been born without a spark of magic within her, she would have still not been as much a part of her daughter's life. She and Richard had already talked about sending their daughter to a special private school for the gifted. No matter what happened to their little girl, she would have had the very best education they could provide for her. The guilt persisted. The guilt of a mother suddenly coming to terms with the fact that her daughter was growing up and she was missing it. The young woman that came home for Christmas, 17 and of age according to the rules of her kind, was not just becoming an adult. She was experiencing something momentous for the first time, something that she, as her mother, should be supporting her through. Miranda had seen the tense, tight look on her husband's face the moment Hermione confessed that she had a boyfriend. Not just any boy either. Her best friend, the one that Hermione cared for so deeply. She cut short their Christmas holiday last year to check on him. Of course, Miranda had worked out from the ardent way her daughter spoke of Harry Potter that she loved him. It appeared that Hermione had worked it out for herself. Without her help, without a mother's guidance. It was late midwinter night when the snowy owl that belonged to Harry arrived outside the kitchen window. Miranda jumped and squeaked in shock when she looked up from her washing up, seeing a pair of bright yellow eyes staring at her. The bird hooted, the sound muffled through the glass. She opened the window, letting the creature in. Owls were just another thing that she had accepted over the years. Thankfully, the creatures were trained to not show up when they had guests over. Hermione gasped from the living room when the owl flew in to deliver its correspondence. Miranda continued to wash the plates that they used for dinner, listening to the television in the other room where her husband was watching the football while Hermione was reading, as usual. She of course burned with curiosity to know what Hermione's boyfriend had written to her. Was it a casual letter? Was it inappropriate? Was he a joker or was he serious like her daughter? No. Why can't they leave him alone? Miranda's hands jerked and the plate she was washing slipped through her fingers. Had she not so clearly heard that shout in her daughter's voice, she would have dismissed it as Richard shouting at the football match. Hermione. Richard's shocked response came at once. What on earth is it? Look, Dad. Just look. You wanted to know just how famous Harry is. See for yourself. Miranda dried her hands and made her way towards the commotion in the living room. She showed up just as her daughter threw what looked like a newspaper down at the sofa next to Richard. Then, to her horror, Hermione dropped her head into her hands, clutching a letter in them and burst into tears. Oh, starlet. Miranda rushed for her daughter. The television erupted in cheers as someone scored a goal. Richard, turn that off, will you? The screen went black as he stabbed at the remote control. Hermione's sobs then filled the room. Miranda shot him a look, seeing his equal bafflement at their daughter's reaction. He then picked up the paper that Hermione threw at him, unfolding it. Holy shit, his mouth fell open, eyes widening. This is the national paper. Yes, Hermione said miserably into her hands, and yes, that's me, on the front page, because I went to a party as Harry Potter's date. Miranda gasped and approached. She squeezed in on the sofa next to Hermione. Her arm, still a little soapy, came around her. Hermione lowered her hands, the parchment in her hands crinkling. Good grief. They're writing about this boy like he's Hugh Bloody Grant. Richard gasped. He's a lot more important than an actor, Dad, Hermione said testily. Miranda meanwhile was eyeing the letter in Hermione's hand. She could read some of the words that her daughter's extremely famous boyfriend had written to her. One passage in particular stood out. Okay, the article ISN. Terrible and the people who were interviewed were super nice about us, a welcome change, but it's still our lives being treated like our privacy doesn't matter. I get that the public right now nay. Ed morale and maybe seeing me in a stupid bow tie helps with that, but it's not fair that we can't have this to ourselves. Miranda looked away before she was too tempted to read the private letter in full over her daughter's shoulder. She was relieved at least to see that he sounded refreshingly mature. Of course, her Hermione would never fall for a boy who was childish and inferior in that respect. Instead, she watched as her husband's shock melted away to a stony, unhappy look. One that he reserved only when someone said something negative about her or his daughter. His hands tightened on paper as he read the article to the bottom of the page, then he fiercely tore the paper open to where it continued further in. Hermione then looked over to watch, sharing her mother's silence. When he was finished, he was fuming with rage. Never was the resemblance between him and Hermione more obvious. They had the same temper. May I? Miranda asked, reaching for the paper. Hermione nodded. Yes. He took the newspaper from Richard's hand, looking into his eyes with concern. She settled the paper on her lap and smoothed it out so she could see it in all its magical glory. The adverts that flitted in and out at the edges. The black and white photographs that moved like they were videos impossibly printed in ink. She went to read, but paused when she took in the photograph. It was very clear. YA party with couples gracing the dance floor, some twirling, skirts and robes swishing in what she pictured as brightly colored garments. The gray scale diminished the splendor she sure would have been captured in color. One couple took center stage. Young and dressed very smartly. They were dancing slowly, revolving on the spot. Her eyes widened when she saw Hermione's face come into the picture, eyes closed, smiling. her head resting on her partner's chest. He then rested his head on top of hers in an undeniable tender gesture. She took in the headline. There it was, as clear as anything. The proof. She then read the rest. The Boy Who Charms, exclusive scenes from the sidelines of Harry Potter's social debut. By Dorothy Harper Selwyn, journalist. Last Friday, renowned potioneer Horace Slughorn hosted the event of the season. A very exclusive party featuring the social elite graced the unexpected floors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Photographs taken at the event tell a very clear story about who stole the show of the event. From a reclusive childhood away from his fame, Harry Potter has emerged as a young man of stature, poise and, as my sources tell me, charm. He is absolutely nothing like what Fudge and his cronies painted him as. Isla Blackwood from the Wizarding Wireless Network informed me, a guest of the party. He introduced himself modestly as if not every single person in the room knew exactly who he was the moment he entered. He even made light of it when he noticed me looking at his scar. Miranda found herself feeling disconnected and numb as she continued to read the spiel. She turned to page 4 where the article continued. There, it didn't take long to reach the mention of her dear girl. Who is Harry Potter's chosen one? Read the subheading that caught Miranda's quick eye. Underneath was a close-up photograph of Harry and Hermione in conversation with two adults, both holding hands. Hermione was the one talking and Harry leaned in to whisper something in her ear. It was a lovely moment captured on camera. It was just a shame it had then been printed in a bloody newspaper. Under the photo was a caption. Harry Potter left with his date Hermione Granger. Joined by Dirk Cresswell Wright and his wife Amanda. Accompanying Harry Potter to the festivities was one Hermione Granger, one whom my sources say has been close friends with Mr. Potter since their very first year together at Hogwarts. Miss Granger was in fact one of the Hogwarts students who had been involved with the incident at the Department of Mysteries in June, one who had, if the rumors are to be believed, fought at Potter's side. Oh, Horace has nothing but praise for that young woman, Isla Blackwood informed me when I asked her about the boy who lived's date. She is exceptionally clever, brilliant even, and Muggleborn as well. Mr. Potter barely left her side the whole evening and, well, let us just say that he barely kept his eyes off her too. While I am sure it will dash the dreams of many young witches, it appears our young hero has found his match. Both dressed in custom-designed formal robes by Malkin's, London, they outshone all in attendance. It is clear that many came away believing that the young wizard and witch are the rising stars of the next generation. Dazed, Miranda set the newspaper down on her lap. It was a showbiz exposé on her daughter. She gazed down at the photograph again, taking in Hermione's stunning outfit, the shimmering gown of what looked like it could be gold. Her hair, wavy and not bushy, was gorge. And then there was the open look of pure happiness on her face. A look that she realized she hadn't seen in a long time. She then looked over to the other side, seeing the party coverage continued. There was a picture of Harry standing on his own, staring off, looking pensive. He was a handsome young man, there was no doubt about it. His bow tie was undone, hanging at around his neck, his sleeves were rolled up. Hand resting on a pillar. He appeared unaware that his photograph had been taken. Underneath his picture, some journalist described his outfit as if the piece was in some showbiz magazine, not the national paper. He's going to be so devastated, Hermione said, wiping at her eyes, and he's dealing with it all on his own. Miranda finally folded up the paper and put the offending item on the coffee table. Away from her clearly distraught daughter. She looked past Hermione to Richard, who looked worried. Sweetheart, aren't there safeguards against the press printing pictures of young people without their consent? He asked her seriously. Hermione looked up at her father and gave a shaky laugh. No, and there aren't any in the normal world either, she said, careful to not use the word muggle. Richard hated the term. We can at least press charges when privacy is exploited like this, he said firmly. Celebrities have been trying to sue the Sun for years. Harry mentioned that the headmaster got the original photographs back. They've still been printed, but at least the originals won't end up anywhere else. That's something at least, Miranda said. She took Hermione's hand. I can't say I'm happy with you having your picture all over the front page, starlet. There are pretty unsavory people. Hermione smiled at her sadly. Mum, You forget, we have bigger issues than perverts in our world. Miranda folded her arms, raising her eyebrow. Is that supposed to make me feel better? It was, but I can see why it didn't work, Hermione said carefully. But honestly, Mum, this could have been worse. It's a flattering article for one. They are so desperate to get into Harry's good graces, likely because they're afraid he will press charges for what they did last year. They were less flattering then, believe me. He could easily put forward a lawsuit, but he hasn't. He just wants to get on with his life. She ran her hands through her hair. He has so little in his life that's normal. Our relationship, I suppose you can call it, is the only thing that's for him and for me. Now it's not. Now it's theirs. An instrument to bring morale. Love in times of darkness, that sort of thing. Miranda hung on her daughter's drop of the word, love. She glanced again over to her husband. They would need to talk in private about how on earth they were going to support her daughter now that she was dating the magical world's equivalent of royalty. First, she needed to help her daughter with her heartache. If you are so worried about Harry, starlet, why not invite him to stay here for Christmas? Miranda suggested. Richard's eyes widened at her. She suppressed a smile. Typical of him to be such a dad about his girl's new boyfriend. Hermione gave a sad laugh. He can't, Mum. It's not safe here for him and he would never wish to put you in danger. He has a bit of a saving people thing. Hermione's expression softened. It isn't safe for him. But Hot, you said that Harry knows how to use the buses and the trains. Yes, he'd be able to figure it out, but things are a bit different for him now. He can't be out in the open without a lot of security. Hermione put her fingers together, shyly looking over to her father. His life is in a lot of danger. I try not to think about it, otherwise I'd never sleep at night. But, Harry has been through a lot. If he is at risk, aren't you as well? Richard asked, alarmed. Hermione noticeably hesitated. Everyone is at risk, but if you're his girlfriend, you'll be a target for this nut job that wants to kill him. Richard, Miranda exclaimed, appalled at his insensitivity. I'm not afraid, Dad, Hermione said fiercely, and before you ask, you and Mum are safe. The ministry has our own law enforcement and they know that we are high profile on account of me being Muggleborn and being a close associate of Harry's. If there is any magic used here, they will pick it up. It's safe for you, but not Harry. Richard probed. Hermione sighed. The ministry would never approve it. He's too important. It's hard to explain, if it could be possible, if I could have Harry here with us. Having a normal Christmas without worrying about all that. Hermione gestured to the paper. I would have found a way. Miranda felt a surge of sadness for her girl. She really, truly cared for this boy. Her eyes found her husband's brown ones past Hermione again. He gave her a meaningful look. She frowned at him. She knew exactly what he was thinking. He wanted to give the poor boy the Granger test. No one would date his precious little enchantress without him getting to know their character and gain his approval. His parents had been the same. Miranda had thankfully passed. If it is too dangerous for him to come to us, then, why don't we go to him? Miranda then suggested. Richard nodded eagerly. Hermione lifted her head, looking at her mum with wide eyes. Her gaze went upwards as her mind kicked into life. Miranda loved it when she witnessed her brilliant daughter's mind at work. You won't be able to go to Hogwarts, but Dumbledore could make an exception. Hermione said softly under her breath. Or Hogsmeade. It's a magical-only settlement but you were allowed into Diagon Alley. What is the difference really? Hermione gasped and leapt to her feet. Mum. She rushed to Miranda, crashing into her with a hug. We could stay there. Get a room at the Three Broomsticks. Hold a moment, sweetheart, Richard said, smiling, happy to see his daughter now joyful. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We can't just get a train to Scotland. Hermione straightened, still holding the letter in her hand from Harry. She wore a scheming look as she glanced upwards at the ceiling. We won't need a train, Dad. I'm going to write to Professor Dumbledore. He owes Harry this. She turned, about to rush off to carry out her urgent business without explanation as she so often did. A sign of her independent streak. She paused 3 steps past the coffee table. Though, what about work? The loaded question. What matters the most, Hermione's happiness or their jobs? The uni is closed for Christmas, sweetheart. Richard said with a strained smile. His eyes betrayed the hurt that her question brought. Miranda felt a flash of panic. She would have to take time off, time that was hard for her as the boss. I'm owed sabbatical time, she said quickly. Internally, she demanded, I will make it work. For Hermione. I can't let her down again. Hermione's face split into an enormous grin. Miranda's heart stuttered at the sight of it. Yes, we don't need to stay for Christmas. Just 2 nights. And expect your Harry to spend his Christmas on his own. Miranda asked her. Hermione wore an astonished look. But, you prepared everything for the roast and we can have it another day, Richard joined in, understanding. If Harry is this important to you, sweetheart, he's important to us too. Hermione's eyes watered and she sniffed, nodding. Thank you. I'll write to Dumbledore and see what I get. She nodded at them both and then ran off. Miranda sat in a shocked silence for a moment before looking down at the paper on the coffee table. Richard rubbed at his face. Did we just agree to having Christmas in Scotland? He asked her. We were the ones that suggested it, Richard, she reminded him. Then sat back against the sofa cushions, feeling very tired all of a sudden. So much for a relaxing Christmas at home. He snorted. Come on, you know you're just as eager to see who has our Hermione so giddy. She looked down at the photograph on the front page of the paper, watching again as Harry rested his cheek on the top of Hermione's head as they slow danced together. Her head was cradled against his chest, held so tenderly against him. I am, she said softly, because love is a magic that I actually understand. I refuse to miss out on this. She looked across to her husband. Reaching out a hand, he smiled and nodded, taking it. Then it's settled. We will meet our daughter's boyfriend, properly this time. I expect he is a little different to the boy we briefly met in London 4 years ago. Miranda nodded, smiling as she watched the young couple dancing in the photograph. Yes, he isn't the only one who has grown up. Hermione's a young woman now, Richard. Respected, admired, loved. She whispered the last word. Our little starlet is a star now. She looked upwards, her eyes dewing with tears. I don't want to miss her shine. Loneliness muted the colors and the melodies of life that thrived around him. Harry was disconnected, adrift from everything that happened around him. He was just an observer, following along the pace that time set for him. Obeying the set of commands that he half-heartedly kept to. Get up, get dressed, have breakfast, go back to the common room to avoid answering the question of, are you okay, Harry? With, I'm fine. Harry Potter wasn't fine. The placid smile he painted on his face that Christmas Eve when he helped Hagrid with the decorations in the Great Hall was fake. The laughs and general engagement he gave when spoken to were all lies. Nothing felt real, his life itself didn't feel real. He listened to what was said to him without feeling any response, at least, not the emotions that suited what he knew he should feel. He didn't feel grateful when Hagrid patted him rather heavily on the back and gave him his sympathies towards his situation. He instead felt resentful. He wasn't soothed. When Dumbledore assured him that the Ministry were handling the harassment he started to receive when his private life hit the print. He had been mortified that those in charge of the country had to get involved. That unseen people were filing through his correspondences to shield him from the abuse and the attention. Some made it through to him before it was stopped. One howler shrieked at him twirling on a dance floor while people were dying. Then there was a letter from a jealous blood purist who told him to drop that mudblood tart and court someone worthy of his status. He was angry. He was guilty. He was hurt. He was lonely. He wasn't fine. Potter. His head moved as if on its own accord, turning to confront whichever professor had addressed him with his surname. It took him a second before he snapped his eyes on Professor McGonagall that it only could have been her. She was striding up to him, appearing to be on a mission. He extracted himself from the Christmas tree he was decorating and took a step back to meet her. He noticed that she wasn't dressed in her usual severe emerald green robes, instead favoring something much more casual. Under her dark brown robes, Esau boots and a tartan shawl was thrown over her shoulders. Her brunette, graying hair was still tied back in its tight bun. Yes, Professor. Even though it was the holidays and he was out of his uniform. Professor McGonagall still made him feel like he was in class. He half expected to be quizzed on some theory about complicated human transfiguration. You're to come with me to the common room. There is a matter that urgently needs your attention. It had been like this for 2 days. Escorted around the school, never left to his own devices as if they expected a journalist to sneak into the school and snap his photograph. Suddenly, paparazzi worried the professors more than the Death Eaters. He did wonder if any would risk trespassing in Hogwarts just for a scoop, but then he remembered Rita Skeeter. He felt ridiculous at being child-minded by his head of house. The Aurors were bad enough. He couldn't help but draw comparisons to being a prisoner, kept under tight guard, locked away. Why at night in a tower for his protection? Stop being so dramatic. You aren't a prisoner. He might not be technically in custody, but he certainly wasn't allowed to do anything without permission and without someone with him. His only reprieve was in the Gryffindor common room, though he suspected that he was still being watched even when alone in front of the fire. He was surprised that Professor McGonagall didn't make him sleep in her office so she could keep an eye on him. "See you later, Hagrid." His farewell was stilted and the smile he put on for the half-giant's benefit didn't meet his eyes. Hagrid waved him off, his sad smile saying enough. Of course he knew that something wasn't right with Harry. He would have to be as unobservant as opposed to not. He appeared at a loss to know what to do with Harry's depressive slump. He tried to say that he knew how Harry felt, having spent many years without a family at Christmas. He told him that few people really understood how it felt to go through their childhood without parents, and that he knew. But then, so did all the students currently staying in the school. It didn't take Harry long to figure out what he had in common with the 5 other students. They were orphans like him. Their homes weren't their real homes, the families they spent their summers with weren't their real families. Like him, Hogwarts was the only home they knew. Why then did it suddenly feel like he wasn't home at all? Where did the crushing loneliness come from? He spent every moment of his childhood, what he could remember, in forced solitude. He had no friends as a child and his relatives made it very clear to him early on that they were not there for him. Now he could barely stand it. He felt lonely even when he was in company of people who cared, like Hagrid and even Dumbledore. McGonagall said nothing on the journey, keeping Harry's curiosity piqued. Her eyes were fixed ahead as she walked briskly up the stairs. She certainly wasn't hanging around. Harry upped his pace to keep up. He distinctly marveled at how surprisingly nimble his professor was. He supposed years of walking up and down the stairs and the endless corridors of Hogwarts was a way to keep fit. When they reached the fat lady, McGonagall snapped the password and the portrait obediently swung open. Harry followed, ears and eyes sharp. Professor Dumbledore would like us to join him for a bite to eat at the Three Broomsticks, she told him, making him nearly stumble in surprise. His face flamed. Dinner with the headmaster and his head of house. He feels, and as do I, that you need a break outside the castle, and away from your security arrangements. She came to an abrupt stop in the center of the common room. Her stern demeanor ebbed away and she regarded H.I.M. with a soft expression that he saw so rarely on her face. It hasn't gone unnoticed how unhappy you are, Harry. The use of his first name came close to flooring him. His jaw unclenched and clenched. As he worked out what to say in response. I'm a little lonely I guess, he said quietly, not sure what else to say. I thought I would be fine, but, his shoulders slumped. I'm not fine. He couldn't meet his professor's gaze as he made the confession. He swallowed and stared down at the rug under his feet. He did hear her soft sigh. I know that we are no substitute for your friends, she said in a low, soft voice that sounded so unusual coming from her. But while you are here, your well-being is my and Albus's responsibility. Your physical and mental well-being. It will do you some good to be in a different setting. Harry rubbed at his wrist absent-mindedly. The last time I was at the pub, I was practically mobbed. We have taken care of that, she said, her tone hard, no one will bother you. He looked up at her, touched then at the gesture his professors were making. While I am your head of house, I was close to your parents. I owe it to them to look after you, she said when his green eyes met her brown. Now, the table is booked for 6 so you have some time to get ready. I dare say, Potter, you may want to dress up a little. Her nose twitched as she looked down at his clothes. Harry flushed. He had been wearing the same pair of jeans for 3 days. He looked down, self-consciously tucking in his shirt. How are we getting there? He asked. He had a WILD image of him sitting in a carriage with his professors. I will wait down here for you to get ready and then we will use the flow. She said. Harry's face burned even more. He checked the clock. He had 45 minutes. I don't have to tell you to not be late, do I? No, Professor. Then go on. Her mouth quirked up in a smile as she shooed him off up to the boys' dormitory. He set off, looking over his shoulder to watch her settle down on one of the chairs. She took out a book from her robes. Of course, she would have something to read on her. Flushed with the urgency that he had to get ready and be presentable on time. He rushed up the spiral staircase and burst into the empty dormitory. First things first, he went to have a shower. In his mood slump over the last week, he had let himself go a little. Freshening charms kept him from stinking out the castle, but he was by no means in a state to be out in the public, much less with Dumbledore and McGonagall. He scrubbed himself clean in a bit of a frenzy, washing his hair and accidentally getting shampoo in his eyes. Without anyone else in the dormitory, he wasn't fused about getting dressed in the bathroom. He headed out into the dormitory in a towel, his hair dripping wet. Ripping open his trunk, he set about looking for something decent to wear. During his last excursion to Hogsmeade with his platoon of Aurors, he had spent a fair amount of his gold in gladrags, purchasing casual wizarding wear for the first time in his life. He wasn't overly comfortable making the transition from Muggle clothes, so he why bought outer robes to wear over jeans and a shirt? He wished he had bought under robes as he threw piece after piece on his bed. He chewed his lip sheepishly. It had been a while since he had gone through his trunk. He was sifting through clothes that he had grown out of years ago. He even still had Vernon's horrendous mustard socks. Settling on a pair of jeans that had no holes, one of his school shirts. A green woolen jumper that Mrs. Weasley knitted for him one year, he dressed nervously. He left his top button undue and pulled the collar out over his jumper. He sighed. He had no idea if it was smart enough. But he had nothing else other than his purple suit trousers. He gave a laugh at the thought of wearing them to the pub. He pulled on a nicer pair of trainers, then grabbed a green outer robe to finish the outfit. It was one of his favorite purchases from Hogsmeade. There was a hidden pocket in his right sleeve for his wand. He fastened the robes down the front and went to check his appearance in the bathroom. His hair was still sodden through. A drying charm sorted it, leaving his hair in its usual state of disarray. Moderately satisfied, he went back to his bed to clear the mess he had made. As he did, his gaze caught the brightly wrapped gift that he had left on his bedside table. The gift was his other favorite purchase from Hogsmeade in the week. While he had given Hermione her Christmas presents, all wrapped as well as he could manage, wandering the shops with his escort had left him wishing to give her something when they reunited after the holidays. He had paid a visit to Dervish and Bangs. The shopkeeper had been almost too helpful and offered to make Harry something custom instead of what he had settled for in the store. He'd come away with something unique and perfect. His heart bounced in his chest at the thought of showing her what he had done. Finally showing a comb through his hair, Harry was ready. He pushed his wand into the secret pocket and tucked his invisibility cloak into his waistband, hiding it under his robes. Feeling self-conscious and embarrassed, he made his way back down to the common room. Professor McGonagall looked up from her casual reading and watched him make his way awkwardly over. She wore a strange look as she surveyed him over her spectacles. He stuck his hands into his cloak and gave her a small smile, eyes dropping to the tome in her hand. It looked ancient, the pages yellowed with age. She closed the book with a snap and got to her feet. She slowly stepped up to Harry, wearing a wistful look as if she couldn't quite believe he was there. To his surprise, she then grasped one side of his robes and pulled them down, neatening them. Her smile grew fond as she then looked up at him. "You're growing up, Potter," she said, and then patted him on the arm in a gesture that of tenderness she never showed towards him. "You are already much more mature than your father was at your age." He let out a breath and looked over at the fire. "I had to grow up fast, Professor." "That you did," she said, and then sighed tiredly. "We better be off. Come." She reached into her robes, returning the book and taking out a small wooden box. She walked up to the fireplace, opening the box, revealing a small supply of sparkling flow powder. She emptied the contents into the flames, flushing them both with the green light. "Madame Rosmerta's parlor," Professor McGonagall announced. She turned to Harry, offering him her arm. His face burned both in the heat of the fire and the embarrassment as he cautiously took her offered limb. She practically pulled him with her into the fiery portal. He wisely held his breath to not inhale the smoke and ash. Through a tunnel of emerald flames, he rushed with his head of house at his side. A second later, he was staggering out of a fireplace, embers covering his shoulders. He brushed them out of his hair quickly. Looking around his surroundings, Harry thought for a moment. They had traveled to someone's living room, not a pub. There was a furry spread on the floor that looked like it could be a bearskin. Huge leather sofas sat facing the fireplace. Bookcases towered around the walls. He realized he was still holding his professor's arm and let go at once. He continued to look around. He supposed that it must be the lounge for the staying guests at the inn. It made sense to travel there rather than in the middle of the pub. We are a little early. Professor Dumbledore will be meeting us here, McGonagall told him, turning away from him to pace over to one of the windows. Harry smiled over at a Christmas tree in the corner, glittering with live fairies. It was a very cozy room. He heard the click of a door opening. He spun around, but saw it was just one of the guest rooms at the end of a hallway. He quickly turned back around. The last thing he wanted was for the whole inn to know that he was there. Sticking his hands into his robe pockets, he idly stared at the floor, wondering where Dumbledore was traveling from. Footsteps were approaching the parlor, leaving the room. He hoped they would just head down to the pub and not engage in conversation. Maybe they would talk to McGonagall. No such luck, he heard them getting nearer. Not wanting to be caught out being obviously rude, he turned. 1,000 sensations all lit up within him all at once. As if he was a human firework. Combusting out from an explosion, golden sparks bursting outwards, brilliant and bright. In his shock, gasped so violently, his lungs ached. His heart likely stilled for a moment before coming back to life. His skin tingled, all the way down to his toes, his mouth falling open likely in a rather comical expression. It felt as if his mind suddenly reconnected with his body. As if his emotions had meaning. The world suddenly making sense to him as if he had just woken up from a confundus charm. He slowly drew his hands out from his pockets, blinking quickly, trying to clear the hallucination. Then he stepped forward on legs that felt oddly unstable. His hands lifted upwards, fingers desperate to touch. His fingers made contact with a mirroring set of seeking hands. He sighed out, his eyes stinging as his emotions ran riot inside him, exploding into more fireworks. The soft fingers interlacing with his met with warm hands that pressed against his palms. His gaze ran down the arms, down the slender wrists, to the sleeves of a green dress. Up to her shoulders, then her neck where her dress came up to her throat with a cute collar. His eyes ran upward to her chin, then her slightly parted lips. Over her cheeks that were rosy pink, dusted with freckles. To her hair that framed her face with warm, dark gold curls that mesmerized him on days when he found himself staring. Finally, his exploring green eyes came to rest on a sparkling pair of warm brown eyes, dewed with tears of happiness. He finally understood. He knew why he had felt so lost, so lonely. Why the halls of the castle that he so loved felt lifeless and unfeeling. He had been homesick because home is where the heart is. And his heart was with Hermione. There was then a soft snap. Why and Hermione both jumped and looked around. Professor McGonagall sat on one of the sofas with her book in her lap. She looked up at them both, her look stern. Harry's face was burning once again. Hermione gave a small squeak of surprise. She rose up to her feet and then smiled at them both. "Merry Christmas to you both." Without another word, she left them reeling in her wake as she headed down the steps to the pub. They both watched her leave, and the moment she was gone, they moved in unison. Their joined hands came down as they moved together. Hermione's lips found his and his tears slipped down his cheeks. Harry sighed as he felt complete once again. He had come home. Hiding nerves was never something Hermione Granger was good at. In fact, she struggled with containing her feelings no matter what the emotion. Something she knew she had in common with her mother. The moment that their portkey dropped them off in the quaint sitting room in the upstairs area of the Three Broomsticks, her mother was full of childlike joy. It was her parents' first encounter with a magical Christmas. They were yet to discover that fairy lights were in fact actual fairies. That the wizarding equivalent of crackers made the flimsy paper hats, terrible jokes and equally terrible toys look laughable. It was also the first time that they would encounter Hermione using magic herself, and that was what had her jittering with anxiety. She was barely keeping up with what Professor Dumbledore was saying to her parents when he joined them with following Madame Rosmerta to their room. Something about having the Everstar suite. The room that she reserved for important guests like the minister. Her mum and dad were agape at the special attention they were receiving. Dumbledore had been exceedingly attentive with his engagements with her parents, being considerate to their ignorance of magic and not being obtuse about it as many wizards usually were around muggles. He limited the magic he used, restricting only to making their luggage featherlight and charming the portkey for their transport. It had been an unexpected visit when Albus Dumbledore showed up at their home in Hitchin after Hermione sent her semi-threatening letter to the legendary wizard. It had been even more unexpected when he agreed to her suggestion. "I will return at 3 on Christmas Eve," Dumbledore had said when He took his leave after listing many conditions that they would have to stick to during their stay in the magical world. Hermione's parents had hung on to every word, determined to make the most of the opportunity they were getting. It had overwhelmed Hermione when her parents started to engage and support her. In truth, she had barely believed it when her mum made the suggestion that they come to Hogwarts and keep Harry company. After the disaster of the Diagon Alley episode, they had been very reluctant to return. Hermione didn't blame them. Yet now, here they were. Admittedly, the cozy comforts of the inn were already an improvement over a brawl in a bookshop. Rosmerta opened the door to their suite, leading them in on her sparkly-heeled shoes. "I can take it from here, Rosmerta, having made use of this room many times myself," Dumbledore said to the landlady, smiling cheerily. She bobbed her head, making her farewells, not before giving Hermione's parents another curious look. The Vivacious landlady had already said numerous times that she had never put up muggles before. She had been very polite and eager to help, her eyes lighting up when she saw Hermione, recognizing her no doubt. Yet it was more than clear that she was embarrassing her parents. Dumbledore handed the key to the suite to Hermione with a knowing twinkle in his eye. He led her parents into the suite, explaining the different features to the room that were different to what they were used to. Magical mirrors, taps that turned themselves on, an alarm clock that had to be tickled to convince it to stop. While he was talking, Hermione drew out her wand and levitated their luggage from the hallway into the room. Her mum turned at the sound of her settling them down and gave a soft gasp. "I'm sure the rest is self-explanatory," Dumbledore said. Understanding his cue to leave, he bowed graciously at them. "I look forward to receiving you both at the castle tomorrow, Miss Granger." He nodded politely to Hermione. He turned to leave. Hermione realized with a sharp shock that she hadn't actually got around to thanking the headmaster. She quickly looked over to her mum and dad. "I'll just be a moment." She rushed after Dumbledore, finding him only part way down the hallway. "Professor," she called out. He stopped, looking over his shoulder, his smile in place. He looked as undeniably a wizard as always. Dressed in fine blue robes with silver embroidered up the sleeves. His matching cap perched on his long, white hair, matching his dazzling white beard. I just wanted to thank you," she said at once, gasping the words out. She gestured behind her. "For making this work, and for adjusting the school wards to let my parents enter the premises. Really, I'm so grateful." His smile widened and he gestured for her to follow him down the hallway, back to the sitting area where they had arrived. "It is I who should thank you, Hermione," he said as he strode up to the fireplace, reaching for the pot of flow powder upon the mantelpiece. Hermione looked up at him in surprise. It was the first time he had called her by her first name. "Sir." His smile turned as it was clear his thoughts went introspective. The brilliant sunlight caught his glasses at an angle that made them white and opaque, hiding his eyes for a moment. "You give me hope," he said softly, "that the world that will emerge when Voldemort reign is finally expunged will be brighter and more brilliant than the one he is trying to destroy." He threw the flow powder into the flames, bathing them both in green fire. His eyes paired a little eerie shining in the green light. "I know that with you at Harry's side, you will build that world together." Hermione's heart felt twice as large as it should be. "And on that note, he will be arriving at 6. He's been told that he's joining me for a private dinner. I thought you might enjoy surprising him." Albus Dumbledore tipped her a wink. He then turned from her. "The headmaster's office, Hogwarts," he said clearly. He doffed his cap to her and stepped into the grate, vanishing with a flash. Embers sparked out the fire, lighting up the air. She blinked in astonishment at what he had said. Then thawed when she clued on his parting note. Harry is coming here for dinner at 6. He doesn't know we're here. She returned numbly to where her parents waited. No even a television. What am I supposed to do to pass the time? She heard her father complaining as she pushed through the door to their suite. She shut the door behind her, using the key that Dumbledore gave her to lock it. Perhaps socialize. Her mum coldly countered. Their voices were coming from the master bedroom. Hermione huffed out a breath in amusement at her dad. Of course, the first thing he would notice was the lack of a way for him to watch the football. She picked up her suitcase from the main living space and looked around. It was a nice room, the sort she would expect from an old hotel. There was a fireplace, squishy chairs set around with a drinks cabinet and a games table for cards and chess. A dining area and a small kitchen was to the back, though Hermione suspected that pretty much all the food would be prepared in the pub kitchen and sent up to the table via house elf. She pushed the door open to her own room, seeing a small double bed and a wash basin. Putting her suitcase down, she went to diffuse the conversation that was steadily getting heated in the other room. "Ah, Hermione," her mum burst out when she stepped through the door. She beamed at her, clearly pleased to be saved from her grumbling husband. Hermione watched her dad straighten from where he was rather unashamedly searching the cupboards. "Everything okay with the professor?" "Yes, fine," she said, a little distracted for a moment. Then she stepped in further. "He told me that Harry's coming here at 6 under the pretense of having dinner with him. Harry has no idea that we're here. He's coming here," her mum gasped. Nerves rocketed through Hermione again at her mum's reaction. "We're meeting him tonight." "Mum, you've already met Harry. I don't think that debacle really qualifies as a meeting, sweetheart," her dad said from across the room. Hermione flushed. She agreed. They had barely said a single word to Harry that day. Not that they would have managed with the Weasleys flocking around Harry. "Anyway, I thought it might be nice for me to surprise him and then I'll bring him here to meet you. It's a bit more personal that way." She frowned at her dad. "Just don't overwhelm him, Dad. Harry's fairly introverted like me." Looking rather chastened, her dad approached, putting his hands in his pockets. "Well then, what can I talk to him about then?" he asked. "What are his hobbies? His interests? His career choices?" Quote, "It would help us to find some common ground before we do meet Harry, Starlet," her mum joined in, her tone more diplomatic. Hermione sighed, dropping down to sit on the edge of their king-sized bed. What common ground did Harry have with her parents? Hermione shook her head, turning the inquisition back to the source. "Why not ask him yourself?" she then suggested. "You did want to get to know him, right?" From her mum's pursed lips, she knew she had rather impressed her with the argument. "Though I do think it's fair that I give you a little warning about topics to avoid," she suddenly said, realizing that letting her parents have free rein on their questions might not be wise. "Harry's aunt and uncle raised him and, while they are like you and aren't magical, they are, quite frankly, some of the most unpleasant people I've met. And I only met them briefly. He doesn't even talk to me about them." Her mum's lips downturned at that information. "Are you saying that he was abused?" The word had gone unspoken for 6 years. Hermione guessed that things had been very difficult at the Dursleys when Harry was a child, but whether it was as bad as abuse, she didn't know enough to form an opinion. "And how do you ask your close friend about it?" "It was for Harry to tell her when he was ready. I'm not sure, but I suspect at the least he was deprived of any love or affection." Hermione said softly, "He despises them and it's mutual from what I understand." Her mum and dad shared looks. "All right, sweetheart. No questions about his home life." "Understood," her dad said. "And of course, we won't bring up his history." "No, though he might find it refreshing that you actually know it's a subject he doesn't like talking about." "Not everyone is so gracious," she said bitterly. Her mum clasped her hands together, looking around at their luggage. She appeared nervous. Hermione smiled wistfully. It was touching that her parents wanted to have Harry at as much ease as possible meeting them, especially when he would have no time at all to prepare himself. She felt a tendril of guilt then for springing the surprise on him. "We should unpack and make this suite accommodating for meeting guests," her mum said then. He's arriving at 6. Hermione nodded. Yes, and I thought that once we've met and broken the ice, we could have something to eat downstairs. I know you want to try Rosmerta's mead, Dad. He smiled appreciatively. I think a meal would be lovely, sweetheart. Hermione then left her parents to it, heading into her own room. She shut the door behind her and put her hand on her racing heart. Giving herself a few minutes of a breather, she then set about getting herself ready. It was 5:45 when she heard the loud roar of a flow arrival outside the room. She had been putting on her earrings. A quick glance at the clock confirmed that the arrival could well be Harry making his entrance. It was unlikely that he would travel from the castle in a carriage at night. She considered her appearance in the full-length mirror. Her green dress was a recent purchase. A cheerily festive number that hugged her waist and flared at her hips. She wore black tights and a pair of red shoes to tight into the Christmas theme. A small amount of mascara and lipstick was all she used. She wasn't a fan of makeup anyway. Her hair loose and wild around her face. She hurried finished up and fetched her wand. A thin black belt wrapped snug around her waist, perfect for her to slip her wand through. She went out into the living space. Mum, I think Harry's arrived. Her mum peeked out through the door. Oh gosh, I'm nearly ready, Starlet. Why don't you go meet him? She said, and then she smiled broadly at Hermione. Go knock him off his feet. Not needing any further persuasion, she left the suite, closing the door behind her. She could see clearly someone standing at the fireplace in the parlor, back to her. She grinned, seeing a very familiar mop of wildly wonderful black hair. Her heart leapt at the sight of him. Her breath hitched when she saw he was wearing robes of deep green, so very similar to her dress. Had they accidentally matched? She approached, feeling like she did when she went to him in the common room before the party. She felt weightless, like she was dreaming. He still didn't turn, even when he so clearly heard her footsteps. Her attention was fully fixed on him, every aspect from his shuffling feet, the way his hands were in his pockets. A few feet away, he finally turned. She knew he would be shocked, but nothing prepared her for his reaction. He gasped violently, jumping, his throat bobbing. He gazed at her as if transfixed, pupils dilating, his mouth dropping open. Tears formed in his eyes, and at the sight of them, Hermione felt her own blurring her vision. Harry's hands were then reaching for her, his eyes now wide, imploring, desperate. She came towards him at once, taking his searching hands in hers. An overwhelming hunger for his lips on hers burned through her, nearly eating her alive. Until Professor McGonagall made her presence known. In her need for Harry, Hermione had been completely oblivious to her presence. Shocked, embarrassed, she expected to be caught in the act, berated for inappropriate behavior. The stern look on the head of Gryffindor's face had her heart beating fast with alarm. Instead, Minerva McGonagall smiled at them, wished them a Merry Christmas, and left. It was like something coming loose inside her. The moment Professor McGonagall was gone, she was drawn to Harry as if she had been resisting the magnetism and now couldn't any longer. Kissing Harry was every bit as magical as she remembered in those nights where she laid awake in her bedroom. The touch of his hands claiming her, holding her at the waist, the way his thumbs rested in the dip of her hip, and then there was his kissing itself. The soft brushing of his lips on hers, the gentle, occasional caress of his tongue running along hers. He managed to make every contact between them meaningful. How he would brush his nose across hers slowly and sigh when his cheek touched hers. It got more and more frenzied until she suddenly remembered her parents were just down the hallway. Coming to her senses, with great difficulty, she extracted herself and looked up at Harry. She laughed at once, her giggle airy, carefree. His glasses were hanging off one ear. Harry grinned and laughed, taking them off and restoring them to his nose. He then sobered and the look in his eyes changed. The tear tracks visible on his cheeks. He sniffed and then wiped at his face. I can't believe you're here, he said in a tight, hoarse voice. You already cut one holiday short with your parents because of me and Hermione. Shush. She stepped up to him, a finger pressing on his soft, slightly moist lips. His eyes flicked between hers, gazing very intently. I haven't cut our holiday short. Harry's brow furrowed in confusion. We've come to Scotland for Christmas this year, she said, her smile blooming over her face. We heard that it's magical this time of year. He looked at her, baffled. Then he glanced behind her. clearly remembering that she had made it to him from a guest room. Once again, his face went slack with shock. He took a step back, wiping again at his face. Hermione, you aren't here with your parents, are you? She followed him, taking his hands in hers. I was so worried about you. She whispered and brought her arms around his waist. She rested her head against his chest. Hearing his racing heartbeat. I just couldn't bear the thought of you on your own, and when I showed Mum and Dad what they wrote in the paper You showed your mum and dad. Harry's gasp was hoarse, horrified. Hermione looked up, seeing his aghast expression. They really want to meet you, she said, then rubbing her hands down his back. So much so, it was my mum who suggested this. They're the first Muggles in Hogsmeade since the Second World War. Harry fell silent. He then rested his head on top of hers. He was breathing heavily. She held him for a moment longer. And then his arms snapped up around her and pulled her close. Thank you, he murmured into her hair. She could feel him crying. Mortified that she had upset him, she unfolded her arms from him and reached for his face. Seeing his blotchy skin and wet face. Oh Harry, I didn't want to upset you. He shook his head, smiling through the tears. I'm not upset, he said thickly. I'm really happy. This is the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me. She kissed him, his lips salty with his tears of happiness. He sniffled, but she didn't care. It was everything that she had given him joy. He drew away, wiping his face furiously again. He gave a short chuckle. I'm a right state. Let me. She drew her wand from her belt and cleaned away the tears from his face, drying them. His eyes were still a little red-rimmed. I think you probably have worked out by now that you aren't about to have dinner with Professor Dumbledore, she said. Harry laughed again, his smile now the one she loved the most. His cheek dimpled in his mirth. I thought I was going to have dinner with Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. He chuckled. I can't believe she pranked me like that. He still had his arms around her. Hermione held his face in her hands, gazing up at him. Would you mind instead if you have dinner with me and my parents? She asked him. Harry's eyes widened, panic sparking to life. Well, I suppose it can't go as badly as the last time I met them. Didn't Mr. Weasley have a fight with Lucius Malfoy? Hermione groaned. Yes, and since then, my mum and dad have avoided going to Diagon Alley, so you're the first wizard since then they are willing to meet. He noticeably gulped. But they really want to meet you, she insisted. Harry's arms dropped down from her waist and he bowed his head. No pressure. You'll be fine. Just be yourself. She grabbed his hand. I'll look after you. He lifted his gaze to meet hers and he smiled. My hero. He then let her guide him to meet her parents, a second time. Ignoring her husband pacing around, pulling at his sleeves, sighing about the lack of the television, Dr. Miranda Granger set 4 champagne flutes out on the games table. She had thought to humor Professor Dumbledore's insistence that they just ask for what they want in the kitchen and it will appear. She tested it, asking for champagne for 4. At once, an ice bucket with a bottle of champagne and 4 flutes appeared, along with a little bill that she made a note to hide from her husband. She straightened, watching the door, before going to open the champagne. They aren't old enough to drink, her husband pointed out when the cork popped loudly. She leveled him with a look. And did that stop us? He smirked in response and waved a hand. She shook her head and poured out the bubbly. While pouring the 3rd glass, she heard voices out in the hallway. She looked up at her husband. I just thought, Richard said out of the corner of his mouth. What if he's a complete bore? Miranda rolled her eyes. Darling, we're dentists and they have magic. I think we're the bores. He sighed. Good point. The door opened just as she finished filling the last glass. Eagerly, she set the bottle down and took Richard's hand, waiting for Hermione to enter. She did first, smiling at them, her face so full of radiance, Miranda's heart fluttered. She drew towards the door as a young man followed her daughter in. He immediately looked at her and he, too, smiled broadly. His eyes sparked with recognition. His hand gripped Hermione's rather tightly, she noticed. He was nervous and hiding it. Hermione led him inside, whispering something to him. His chin dipped a little and he relaxed his grip. As he walked, his robes flared open at his legs. Miranda breathed out a sigh of relief to see that he was wearing jeans and trainers under his green robes. The mixture of magical and normal was a welcome relief. Even though Hermione had tall, Them that Harry wasn't like the wizards they met at Diagon Alley. She was still nervous. "Mum, Dad," Hermione said once they were at the table where Miranda set up the champagne. Hermione looked down at the drinks. A small furrow in her brow, the only hint of her puzzling out why there were drinks. Then she looked up at them. "This is Harry." As polite as that newspaper article said, Harry came up to them. He let go of Hermione's hand so he could extend it towards Miranda. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Dr. Granger." She smiled at once at his use of her proper title, unlike the magical fam. Eily that she had met before those years ago. She took his hand, finding it slightly calloused. "Please, it's Miranda," she said as she shook his hand. His eyes crinkled a little in the corners at her insistence. Up close, she then saw that he had the most startling bright green eyes she had ever seen. Astonished at their color, she couldn't keep her eyes off them as he then went to introduce himself to Richard. "And it's Richard," her husband said before Harry could call him Mr. Granger. "Richard," Harry said and then grinned. As he did, Miranda saw the dimple on his cheek. "A pleasure, sir." He let go. Miranda made her way over to the table, grasping glasses. "I thought we could get into the spirit of things," she said quickly, "break the ice and, well, it is Christmas." She handed a glass to Harry, who took it with a polite smile. Richard took his. Hermione gave her a questioning look. Harry gravitated towards Hermione, looking down at his glass. He then smiled warmly at them. "I'm really grateful that you've come. Really. If there is anything either of you need." "A television?" Richard asked hopefully. "Dad," Hermione moaned, grinding her hand against her forehead. Harry surprised Miranda then with a laugh. Well, that might be a bit tricky." Harry then tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Although, you might be able to hear the Queen's speech on a wireless." Richard choked out a laugh. Hermione grasped Harry's hand. He glanced over at her, conveying something with his green eyes alone. Miranda rested her hand on her heart as she took a sip of her champagne. She smiled knowingly into her flute. Harry Potter had passed the Granger test in less than 5 minutes. It was on that Christmas Eve night that Hermione Granger found a new memory to cherish as one powerful enough to summon a Patronus. The 3 most precious people in her life, in the same room, smiling, laughing and getting along. The first triumph of the night had been when Harry made her dad laugh when he quipped about the Queen's speech. He won her dad over with his sense of humor and awareness of the world outside the magical bubble. The second had been how well Harry handled her parents' endless questions about the most banal things. He'd been bemused but gracious enough to humor them and answer questions she'd not even asked him herself. She felt embarrassed that she was learning things about him through their inquisition. She hadn't known, for example, that he'd never been on a plane and didn't want to. She'd never known that her best friend was as claustrophobic as he was. She didn't know that he enjoyed flying because of the open space and freedom, not because of the thrill. She also learned that he enjoyed learning new things and challenging himself. Of course, her parents asked him when he last went to a dentist and he gave them a wry smile and asked if tonight counted. At that point, she knew he had charmed her mum. "In my line of work, I meet new people all the time. Pat. Aunts and peers alike from all over the country." Her dad began to say, bringing Hermione back into the conversation. She started a little when her dad topped up her glass. She met his eye and he smiled. A small smile that communicated a lot. "He really likes Harry. I have this quirk where I like to guess where people are from based on their accents." Her mum immediately groaned, dropping her head into her hands. "Richard, do you really have to do this?" For the first time, Hermione felt a stirring of alarm. Her dad's innocent little game that he liked to play could cause Harry to bring up his monstrous relatives. Harry looked bemused, however, not at all uncomfortable at having his accent scrutinized. "Oh, well, I'm not from anywhere interesting." Harry looked over to her and his brow furrowed a little, clearly spying her apprehensive look. "Has Hermione not told you?" No, I want to guess." Her dad stopped him, giving him a grin. Harry's mouth shut and he sheepishly smiled. I would say Southwest. Maybe South London, but you don't strike me as a city boy." Hermione started to find Harry's reactions the most fascinating thing. He could be incredibly expressive, especially around her when he was more open with his feelings. Yet he could also be subtle. His dynamics were attractive, very attractive. I'm not from London or a city, no. Harry said, playing along. Not Hampshire? Richard asked. Harry shook his head. Ah, closer to London. Somewhere in Surrey. Huh, yeah, Surrey. Harry was clearly impressed as he smiled broadly. Hermione immediately squeezed his hand, bringing her attention to him. His eyes took on a soft look that she could never get tired of. He then looked back at her dad. I grew up there. In Little Whinging. I went to school there and everything before coming to Hogwarts. Her contented feeling dwindled as Harry brought up his Muggle upbringing. She quickly shot her dad a warning look. Her mum noticed, of course, A.N.D. was trying to subtly get her husband's attention. Her dad picked up the cues and proceeded more carefully. Ah, yes, Hermione's told us you're like her in that you didn't have a magical upbringing. So you went to a primary school. I did, he said, nodding. I was getting ready to go to the local comprehensive before I found out I had magic. Her dad then frowned, glancing over to Hermione. She stilled. Oh no. I didn't tell them that Harry had been raised ignorant of magic. Oh, you didn't know that you were a wizard when you were growing up. Her alarm must have blazed off her in waves as Harry then squeezed her hand back and leaned towards her ear. He looked at her, amused at her reaction. She blinked, a little surprised. It's okay, Hermione. You know I don't explode whenever it comes up. He said quietly under his breath. Her cheeks flushed. Have I been unfairly judging him? Harry's not the emotional tempest he was last year. He's matured a lot. No, I didn't. I likely found out. The same way Hermione did, with a letter saying that I'd been accepted a place at Hogwarts. Though, I guess you didn't have as much a roundabout way I did. Harry then looked up at Hermione's parents, his own curiosity then stoked. He glanced at Hermione first, then to her dad. I bet it was a surprise, finding out that Hermione was down to attend a magical boarding school. Hearing Harry's genuine interest in her own childhood put her fears to rest. Yet she still felt guilty that she misread Harry, expecting him to be overly sensitive about his past. Instead, he was patient and gracious with her parents. Infallibly polite. She didn't give him enough credit. Her fear of hurting his feelings had made her overprotective. We've always wanted the best for our special girl. I think we had a list of about 15 potential schools, she said, causing her dad to laugh and roll his eyes. Hermione made it into the paper when she got 100% in all her 6th-year SATs exams. We were getting TTERS from a lot of schools for special children to receive the very best education. She smiled proudly at her daughter. It turns out our child prodigy was more special than we thought. Her focus and Harry distracted her for a moment before she realized that she was now the topic of the conversation. Her face flushed at once as they brought up her 5 minutes of fame as a little child genius. Hat was something that she'd never brought up with Harry. With anyone. Mum, Hermione moaned, her face flushing. We were surprised, certainly. Her dad followed on, her parents falling into their double-act routine. But we were assured that the best place for her was with other children like her, at a school where she would be accepted and make friends. It was hard, of course, having to send our special girl to a boarding school. But we knew that it was for the best. Her embarrassment quickly changed. Her heart glowed as her dad gave her a loving look. Harry listened, his smile fond. One glanced over and then saw for a very brief moment, a hint of something sad in his green eyes. I suppose it is for the best, he said softly, but still, it must be hard on families to spend so much time apart. Her heart twanged. Harry couldn't have made it any clearer. He was sympathetic, despite how he didn't have the same experience to draw from. So, what is the plan? Her dad then said, clapping his hands, making Harry and Hermione jump. We join in the festivities downstairs. Have a bite to eat. Hermione's focus went on her mum at once, seeing her worried look before she covered it up. I have to say, I'm curious about magic cuisine. Does it taste different? Both her parents suddenly reacted, changing the subject abruptly. Both of them shared a look and then glanced worriedly at Harry. Harry didn't appear to notice or mind. The sad look in his eyes was gone and he gave a wry chuckle. As far as I'm aware, it's the same as any other food. Harry said, smiling. There's no magic bean stew or dragon steak. Her dad barked out a laugh. Hermione let out a breath. Harry scored some more points with his quick wit. That does make me a little disappointed. I was looking forward to frog spawn salad and pixie pie. Her dad then commented. Harry then laughed. Both men grinned at each other, and a chord fused then. Hermione's heart fluttered at the sight of them getting along once more. She gazed at Harry, a light, overwhelming feeling inside her making it impossible to stop being so incredibly. Incredibly what? What is this feeling? Before she could explore the weightless sensation that made her desperate to shower Harry with praises and kisses, her dad finished his drink and got up. Right, well, I'll just go get finished up and then, magical dinner it is. Her mum did the same and Hermione caught her knowing look. She eyed Harry meaningfully and smiled. That look was all too knowing for her liking. Harry appeared a little bemused again as her parents excused themselves. Hermione realized at once then that they had noticed that she wanted to be alone with Harry and were giving her the room. Of course they noticed. They noticed everything. Hermione edged close to Harry just as he shifted towards her to do the same, turning so she could speak into his ear. I'm sorry about the Inquisition. She squeezed his hand. Your parents are great, Hermione. Don't apologize. I know Mum and Dad were eager to get to know you, but I didn't expect them to interrogate you like that. She sighed. I thought I covered everything so you didn't have to explain your life story to them. He squeezed her hand back. I figured as much and don't worry so much. No one's ever asked me such normal questions before. It's kinda refreshing. He looked at her, tilting his head to one side. Speaking of which, it's also refreshing that they're interested in you. You know, interested in magic. Hermione's face fell a bit and she sighed, leaning over to him. He was so wonderful. He really did see the good in everyone. She rested her head on his shoulder. They're interested in it because they're my parents, but it doesn't mean that they approve of it. He frowned a little at that. What do you mean? They know about all the prejudices towards muggles and think wizards are bigoted because of it. They know that muggleborns like me don't get equal treatment. She eyed the door to the master bedroom. Just so you know, they really don't like the word muggle, or being called it. They see it as a slur. He let out a breath and she saw him glance over to the door. Yeah, that's fair. Of course, they'd see how it is and be angry on your behalf. He pulled at his lip and sighed. I guess what I'm trying to get at is that, well, my aunt hated my mum for being a freak. Your parents love you even though you have magic. They don't treat you like it's your fault. A low moan escaped her at his words and she at once drew him towards her. He smiled sadly at her. It's just nice to see for myself that you have a wonderful, loving family. I'm really happy for you. He then kissed her cheek, breathing out a sigh that gusted over her skin. She closed her eyes, relishing in how Harry was sharing his deeper feelings with her, letting her into his heart. She then did the same for him. I know how lucky I am that I have them. She said softly. And I know it can't be easy for you to have it rubbed in your face. He gave a soft chuckle. It's fine. Don't worry so much about me. He said. The good outweighs the bad. She peeked out through her eyelashes. Seeing that his green eyes had no hint of a lie. His happiness for her was genuine. She sighed and she gripped at his hand. I'm so scared for them. I'm trying to shield them as best I can, but you know how our type can be around muggles. Either disgusted by them or fascinated like they're exotic creatures. Harry then frowned. He shook his head, his face falling. While you can count on me to be respectful, the same can't really be said of all the people down in the pub. I'm not exactly inconspicuous. I'd be walking them right into the spotlight with me and, well, they're the first muggles in Hogsmeade since the 1940s. She then bit her lip. She hated to admit that he was right. There was just no way the patrons of the Three Broomsticks would look the other way. Even if they didn't approach him, they would stare at him like they always did, no thought for his privacy. Harry winced, his gaze dropping. Her heart dropped at the look on his face and quickly pulled him towards her. She planted a kiss on his cheek, making him sigh sadly. It's going to be hard to maintain the illusion of normality if I'm having to shake hands every 5 seconds, he said quietly. I'd rather not have this night tainted with all that. She nodded. You're right. We can control things a lot easier in Hogwarts, make sure that the only people we engage with aren't bumbling fools, but we can't tell the residents here to clear out so we can have a meal in peace. Harry's mouth quirked up in the corner. I don't know. I do have a bit of pull, you know. She smacked his arm lightly. He sobbed. Though and looked over at the dining table. Why don't we just eat up here instead? If that's here, then Rosmerta must be able to send food up. She followed his gaze and then remembered that the suite had come with room service. While she was loath to make house elves work for them any more than necessary, it was a better alternative. She was about to confirm that there was a much safer option on when she heard the door behind them open. She was on her feet at once, startling Harry with her abruptness. Facing her parents, she stopped them in their tracks. "Mum, Dad, a change of plans," she said at once. At their questioning gazes, she employed some quick thinking, then plowed into a lie. Harry rightly pointed out that it's going to be really busy down in the pub. It's going to be a.s. struggle to hear each other over the noise, so why don't we order something to eat here? It's perfectly cozy. Her mum met her eyes and frowned, raising her brow. She always could tell when she was lying. Hermione could read the question in her gaze. Harry then stood up, coming to her side. She looked over to him, seeing his resolute expression. He shook his head a little at her and then stepped up to her parents. "There's that and there's also, well, I'm pretty noticeable." He glanced over at Hermione over her shoulder. "We're used to it, but it can get a bit much. I once had to shake hands with everyone in the Leaky Cauldron when I was 11, and that was before, well," he stopped, his eyes betraying a hint of alarm. Hermione knew how the rest of that sentence was supposed to go. "Before I was the chosen one. Let's just say that maybe a quiet affair is better than being seen in public with me." Harry finished instead. Hermione felt her heart soar with gratitude at the understanding her parents showed at once. They looked at each other, communicating silently. Her mum nodded in response to whatever thought her dad had and looked over to Harry. She gave him a kind look. "It's very considerate of you to think of us, Harry," she said. Her smile then lit up. "And like Hermione said, it is very cozy in here. After all, tomorrow will be a busy day." Hermione felt her relief being shared with Harry at their acceptance of the new plans. Her dad then charged off, refocused. "Now, I believe there was a list for room service somewhere," he said as he went off to the kitchen. Harry squeezed her hand and then went off to help her dad, making the effort to help. As he did, her mum was on her in a flash. "What did you tell him?" her mum asked under her breath. "You didn't make this about us, did you?" Hermione smiled guiltily. "A little, but it's only because we both don't want you and Dad to have another bad experience. As much as I don't want to admit it, Harry's presence will attract attention." Her mum sighed. "That poor young man. He has so much to deal with, doesn't he?" She nodded. "He needs us to give him a break from it." Harry and her dad returned. Her dad had found hermione and was leading a blushing Harry back into the room. Hermione let out a worried squeak. Harry only blushed like that if someone had given him a compliment. "Honestly, I leave Dad alone with him for one moment. Shall we sit at the table?" her mum suggested. They all agreed and they made their way to the dining table. Harry pulled her seat out for her, making her stop in surprise. He met her gaze, smiling mischievously. In the corner of her eye, she could see her dad smiling as well, as if they had a private joke. A fierce desire to want to know what her dad had said to Harry flooded through her. "This selection really isn't what I expected," her mum remarked once she sat down, reading through the menu. Hermione frowned suspiciously at Harry, but then he blinked innocently and gestured to the seat. She sat down. He then joined her, taking the last seat. Harry peered down at the menu, looking a little worried for a second but then smoothed over his face. "We are in the Highlands, darling. Clearly the meat choice is locally sourced." Both she and Harry leaned in closer, alarmed at what local meat might mean with the forbidden forest so close by. Thankfully, Harry's playful suggestion of dragon steak didn't come true. Hermione was surprised herself when she read the choice. It was different from the food selection at the castle, not traditional home-cooked meals like shepherd's pie, roast dinners and bangers and mash. Instead there was venison stew, salmon and kraut, roast pheasant and mushroom risotto. I'm not sure if I should have venison," Harry remarked as he peered down at the list. Reading it upside down. "Doesn't feel right eating a stag." Hermione smiled, giving a small laugh. He caught her eye and smiled back. He leaned towards her ear. "I have no idea what half this even is," Harry said in her ear quietly. "I don't have a lot of experience with this." My table manners are decent at least, so I won't embarrass you. She reached for his hand under the table. Just have the same as me, she whispered back. His cheek dimpled and he nodded in response. If anyone knew what foods he liked, it would be the person who had sat with him for practical every meal during their years together as friends. She chose the salmon for them both, noticing Harry's relief. They made their orders on the menu itself, sending a request to a paired menu. Just as Hermione went to inspect exactly what charms had been used, Harry stood up. Going to use the facilities, he explained. Once he'd headed into the bathroom and locked the door, Hermione just knew her parents would use the moment to conspiratorially whisper something to her. She wasn't disappointed. Her mum practically pounced on her, grabbing her hand. "Oh Starlet, he's such a treasure," she whispered when she reached her. "What?" Her dad nodded in agreement. "Sweetheart, he is besotted with you." Hermione put her hands over her face. "Shush. Harry's hearing is really good," she murmured in her hands. "What were you thinking, Dad? Asking his allergies. And the last time he's seen a dentist." "Really?" He chuckled. "Professional curiosity, I suppose. What did you say to him in there?" she then asked, lowering her hands. Her dad's eyes glinted mischievously. "I only told him that he's convinced me that wizards can be gentlemen." "Oh my God," she moaned, miserable. Harry soon returned, refreshed. He halted only a single step when he saw them in discussion together. His smile was a little more forced when he rejoined. Hermione felt awful that he'd seen them so very obviously talking about him. And then when she went over what both her parents had said, her cheeks flamed. A jug of water, glasses, plates and cutlery started to pop into existence. Her mum made small gasps of shock each time someone made its way to the table, sent via house elf. Harry joined them. He reached for the water jug and started to fill their glasses. His eyes met Hermione's and he nervously smiled, filling up his glass last. "Thank you," her mum said to Harry, smiling warmly at him. Harry settled back in his seat and the moment he did, their meals popped into existence. "Now that is speedy service," her dad remarked. Hermione shared a look with Harry, both of them knowing that indentured slaves were responsible for such service. "If this tastes as good as it smells, I'm sure this is going to be amazing," her mum said. Both her parents then took up their cutlery and went to eat. Hermione tucked in, trying to not stare too much at Harry. She could tell that he was putting in a lot of effort to eat with decorum. He didn't have to, his manners were miles better than a lot of the boys in the school. She'd picked up on them very early on when she noticed how he didn't speak with food in his mouth. Nor did he eat until everyone had food in front of them. He used his cutlery correctly and laid them neatly on his plate when he was finished. The only other boy who had equally good manners was Neville. Both of them had come from strict homes and it showed. "How is your meal, Harry?" Harry's cutlery clattered as he was addressed. He emptied his mouth before looking up at Hermione's mum. He smiled softly. I'm enjoying it," he said carefully. They lapsed into silence as they ate, a few comments making it through here and there. Harry still finished first despite him trying to eat slowly. He cleared his plate then, as he always did, arranged his cutlery neatly. At that moment, a brilliant silvery light passed through the door of the suite. Her parents, having never seen a Patronus before, jumped in shock and alarm. There was a loud clatter as her dad nearly knocked over his oak-matured mead. Her mum gasped hoarsely and then nearly choked on a piece of broccoli. Harry was up on his feet, putting a hand on her mum's shoulder. "It's a message. A Patronus, and I think it's for me," he assured her. She nodded, dabbing at her face with a napkin. The Patronus then took its form, becoming a tabby cat. Harry let out a yelp of surprise when it sat on his lap. They both knew at once who the Patronus belonged to, having assumed the animagus form of Professor McGonagall. The flow connection will close soon. Professor McGonagall's Scottish brogue resonated from her Patronus. "Meet me at the same place where we arrived at 10. The tabby Patronus then dissolved into silvery mist. Harry's shoulders slumped. Hermione saw her mum check her watch. "Oh, that leaves us with an hour," she reported. "I suppose it does make sense that you have to get back home," she said, then corrected herself. "Back to the school, I mean." Hermione picked up on the mistake and felt a surge of victory. It did feel like Harry was round their house, staying for a meal, due to go back to his own home. Like they were regular, normal people just living their lives, muggles, and Harry was the first boy she'd brought home. An hour is plenty of time for another drink, though, her dad then said. He then took it upon himself to order them drinks. As he did, he gave her a knowing look that immediately reminded her of what he and her mum had both whispered to her behind Harry's back when he made use of the bathroom. Her cheeks flushed. Of course, she knew Harry had feelings for her. They were in a relationship. She had intensely strong feelings for him too. But was Harry being that obvious? His reaction to her surprise had been very genuine. He had cried. She had done something for him that had truly moved him to tears. Then there were the other things he said when they had a moment alone. His heart was on show and it was glowing with his love. His love for her. She sat in a daze as her dad ordered Harry some oak-matured meat as well as himself. She didn't notice when a glass of wine popped in front of her. "I hope this was okay for you." Harry's awkward remark had her tumbling out of her shocked daze. "I'm not all that familiar with doing things like this. Socializing, I mean. I'm a bit awkward, despite being, well-known." "You have nothing to worry about," her mum said at once. Her expression then softened and she gave Harry a caring look. "It must be so very hard," her mum then said softly. "To be under the spotlight all the time." Hermione snapped out of her daze at once. Alarm cracked through her as her mum breached the subject that she wanted desperately to avoid. They were eating in the suite to get away from the attention that dogged Harry. But Harry took it in his stead and he met her mum's gaze. He sighed quietly, contemplating for a moment. Hermione reached for his hand at once and he glanced sidelong at her. It was all she needed to confirm that he was all right and that her mum hadn't made things awkward. "It is," he admitted softly. "It's why I value moments like these. Being away from it all. You certainly deserve a break away from it," her dad said gently. Harry nodded and he looked down at his glass of mead. His eyes roved around as he thought. Clearly in some sort of inward conflict. His brow furrowed. Yet then he resolved the conflict and he looked up, his gaze clear and sincere. "It follows me wherever I go, except for in the mug," Harry caught himself in time. "Except for outside the magical world. This is where I belong and I can't leave. I have nowhere to go. I have no home away from Hogwarts. Not anymore. There's nowhere I can just be a normal person. Living my life." Harry then sighed and his face took on a sad, weary look. Apologetically, he glanced up at her parents. "Sorry. That really cast a downer, huh?" His gaze dipped, self-conscious. Hermione could practically feel the concern radiating from her mum. "I'm so sorry you feel like that, Harry," her mum said, her voice thick, clearly moved at his admission. Harry appeared surprised. He let out a breath. His green eyes glittered, his hand flexing under Hermione's as he fully registered what her mum just said. "I'm sorry too. Hermione told me that you know about my situation." His voice lifted at the end of the sentence as if it was a question. He looked for the answer, eyes moving between her parents. Their understanding looks were answer enough. Harry dipped his chin down. "It means so much that you would give up your own family time for me. I'm really grateful." The glittering in his eyes spread to the corners where tears dewed. Her dad had a huge heart. He was the true softie of the family. He was the one who needed the box of tissues when they went to the cinema together as a family. He sobbed his heart out when they went to see The Lion King. Pretty much the whole way through the film. He encouraged Hermione to talk about her feelings. He was always ready to be an ear to listen to her frustrations. She spoke with him about inequality of her world. Shared her fears that she wouldn't be taken seriously because of her age, gender and background. It was him with tears in his eyes at Harry's heartfelt words. He reached out and patted Harry on the arm, respecting his boundaries yet showing him some contact to communicate that he cared. Harry responded, his lips parting in surprise when he saw that her dad was openly emotional. "You're important to Hermione, so you're important to us," her dad said, meeting Hermione's eye for a second, but then he raised his glass of mead. He looked at Harry and toasted him. Harry looked a little confused for a moment. Her mum then smiled, taking up her glass. Harry's eyes were wide as her parents toasted him. A tear escaped from his eye and he quickly snapped up a hand, wiping it from under his glasses. His face then split into a huge smile, his green eyes gleaming with true happiness. He took his glass of mead in his free hand, bringing their joined hands out from under the tea. able so their relationship was in full view. When Harry then took a sip of his drink, his eyes lighting up as he consumed the sweet beverage, undimmed joy shining out from his face, Hermione filed away the scene. The unadulterated happiness on his face was the greatest gift anyone could have given her. Wow! Harry gasped out, his lips smacking, tongue licking at the remnants of the drink on his lips. This tastes amazing. Just don't drink too much. She reminded him softly. Don't forget who's talking you home. Harry then laughed. Then the sound snuffled out of his nose as he lapsed into giggles. His eyes were sparkling with pure mirth. Well, you are the one responsible for me. If anyone is going to get into trouble, it'll be you, he said. She leveled him a daring look and snatched up her glass of wine. Taking a large gulp. Maybe I need a break from being responsible. I think this is going to be the best Christmas I've ever had. He lifted his glass and grinned. When his dimple deepened, Hermione couldn't contain it anymore. She set her glass down and had his face in her hands. He let out a surprised "eep" before she kissed him full on the lips. Across from them, she heard her mum laugh. Hermione, shocked, pulled her lips from Harry. Blood surged to her face as she realized that she lost her inhibitions completely and snogged Harry right in front of her parents. A pair of equally shocked green eyes were wide and staring at her. You win, Richard, her mum said, turning to her husband. Damn it, I was so sure Harry would crack first. Hermione and Harry turned to look at the adults. Both Miranda and Richard wore matching grins. I told you earlier, her dad then said. To their surprise, he gave Harry a wink. Young Harry here is a true gentleman. Harry's face went bright red. Welcome to the family, Harry Potter. Richard Granger said and met Hermione's gaze. He smiled at her, the message loud and clear. He's the one. When she looked back to a very shell-shocked Harry, she knew her dad was right. He was the one. And I love him too. Cozy and content was Harry Potter's state of being when he woke up on Christmas Day. It was marvelously peaceful in the dormitory. The only sounds were the soft crackling of the wood burner in the middle of the room and the distant birdsong from the forest. He nuzzled his face into his pillow, smiling to himself as he slipped out from his blissful dreams into a very comfortable bed. It took him a moment to work out why he was so happy. He tested the end of the bed with a foot to confirm that it was indeed Christmas. The weight of something resting on top of his covers had him scrambling from his warm cocoon. He crawled like an oversized bug on his hands and knees over his bed to the pile of brightly wrapped up gifts. A swelling warmth inside him made him smile more broadly as he sat back on his squashy quilt. It wasn't the same feeling of previous Christmases. It hadn't started abruptly, either with a arc through the door of his cupboard or an excited shout from Ron or whoever was in the room with him. It was a peaceful beginning of what would turn out to be his favorite Christmas yet. One with the Grangers. Harry closed his eyes and rocked back, dwelling on the previous night. Pleasant feelings stirred up as he thought of the wonderful, yet too few, hours he'd spent in the Three Broomsticks. Of course, there had been some bittersweet moments. Try as he might, it was always hard for him to not feel sad whenever he was around a happy family. The feelings never faded from when he was a little boy. Watching his aunt plaster kisses on Dudley's cheeks while the only touches he received were swats on his behind and clips around the earhole. They remained embedded inside him when he first stayed at the Burrow. Seeing properly for the first time how parents should treat the children in their care. No spoiling ungrateful children, encouraging their bullying. For all the difficulties they faced, the Weasleys never deprived their children of their needs. They made do with what little they had. His loss was such a part of who he was, he had long since learned how to adapt and appreciate what he did have. So he did the same while in the company of Hermione and her parents. He relished in how much they clearly loved their daughter, instead focusing on how happy he was for Hermione that she had support at home. What he could never have expected was for them to start to show him the same support. For as much as he was very fond and grateful towards Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, none of them had ever tried to make an effort to get to know him. They assumed they knew all about him because his life history was public knowledge. They knew that he was grieving, yet hadn't stepped in to console him or offer condolences. He supposed that as he was his friend's parents, they didn't feel comfortable stepping in to give another child parental support. He never shared with them his true feelings of fear that they would treat him differently. They were Order members, they knew he was destined to fight Voldemort. If he shared with them how lonely he felt and scared, he would just show them at the one they pinned their hopes on was a vulnerable human just like everyone else. But to Miranda and Richard, he was a 16-year-old boy with heaps of trauma and a lot on his shoulders. They were sympathetic. He felt no judgment from them whatsoever when he dropped his guard and shared his feelings more openly than he would ever with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Their kind words stayed with him. Each gesture of them welcoming him to their family touched him so very deeply. He had clung onto that moment while he lay in bed, holding it in his mind until the pleasant sleepiness the mead had bestowed upon him tugged into a deep sleep. Their assurances that they would be at the castle for Christmas dinner had filled him with such joy. All he ever wanted was to spend Christmas with his family. The mirror of Arised had shown him such. While he could never has his own parents, joining his girlfriend's parents for the festivities filled the void well enough. Only a day ago, he had been dreading Christmas Day. Spending the day with the yawning absence in his life. He dreaded the morning when he would wake up alone and miserable. He would be starting a Christmas like the ones in the cupboard. Instead, he was full of joy and hope for the first time in what felt like years. The trials and tribulations of his life were on standby. In this moment, he could enjoy living and form new memories. Tea would make him fight for more like them in the future. He went back to considering his presents. His pile was always a lot more modest than the other boys in the dormitory. Yet he noticed that it was larger than usual. He reached for the first one, smiling as he recognizing Hagrid's clumsy wrapping and his scrawl on the label. To Harry. Merry Christmas, Hagrid. He opened the present, smiling as he unearthed a pair of soft woolly gloves. He knew why Hagrid had gotten him gloves specifically. When he had gone down to his house the first day alone after the rest of the school went home for Christmas. He'd helped Hagrid with his bowtruckles until his fingers were white with the cold. Hagrid had told him off for not bringing gloves. Harry told him that his gloves were too small for him. Next he opened his present from Fred and George, which was of course some new Weasleys, Wizarding Wheezes merchandise. He tentatively put the box in his trunk, eyeing the rest of the pile. He wondered if Mrs. Weasley received his letter well and the presents he sent along with it. He had every suspicion that she would have been beside herself. His eyes then found the usual bulging package that looked very much like her wrapping. He sighed and continued with the rest, deciding to deal with that problem last. Ginny's present included some seeker goggles that could adjust to match his glasses' strength. He had some new socks from Dobby and miniature faux glass from Neville. Hermione's gift was absent. She had told him that she was going to give it to him in person so she could see his face when he opened it. At the thought, Harry looked over to his dresser where the extra gift he had got for her was waiting. He thought he would have to wait for January to give it to her. He bit on his lip nervously. What if she doesn't like it? Pushing his nerves down, he wondered if it had been a good idea to tell her that he'd gotten her something else as well as what he'd sent a week ago to the mail service. He had also sent off Ron's gift along with the other Weasleys. He had got him the heater pair of keeper gloves before their falling out. He chose to be the better person and send away his present. Only one present was left. He drew in a deep breath and picked up the bulky, squishy parcel. A letter was attached. He pulled it off and opened it, taking a deep breath, and opened it. It wasn't from Mrs. Weasley. Dear Harry, I apologize that I have to get involved in personal business, but I feel that as a parent, it's my duty when you are without a parental figure of your own. We first assumed, Molly and I, that the discord between you, Ron and Hermione was because the inevitable had happened. The moment we had you and Hermione both at our home for the summer before the Quidditch World Cup, we knew. We've raised 7 children and lived our own lives. We knew that puberty was going to make things complicated and messy. It was bound to happen and it did. Clashing over girls and hormones is something that's part of growing up. It's a confusing time. Arguments between friends are also natural. Yet in this case, I had to step in. I never expected my son to act as he has. Harry, I am so very sorry. I got out of my son why you really haven't come to stay with us this Christmas. I cannot tell you how horrified I was when he told me what he said to you. There is no excuse for it and I'm truly ashamed that such things were said from the mouth of my own son. While it is true that Ron is the reason why you were introduced to our family, he isn't the reason why you are a part of it. You have a place in all our hearts. Molly and I care very deeply for you, and all we only wish that we can give you the love and support that you've been deprived of through no fault of your own. We chose to accept you into our family because we have come to love you like you are one of us. You are under a tremendous amount of stress with the eyes of the world on you. We want to give you sanctuary away fr. Own the burdens of your difficult situation and not be another source of distress. If you wish to spend your holiday in a home where you feel safe, we respect that choice. We would like to see you, just me and Molly. We are so very worried about you. I hope we can arrange something. Until then, Merry Christmas, and always remember that we are here for you. Arthur. Wiping his face on his pajama sleeve, Harry put the letter down. His heart was aching fiercely, making it a challenge to breathe properly. He was making strange hiccup sounds as he tried to not cry, even though it didn't matter if he did with no one watching him. He pushed his hands over his eyes, heaving in a deep breath. He folded the letter carefully and put it to the side. Blowing out the breath, lips fluttering as he did, he opened his Weasley parcel of homemade goods. He gathered the new jumper in his arms and hugged it to his chest. "Thank you," he whispered, gripping the knitted jumper that he could see had a golden snitch worked into it. The rest of the present included mince pies and fudge. He nibbled at one of the pies and vanished the wrapping paper from his bed with his wand. He frowned for a moment, a stirring of anxiety taking over his thoughts. The absence of anything from Remus worried him. He knew from Dumbledore that he was undercover, so sending presents might not be the best move. He hadn't heard from him since his birthday. Guilt poked through his thoughts then. He was the last of his parents' friends, the last link he had to them. He could have tried to reach out to him before he went into deep cover. At least had one chat with him about their shared loss. Harry sighed and checked the time. It was only just past 9. With the Grangers arriving at the school at 12, he had the whole morning to himself. He didn't want to spend the time moping in bed. He gathered his gifts and placed them in his trunk. Then off he went to prepare himself for the day. While in the shower, his thoughts went to the letter that Arthur had written once more. He found it more touching that it had been him to reach out rather than the more overbearing Weasley matriarch. He remembered how after the incident with the Tung-Tung Toffee, Mr. Weasley's anger had been a lot more intimidating than the explosive shouting matches of Molly when she was set off. He had to be very upset with Ron indeed to step in as he had done. His disappointment had oozed from the parchment. Harry suppressed a shiver as his mind traitorously replayed the words that had Arthur so ashamed with his son. Pathetic loner. He lathered shampoo into his thick black hair as the hurt stabbed into him again. The pain was muted now that he knew the words had no truth to them. He wasn't a loner, and he wasn't pathetic. Leech. Bubbly soap rinsed out of his hair, the warm water doing more than draining away the shampoo. The pain was ebbing out of him too. He wasn't a leech either. The Weasleys took him in because they chose to. Veer asked for their charity, and if he knew it wasn't a point of pride, he would pay for his room and board. And as for Hermione, he knew he hadn't been friends with her the whole time to prop up his grades. He didn't expect her to fight his battles, far from it. He wanted her as far from his battles as possible. The thought of her being hurt because of him sent off a whine in his brain. He was back there in the Department of Mysteries, frozen solid as he knelt over her motionless body. Breathing beyond him, thinking a momentous effort, as he thought Hermione was gone forever. His heart gave a lurch at the memory. He rested a hand over his chest, breathing deeply. Water splashed all around him. He wasn't a parasite. If he was, why would he risk his life several times over for those he loved? Why would he view their suffering as a torment far worse than being made to suffer himself? Why did his mind force him to relive Cedric's murder over and over in his nightmares if he only cared a boo? Using people as human shields to protect himself. Turning off the water, he stepped out of the cubicle, deep in thought. Ron's opinions of him were so similar to the Dursleys, and he knew how wrong they were. Perhaps that was why they hurt so much. His best friend and his only living family thought the worst of him. And they were wrong. He knew he would never have an apology from a Dursley. To add that they were wrong would go against everything they built their world upon. He was the abnormal one, the threat to their oh-so-important reputation of normality. The black sheep of the family who they despised. He had long since come to terms that they would never change their ways. He wouldn't wait with bated breath for an apology from Ron, either. Frankly, He didn't think he could ever accept one. There was saying hurtful things in the heat of the moment, but it had been too personal, too methodical, to be a spontaneous splurge of vitriol. Ron had to have been sitting on it for a while. His insecurities turned feral and hostile as Harry got more and more attention, leaving him deeper in his shadow. That wasn't someone he could trust. Harry reached the sinks, towel wrapped around Hi's hips as he picked up his wand from where he'd left it. He cast a drying charm on the mirror to clear the condensation. His sodden reflection looked back at him. He looked into his own eyes, staring at himself. It was rare for him to be able to look at himself for a long period of time. He brought a finger up to brush against the dark hair on his upper lip. It was a recent issue after his sudden growth spurt aged him in more ways than one. He lamented that his unruly hair issue also extended to the hair on his body as well as his head. He was the only boy in the dorm that had noticeable chest hair, and he needed to shave more and more regularly. He took his shaving kit from his wash bag, staring down at it. Sirius had given it to him last Christmas. He joined him in the bathroom one day that holiday. One of few moments they had spent together. Sirius taught him to shave as Harry had no one to show him. The grief pangs were coming thick and fast. They were a hazard Harry was used to, but it was a raw loss. He rode out the pain, staring at his hairy lip, forcing himself to not cry. Back under control, he followed the steps Sirius told him. He brushed on the magic foam that smelled like cedarwood. He then took up the razor and carefully shaved away his patches of hair that needed tidying up. It was getting more and more out of control. Sirius had warned him that Potters were known for their rapid hair growth. The magically regrowing hair of his childhood years suddenly made sense. Harry rinsed off his face, washing off the excess foam. He looked back up at the mirror, relieved that he hadn't cut himself. He toweled himself off and finished the rest of his morning ritual. Teeth brushed, hair combed and body toweled dry, he got dressed. He chose to dress a little more smartly than he usually would for Christmas Day at Hogwarts. Normally, he'd sport his latest Weasley jumper and be at one with his fellow woolly jumper wearers. As they were absent, he decided on a pair of his uniform trousers. The dress shirt he'd received with his dress robes, and one of the robes he bought from Gladrags during the last Hogsmeade trip. He put on the owl cufflinks Dumbledore gave him, smiling to himself. He liked them a lot. The robe he'd picked out had been specifically to wear for Christmas. He knew Hermione would find his choice amusing. Stepping into his school shoes, Hen finished his ensemble with his glasses. He chewed on his lip as he looked over himself in the mirror. His hair was a lost cause without some of the miracle hair wax Dean used to tame it. Stowing his wand into his robe pocket, he left the bathroom. He headed back to his bed, taking the invisibility cloak where he left it out for easy reach in case he was ambushed in the night. He stuck the cloak into the inside pocket of his robe that was charmed with an undetectable extension charm. Something that Dumbledore had stepped in to do to all his robes so he could have his cloak on his person at all times. Finally, he reached for the brightly wrapped gift waiting on the dresser. He gripped it in his hands, smiling to himself. He stuffed the gift in the same pocket as his cloak. All set, Harry left the dorm and swept down the staircase in maroon robes that he'd bought out of a spite as it was Ron's most loathed color. The moment he took a step into the common room, he knew something was wrong. First off, the fire was healthy crackling in the hearth, which made no sense as he was the only occupant. Then there was the sense that he couldn't shake, a feeling that someone was close by. His hand was reaching for his wand as he stepped into the room, where he, despite knowing only those with the password could enter. As he came within reach of the larger twin seats in front of the fireplace, he jolted to such an abrupt halt. He nearly lost his balance. A mass was curled up on the sofa that Ron and Hermione always picked when they had the chance. Their favorite spot. A mass tucked in a worn-out traveling cloak that was patched in several places. Harry knew that cloak. He hoarsely gasped in surprise and staggered a step towards the impossible heap on the sofa in the Gryffindor common room. Remus, he called out. His voice brought the heap to life. The cloak was thrown back, revealing a very disheveled man with graying brown hair stuck up in different directions. Harry approached, his jaw hanging down as he stared at Remus Lupin. It was more than obvious that the man had been fast asleep on the sofa under his cloak, still fully dressed. He threw the cloak he was using G as a blanket over the back of the sofa and shook himself awake. When his hazel eyes met Harry's, he gave him a wolfish grin. "Don't worry. It's not the first time I've spent the night on this seat," he said, then yawned and stretched his arms. Harry blinked several times to confirm that Remus Lupin was indeed in the Gryffindor common room with him. What? Harry managed to get out. Remus pushed D himself off the sofa and approached him. He looked Harry up and down, his expression lighting up. At once, he was right there, still disheveled but awake. "I arrived at midnight," Remus said softly. "Albus told me the password, but I didn't want to wake you and give you the fright of your life. It's perfectly comfortable down here." Harry was staring at him, blinking. Remus's smile turned sad and he tilted his head to one side. "I went to the burrow, thinking that you would be there. I heard what happened and I came straight here." His smile then fell. He carefully reached a hand towards his shoulder, hovering before placing it down. "Molly and Arthur are very worried about you. I am too." Tears sprung into Harry's eyes before he could breathe. He closed the distance between them, not caring that Remus smelled musty. He initiated a hug, moving into the man's space and brought his arms around him. Remus had gone still. "Merry Christmas, Moony." He breathed into the man's shoulder. Remus gasped and his arms sprung to life, moving from loose and uncertain to determined and purposeful. He brought his arms around Harry and they had their very first hug. A long time coming. Remus then startled him, kissing the top of his head in the center of his crown of messy black locks. "Merry Christmas, Prongs Jr." It turned out that Remus Lupin didn't need to wrap his Christmas present, unless a patched traveling cloak counted. The days that the Grangers managed to take off as holidays soon ended, much, much too soon. By the time the 27th came, they were packed and ready to leave the Everstar suite in the Three Broomsticks. The fairy tale Christmas at Hogsmeade had come to an end. Saying goodbye to Harry in front of the emerald flames of an active flow connection left Hermione struggling to keep back tears. She felt so silly. In only 6 days, she would be heading back to Hogwarts on the express along with everyone else. 6 days of separation was hardly worth crying about. Was it? All that morning, when Harry joined them for breakfast, his hand often found itself seeking hers. She caught him staring at her in the corner of his eye, wearing a sad, lost look that he covered up whenever her gaze turned to him. Harry was far better at hiding his emotions, giving her sweet smiles the moment their eyes met. He didn't want her to go either, of course, but they both knew that. Her parents had their lives to get back to, and Hermione felt obligated to spend time with her parents while she could. Back in a setting that they were a lot more comfortable with. Her parents tried their utmost to take everything in without making their discomfort clear. Their curiosity and enthusiasm around seeing Hogwarts for the first time and visiting the school that they'd heard so much about had been genuine. When they glimpsed the castle on the carriage ride from Hogsmeade, they gasped in wonder. Their faces bright with awe towards the winter spectacle with its snowy mountains, wintry forest backdrop and the frozen lake. Inside the castle was a different matter. That was when wonderment was tainted with fear and uncertainty. It wasn't as if Hermione could stop the center of magi. Cal education in Wizarding Britain for being magical. When nearly headless Nick showed up to wish them a Merry Christmas, her mum couldn't stop herself from letting out a scream. Both of them looked easy when they used the grand staircase, heights being a common fear between the three of them. Using stairs that had a habit of moving and swinging out didn't help that phobia. And neither enjoyed tea. Commentary they received from the many magical portraits, questioning the presence of the Muggle parents in the castle. It took Hermione all her self-control to stop herself from kissing Harry Ogeye. And in front of her parents when he took steps to avoid any uncomfortable exchanges between the residents of the castle and her parents. They met him in the common room where a table and chairs had been set up so they could eat there instead of in the great hall with the professors and a small number of students. They had a surprise introduction to Remus, who had shown up to visit Harry. Her mum impressed with the older wizard, who greeted them with respect and even conversed casually about matters in the Muggle world, showing an understanding of things that she hadn't expected him to have, Muggle literature in particular. She supposed that, as a werewolf, he was treated with suspicion and animosity among wizards. Blending in with Muggles likely made him feel more accepted as a normal person. Once he made his farewells after spending a private moment with Harry, a conversation that lasted a fair while. Remus went to the burrow. Her mum had expressed fears that he left on their account. But Harry helped assure her that it wasn't the case. The rest of the day went by in a blur. They dined on Christmas dinner with all the trimmings, delivered instantly to the common room. They old crackers which her dad particularly enjoyed, especially the ridiculous hats they all sported. Hermione couldn't stop giggling at how uncomfortable Harry looked when made to put on the sombrero that was in his own cracker. It all made Hermione wish that they had a camera to capture the festivities. By the time it was getting dark, they exchanged gifts. Harry expressed a lot of embarrassment and flustered when her parents gave him presents. He quietly thanked them, turning pensive and reflective for a while until he rather shyly took out a gift from his magically expanded pocket in his robe to give to Hermione. He explained that the present he'd already given her, which he gave her before she left for the holidays, had been bought before he figured out his feelings for her. He didn't feel like his gift was good enough, so he got her something else. It was that gift which Hermione stared at as she sat on her bed, back in her bedroom. Pride of place upon her bedside table, next to her lamp, was a handcrafted picture frame. Having finished packing her trunk, ready for the journey back to Hogwarts, Hermione settled on her bed and reminisced over the Christmas that she shared with her parents and with her boyfriend. In particular, she recalled how nervously Harry had passed the beautifully wrapped gift. Fierce curiosity bloomed inside her, wondering about the level of effort put into the presentation of the gift alone. At first, she felt immensely guilty. The gifts she'd given Harry, which she'd also got for him before they became official at the Christmas party, felt suddenly inadequate. Though Harry had been very genuinely happy about the wand care kit she'd gotten for him, she wondered why she hadn't thought to get him something else too. Hermione leaned forwards from the edge of her bed, mattress creaking at the movement. Taking the picture frame into her hands, she settled back down and took in every detail of the gift, thinking of Harry's story to go with it. Just like she had when she opened the present, her fingers went over the designs hand-carved out of wood. I wanted something special, something that's about us, not just a standard frame with pretty decorations. Harry had said when she'd fallen silent, taking in the details that he'd asked the craftsman in Hogsmeade to add into the design. So I asked for a stag and an otter. Our patronesses, Hermione had murmured. She ran her finger over the stag in the bottom right corner, the antlers delicate and beautifully molded from a dark, earthen-colored wood. Then she studied the otter in the top left, opposite the stag. The tail curving down the corner where it looked like it was in mid-swim. Then she looked at the picture, the characters captured in the photograph in motion. The colors were brilliant and bright. The glitter and splendor shimmering as the scene played out. The people in the background were almost colorful blurs, out of focus as the center characters twirl slowly, robes of rich purple rippling around them. It was the photograph that had been taken when they embraced on the dance floor at Slughorn's party. It captured perfectly the moment when Hermione rested her head against Harry's chest and then he brought his down on top of hers. A personal, tender moment that had ended up plastered over the front page of the Daily Prophet. I know it's a bit of a weird gift, seeing that the bloke who took it was a complete ass and sold it to the papers. But I wanted it to be our moment, you know. So, I'm giving you that moment back. Harry then frustratedly kneaded at his head. It all sounded a lot better in my head when I had the idea. Quote, Hermione didn't give him any further chance to doubt himself for his gesture. She practically threw herself over the table to kiss him. Back in her bedroom, without him there to kiss and hold, she put her arms around the picture frame and held it close to her chest. She closed her eyes, imagining that he was there, filling her mind with the feel of his arms around her, the warmth of his smiles, the soft caress of his lips on hers. She wished he was there so she could tell him again that he's a romantic fool and that his present was perfect. Down to the execution, the thought behind it, everything was just as perfect to her as he was. She held the picture frame for a few minutes before reminding herself that she actually had to be ready on time. Else be late for the train that would take her back to Harry. Placing the picture frame with care in her trunk, using her robes to keep it wrapped up and protected, she then closed her truck, securing the lock. Before long, her dad was carrying her trunk out of the front door to the car parked on the drive. She'd already said her goodbyes to her mum who left for work earlier that morning. Her dad's job gave him a bit more freedom with his days off and was there to drive her back to the station. He shut the car boot, turning to where she was waiting, doing up her C. As the chilly winter weather nipped at them both. Got everything? He asked her. Hermione double-checked that her wand was definitely in her pocket before nodding. They both got into the car once her dad locked up the house. A lot went unspoken as Hermione looked away from the house, doing her best to not think about how long it would be until they would all be reunited again. The long periods apart were a sore topic among the Grangers and one that was never spoken about. Conversation ran dry during the drive in the car and her dad switched the radio station to music rather than the football coverage on BBC Radio 4. Hermione's thoughts remained focused on the train journey and the destination, not dwelling on the fact that she needed to have an Auror escort now that she was even more of a target for the Death Eaters. When they arrived at the King's Cross car park, Hermione sagged visibly with relief when Kingsley met them, an Auror she at least knew. Her dad just got her trunk out of the back when the tall Auror approached them. Unlike most wizards, he had shown up dressed in Muggle attire, a business suit in fact. He didn't stand out at all among the London commuters that bustled around about them. Looking just like he was on a business trip. He smiled warmly at Hermione before introducing himself to her dad. She hugged her dad farewell at the car, promising to write more. He planted kisses on her cheeks and made hints about Easter, which she pushed aside for now. She would worry about plans for the next holiday later. Despite Kingsley being a lot more approachable than the dour Aurors who Harry had as escorts when leaving for Hogwarts in September, it was still awkward. He took her trunk, his dark gaze scanning the crowds as Hermione kept close to him. Nerves jittered as she too looked for any potential threats. She spied a few familiar faces making their way to platforms 9 and 10. No family groups of red hair, however. Kingsley took her arm as they went through the barrier. But she didn't mind. On the other side, he let go and gestured for her to lead. The Scarlet engine was pumping out steam as usual, the platform busy with students and their families. She spotted Arthur and Molly Weasley easily enough. They immediately saw Kingsley and came over before she could avoid the awkward reunion. "Hello Hermione." Mr. Weasley greeted cheerfully before shaking Kingsley's hand. "Kingsley. Good to see you both." If either of them were curious about Kingsley's presence, they didn't show it. Hermione expelled a breath of relief when she caught Ron with Lavender through the crowd behind them. She searched for Ginny, finding her with her arms wrapped around Dean. To her surprise, she soon found herself being gathered up in a hug as Mrs. Wellesley turned her attention to her. "There you are. Hermione dear. Lovely to see you." Hermione's eyes stung a little at the genuine warm greeting. She blinked quickly to clear any threatening tears and she drew on a smile. "You too, Mrs. Weasley. I hope you had a wonderful Christmas." It was rather quiet, Mrs. Weasley said in a slightly stiff tone. Hermione glanced back to where Ron was, then winced. "The last thing we wanted was for our conflict to involve anyone else. It should just be between the three of us," Hermione said, hands wringing together. "I'm sorry if it ruined your Christmas." Molly sighed sadly, resting a hand on her shoulder. "We're only upset that this has come between you. I'm hopeful that there can be some resolution. You have had fallings out before and patched them up after talking it through. It just takes talking, and communicating." Hermione looked down at her wringing hands, unable to suppress the stab of guilt at the words. In the bigger picture, her hurt feelings were rather unimportant. "That aside, I heard you had an interesting Christmas," Mr. Weasley said, moving the subject on as he turned to Hermione. She smiled, grateful for the subject change. "We were really. Even when we heard from Remus that you and your parents were spending Christmas with Harry. We didn't like the idea of him alone." "No," Mrs. Weasley firmly agreed, shooting a stern look into the crowd. Which Hermione knew was directed towards her son. Especially not after that article came out. That poor boy has too much on his shoulders without the added publicity. On the subject of publicity, Hermione glanced around the crowd on the platform. A lot of eyes were fixed on her, not just stares from students who were already gossiping before getting on board the train. Parents were leaning together, whispering, looking at her with avid interest. She swallowed tightly. It was expected, being recognized as Harry Potter's girlfriend, but it did make her feel extremely uncomfortable to be the pick of conversation outside the gossip bubble of the school. Sorry to cut this short, but I think it's best if everyone gets onto the train. Kingsley interrupted. Hermione caught Kingsley's eye and he gave her a nod. She smiled gratefully, now very eager to get in a compartment away from the attention. Giving Mr. and Mrs. Weasley a hurried goodbye, she joined Kingsley, who helped her get her trunk on the train. Neville showed up with his trunk, grinning at her and saying hello. Hermione looked over, spotting Neville's Gran making her exit. Good move, Neville remarked as he pulled his trunk up the step. I figured you might want to grab a compartment quickly. She nodded eagerly, then turned to thank Kingsley. Find a compartment, you too, Kingsley told her, now wielding his wand. I'll have to check the train. But we'll be up front with the driver if there are any concerns. You're staying on the train? Hermione asked, surprised. Their last trip hadn't required an Auror on board. A precaution, nothing more. He assured her, then nodded at them both before sweeping down the walkway. Hermione shared a look with Neville and they both went to find an empty compartment. I know him, Kingsley. He came to the Department of Mysteries, didn't he? I saw him fighting the Death Eaters. Neville said as they picked out a place for them to use for the journey. Yes, he's in the Order and also an Auror. Gran mentioned him to me before. I know he worked with my mum and dad. Neville said, subdued as he pulled the door back for Hermione to go in. A chill went through Hermione at the mention of his parents. Both permanent residents of the closed ward at St. Mungo's. Is he here on behalf of the Order or the Ministry? He then asked as he stowed his trunk under the bench before flopping himself on the padded seat. Both, I think, though I expect it's on orders from the Ministry, for their public image. Huh, yeah, figures that when they look competent, it's political. He remarked, just as Ginny appeared outside their compartment door. Ginny, in here. She and Dean entered, looking flustered, but when Ginny saw Hermione, she rushed at her, giving her a fierce hug. I saw you with Mum and Dad. I hope Mum didn't give you a grilling, Ginny said as her way of greeting. She released Hermione from her arms and looked her up and down, as if searching for something. Well, you seem no worse for wear. Ginny grabbed Hermione's hand and brought her to the seat opposite the boys. Hermione chose to sit next to her, still feeling on edge and uncomfortable. Luna then meekly pushed her way into the compartment, asking if she could join. Ginny rolled her eyes, waving her in. Luna smiled softly at them as Neville leapt up to help her with her trunk. Hermione caught Ginny's eye. At Neville's reaction as he eagerly stashed her trunk, going so far as to heave up the heavy chest to store on the upper shelves. Ginny covered her smile. Luna joined Ginny on her other side as the train lurched into motion. They wrenched the window back so they could wave out the window. Once clear of the station, they settled back down and got around to catching up. All right, Nev. Good Christmas. Dean asked Neville when he sat back down. I know this'll sound a bit cold, but I sort of wish I spent Christmas at Hogwarts, Neville said, soberly looking out the window as they rattled through London. I thought it would be good for Gran, but she didn't want to go anywhere or do anything. She's convinced that I'm next on the Death Eaters list or something. Surely you've got security set up? Dean asked him, looking stunned. Yeah, Scrimgeour personally arranged it, but it doesn't stop Gran from being paranoid. In fact, she appeared to be happy I was going back to school because I'd at least be safer there. Not a lot of parents agree that it's safer, Dean said, leaning forwards, eyes darting between them. I was surprised that Parvati and Padma got on the train. I thought their folks really don't want them back at the school. He sighed, looking out the window too. I have to say, I'm pretty grateful that my mum has no clue really about what's going on. She knows bits, but I'd rather not worry her. His eyes found Hermione. I guess you'd have to tell your parents a bit more, what with Harry and all. All eyes were on Hermione. Dean hadn't implicitly said why her situation would be different because of her friendship with Harry or because of their new relationship status. They know everything, she confirmed, and they're not happy that I'm in danger, of course, they accept that Hogwarts is the safest place. And dating someone with his own personal security can't hurt, Ginny supplied helpfully. Hermione scowled at her. Dating, Neville repeated, looking between Ginny and Hermione. Then he blinked. Wait, that article about the party with you and Harry. Or you both? Hermione found herself smiling at Neville's reaction. Dean grinned, leaning back, sharing a look with Ginny. Luna then stared at Hermione. Of course they're together. she said as her smile bloomed, warm and rich with sincerity. To Hermione's surprise, Luna got up and reached for Hermione's hands. She gazed deeply in her eyes, her smile infectious as Hermione's own broadened. Her cheeks warmed at the kind, genuine happiness directed towards her. I'm very happy for you, Hermione. And Harry too. You are perfect for each other. Thank you, Luna. Hermione's voice caught as she was truly touched by Luna's honest, heartfelt joy. Luna remained standing for a moment before. A slight lurch of the train made her stumble for balance. Neville's hand snapped out to steady her, but Luna was already on her way back to her seat. It fell quiet in the compartment. Hermione found herself apprehensive, glancing at Ginny. Worried that she'd been visibly unhappy at the news, but then she reminded herself of how Ginny assured her that her feelings towards Harry were platonic. Even oh, there had been a time when they weren't. Instead, she found Ginny grinning, her eyes glinting with that same dangerously mischievous look she caught earlier on the platform. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before. We decided to keep it quiet until the start of term, but then the paper printed it. She said apologetically to Ginny. So the Daily Prophet got something right for a change, then. You're officially together? Neville asked. When did that happen? Hermione blinked before her cheeks burned a little hotter. Ginny let out an oddly maniacal giggle. Harry asked me out before we showed up at the party, Hermione told them. So you were actually on a date? Ginny asked her, turning sharply in her seat. Hermione's face was still hot. It wasn't pretend. Why am I so embarrassed? She asked herself, baffled at her reaction. It was our first date, I guess. When you both slipped out for some air. Ginny marked invisible marks around the two words with her fingers. She tutted, shaking her head dramatically. Such behavior from a prefect, no less. Disgraceful. Ha! Dean burst out, grinning. And he came back with his tie undone. Hermione rolled her eyes, smiling despite her pink face. Yes, all right, we kissed. And then you both suddenly changed your Christmas plans and spent it together. Ginny said with a wicked grin. Moving rather fast, aren't you? Making Harry meet the parents. Neville frowned, confused. Hang on, how were you with Harry for Christmas? Did he visit you and your parents? I'm surprised that would be allowed. We visited him, not the other way around, Hermione explained. Neville looked even more surprised and awkwardly glanced around the compartment. How did you manage that? I've not heard of parents ever being allowed to stay at the school for the holidays and, well, it would be a bit difficult if they're muggles. Neville looked embarrassed at bringing that up. Not that I think matters, but it's okay, Neville, Hermione said before he got more flustered. Well, I wrote to Dumbledore and asked him if it was possible for me and my parents to stay at the Three Broomsticks. He allowed it and even let us spend Christmas Day with Harry at Hogwarts. We had the common room to ourselves as Harry's the only one in Gryffindor who stayed behind. She smiled softly to herself, thinking of the dinner they had in the homely communal space. Memories warm and comforting. Ginny then leaned in, wearing a concerned look. How did it go? I know your mum and dad didn't have the best introduction to our world. I remember that day pretty vividly. Hermione sighed, all too aware that the day in question wasn't a fond memory for Ginny either. It had been that day when Lucius Malfoy slipped her the diary of Tom Riddle, starting Ginny's traumatic first year at Hogwarts. Honestly, I'm surprised it went as well as it did. I was really nervous about Mum and Dad being around so much magic, she admitted, but Harry helped make them feel comfortable. It was so weird hearing him talk about Muggle life. It's too easy to forget sometimes that Harry spent most of his life around Muggles himself. Though I think pretty much everything he knows about football came from you, Dean. Enough to handle himself in a conversation with my dad, at least. Dean grinned, leaning back in his seat. I'm happy to take full credit. They weren't very comfortable when we showed them around the castle, but I think they came away feeling happier that they've seen everything for themselves. It is a challenge to describe magic without witnessing it and experiencing it, and like you said, their first introduction was pretty miserable. Ginny nodded in response, but then sighed, glancing over to the door out of the compartment. Her brow knitted and she gave Hermione a pointed look. It sounds a lot better than what it was like at home, Ginny then admitted in a heavy voice. Ron was downright unpleasant the whole time, whenever he graced us with his presence, that was. He spent pretty much the whole holiday either shut up in his room or flying in the garden. Hermione stiffly turned to look at Ginny. She had a very good guess behind the reason for Ron's behavior. The front page news about Harry's apparent debut, sporting pictures of them both together would be cause enough, added on top of his already bruised pride. Across from them, Neville and Dean started up a conversation on their own to give them privacy. Luna had already taken out a copy of the latest edition of the Quibbler and was content in her silence. Harry told me that your dad sent a letter to him. Hermione shared with Ginny, lowering her voice even though she knew the others could hear her plainly. It sounded like he's not impressed with Ron. That's putting it very lightly, Ginny said grimly. Looking over to the glass door again. The last time Dad shouted like that, it was at Percy. He was furious. Me, Fred and George tried to listen in, but Dad put up impenetrable charms. Hermione waved at Ginny to continue, listening intently, her heart starting to race. For Mr. Weasley to be that angry, he would need a very good reason. Something a lot worse than Ron being insensitive towards Hermione's feelings. She had a good idea. She'd seen Harry after his row with Ron in the common room, how despondent and hurt he'd been while trying to hide it from her. It was after the Daily Prophet printed that story about Slughorn's party. Ginny went to explain. We were all glad that they said something nice about Harry for a change, but Ron, he went completely ballistic. He ranted about how no one can see that Harry's playing everyone to get what he wants. Ginny's eyes hardened with anger as she spoke. She looked at Hermione. He even said that White turned everyone against him, not just including you but me too. Hermione's hands clenched into tight fists as anger burned in her gut. Ginny then puffed out her cheeks, blowing out air in a huff. His little outburst didn't get him the sympathy he was after, let's just say that. Ginny growled, then continued in a more level tone. Then while Dad was having a chat with dear Ronald, he started to shout. We got a hint of, how could you, before Mum was there, casting privacy charms. Neville and Dean had given up pretending to not listen. Both looked shocked across from them. Mum and Dad, both already knew that you three had a big falling out, but they just saw it as a misunderstanding that you'd sort out on your own. I mean, the three of you, this was bound to happen, right? Getting feelings for each other. Friendships getting awkward, that sort of thing. Ginny waved a dismissive hand. They weren't pleased that Ron just disregarded your feelings for him when I told them about what happened. But it's the normal sort of teenage drama. Hermione drew each breath with measured control, doing her best to listen and not explode. Ginny's eyes then burned with anger. But I guess Dad found out that Ron's not just been nasty to you, but to Harry too. Likely what was said when he and Harry had that fight. You likely know a lot more about it than I do. You checked on Harry afterwards, right? Ginny looked up at Hermione who sighed. Harry wouldn't tell me what it was about, just that he didn't want to antagonize Ron anymore. It must have been bad if he didn't want you to know. Ginny said, crestfallen. Anyway, after Dad gave him a talking to, Ron went up to his room. He barely said anything during Christmas and then there was the fact Harry sent Ron his Christmas present. Ginny trailed off. Shaking her head. I think he's feeling guilty about it all but doesn't know how to figure out what to do about it. Apologizing is a good start. If he tried, would you and Harry hear him out? Ginny asked. Hermione shot her a hard look and Ginny put up her hands. I'm just saying, if there's even a chance that you can resolve this, come to some sort of truce at the least. You're going to have to be civil towards each other, and listen to each other. Let's be honest, neither of you are good at keeping your tempers. Hermione begrudgingly accepted that Ginny had a point. Look, I know he really messed up. But he is still my brother even though he's a massive idiot. If he does manage to get his head out from his ass, will you at least let him talk before pelting him with conjured canaries? Heaving out a huge sigh, Hermione wearily sat back, looking away from Ginny and the sincerity in her eyes. She felt a stirring of guilt at Ginny's words. Despite it all, despite the hurt Ron caused and the friction between them, she still cared about him. She didn't want to hurt him, not really, and she did hope that he could go through some personal growth on his own. Admit his mistakes, apologize, and grow up. She had doubts about him accepting that her and Harry were together. If they did reconcile, their friendship wouldn't be the same. But they could adapt and compromise. Wasn't that what friends did? Support each other in any way that they could. If he wants to apologize, I promise, I'll hear him out. Hermione said sincerely to Ginny, meaning every word. But what I can't promise is if I forgive him. And you're forgetting that he will have to come to terms with the fact that me and Harry are dating now. He overreacted about you and Dean. How do you think he's going to react when he finds out the rumors are true? Ginny sighed, thinking it through, the look in her eyes saying enough. The uncertain flicker in her gaze, the flattening of her mouth. She wasn't hopeful that Ron would react well at all. Well, he will just have to deal with it, won't he? The answer came from behind Ginny as Luna looked up from the addition of the quibbler. Ginny snorted, then grinned at Luna. Yeah, exactly that. He's got to accept it. After all, it was his fault you both ended up together in the first place, Ginny said lightly. She then got up, stretching out her arms dramatically and looked around the compartment. Exploding snap, anyone. Taking off at a brisker pace than what was wise down the grand staircase, Harry hurriedly made his way to the entrance hall. He paused on the landing of the third floor to quickly check the Marauders' map, seeing the many dots and names coming closer as the carriages brought the students back to the castle. They started appearing just as Harry left Professor McGonagall's office, making their approach from the station. He grinned to himself as his keen eye caught Hermione's name, attention jumping to it as if magnetized. Practically vaulting over the trick step, he set off again, stuffing the map back into his pocket. His emotions were still in a complex tangle, trying to not dwell on what he'd just been discussing with his head of house. Minerva McGonagall had a lot to say to him and not a lot of it was easy to hear. Though being told that he wouldn't have to be escorted around the school by various teachers had come as a relief. He flushed again, thinking back on the hour-long meeting he'd just escaped from. One that ended only when Professor McGonagall took note of the time and that the Hogwarts Express would have arrived. He'd never been more eager to be dismissed. He had gone into the meeting with Professor McGonagall blind, expecting her to want to ask him about Quidditch practice for tea. He'd term and maybe even advise him to resolve the conflict between him and Ron. Both things came up briefly, but that wasn't why he had been summoned up to her office. She'd just given him the talk. Harry almost stumbled on the last step as he reached the entrance hall. A couple of wayward ghosts disappeared through the walls, paying him no attention. He went to catch his breath, then paused as Filch and Mrs. Norris caught his eye at the door. The rattling keys explained the caretaker's appearance. As the doors creaked open, the first arrivals burst into the hall. Thankfully, they were too lost in their conversations and catching up with their friends to notice Harry awkwardly waiting in the shadow of the house hourglasses. Harry rose up on his tiptoes to look over the sea of heads to find Hermione among them. Too impatient to wait for her to appear, he went to find her instead at the carriages. He stepped into the throng, ignoring the gasps as he went against the crowd, bringing attention to himself. He had to weave his way through where the crowd was thickest at the door. He hastily responded to the few greetings he received, smiling at those who were actually friends. Stepping outside, he scanned the crowd and then he caught sight of Hermione's head of golden brown curls still at the carriages. He picked up his pace, almost jogging, completely blanking those around him. Then the crowd parted enough for him to see Hermione properly. He didn't even notice when he passed Ron, Lavender, Parvati and Seamus. "Hermione!" Harry called out. Her head whipped around and he saw. Her face lit up as their eyes met across the distance. She didn't wait a single second before she was pushing past the students between them. Harry rushed forwards, not wanting to delay a second longer. His arms wrapped around her before she could get a purchase. Before he knew what he was doing, heart feeling the lightest it had been over the last few days, he lifted her upwards. She let out a surprised squeak as he laughed playfully. Almost in homage to the dances they shared on the dance floor in Professor Slughorn's office, he spun her around in a circle, holding on tight. "Harry." Her voice was colored with surprise, glee and also a hint of embarrassment. Suddenly aware that they had a very captive audience around them, Harry put her back down, her shoes crunching in the gravel. Looking down, Harry's heart gave a flutter as he took in her face. He drank in every detail, the rising pink flush across her cheeks, the rich brown eyes shining with raw emotion as they latched onto his, and her parting lips that drew him in. Around them, it was as if time had resumed. He was very sharply aware of his name being mentioned, snapping him back into focus. He looked around, seeing that a crowd formed at his back. One by one, the curious bystanders went back to their own business now that the show had ended. Harry took a step back from Hermione, feeling lightheaded. "Sorry, forgot myself a bit there," Harry said. Not just for Hermione's benefit but for Ginny, Dean, Neville and Luna, who were rather awkwardly standing there. His face was heating up again. So, I guess the cat's out of the bag. We already know. Hermione told us on the train, Luna said, recovering first. She smiled at Harry. "You look a little pink." Ginny then burst out laughing and staggered up to Harry, slapping him on the back. It broke the shocked spell on the group. Dean then joined, grinning, gifting him with a punch on the arm. "Smooth moves, Harry," he said. Ginny softly snorted, rolling her eyes as she threaded her arm through Dean's. "Well, I'm glad that you didn't just snog each other senseless, but then, you do have an audience," she said, shooting Hermione a conspiratorial grin. Neville just gave Harry something halfway between a salute and a wave before rushing to join Luna, who had already left. "Move along." Filch's voice could be heard over the din of the crowd of students in the entrance hall. Glancing away from Hermione, Harry saw that there were a lot of people purposefully dawdling, still watching him and Hermione with avid interest. Not just any people either. Harry knew the faces of the girls that were part of his unofficial fan club. Remilda Vane was notably absent. Some part of him had hoped that their interest in him would subside now that he had a girlfriend. But whether he was single or not, apparently they fancied him regardless. "I need to talk to you before we join with the others," Hermione told him. "Before we go into the common room." "Yeah, okay," Harry said. Then stuck his free hand into his pocket, fishing for the Marauders map. His fingers brushed over another folded piece of parchment he'd stuck in there. "An envelope. I need to go to the Ollery and send a letter. How about we talk there? No chance of being overheard." Ginny rolled her eyes at them. "I'm sure you both have some catching up to do." She then smiled at Harry. "See you in the common room later." She then tucked her arm through Dean's and left them, not before giving them a wink. Harry met Hermione's gaze but said nothing, seeing the light flush over Hermione's cheeks. Shall we?" Harry asked her. Hermione nodded, joining him at his side as they followed behind Ginny and Dean. They cut through into the entrance hall, taking the corridor that led to the kitchens, splitting from the group. They passed a group of Hufflepuffs making their way to their common room, all of which stopped to watch them. They turned a corner, freed from the stares. Guilt squirmed in Harry's insides. It was because of him that she was being gawked at. While the attention wasn't hostile, unlike the level of abuse Hermione received after Rita Skeeter's article about her in their 4th year, it was still intrusive. They soon reached the door that led outside to the path up to the Ollery. Harry pushed it open and a chilly gust of wind blasted at them both. Hermione's hair swept around her face as she stepped outside first, looking back at him as he followed and shut the door behind him. Thankfully, the path had already been cleared of ice and snow. He shivered a little, not dressed for the outdoors. But they wouldn't be out in the wind for long. Reaching the Ollery, he pushed the door open, greeted at once with the din of the said audience of owls hooting and rustling their wings. He stepped inside to get out of the chill, rubbing at his arms to get some warmth. Hermione followed him, shutting the door with a snap. Harry was swiftly greeted with a flurry of white wings as Hedwig swept down from her perch. "Oh, bloody hell," he puffed out as a downy feather caught him on the lips. Hedwig settled on his shoulder, nipping his ear. Hermione's peal of laughter was just audible over the ambient noise of many owls. "It looks like I'm not the only one who missed you," she remarked and came over. Her fingers brushed through his hair, making him still at once. He stared at her as she plucked feathers from his messy hair. "She does this on purpose," Harry said, glancing over to his right shoulder where a pair of yellow eyes blinked innocently at him. "Don't give me that look." He stuck his hand into his pocket, taking out the letter. Hermione curiously looked down at it. "I thought Remus was going back undercover, at least that's what you said," she said as she read who it was addressed to. Harry looked up at her and gave a small shrug. "I know. I was just as confused when he wrote to me after Christmas. He just said that things have changed and he'll stay in touch." Remus's letter had been short and to the point, delivered on the leg of the most bedraggled owl Harry had ever seen. It explained only that he felt that he better served the order as a wizard than as a werewolf and was planning to rent a room. Harry wasn't fooled. He knew that he was the cause of the change. As experienced with guilt, regret and grief as Harry was, he recognized it in other people. He tied the letter he'd written in response to Remus's to Hedwig's leg. "I've asked what his plans are," Harry explained to Hermione as he tested the knots, causing Hedwig to nip at his ear again. "He told me at Christmas, before you and your parents arrived, about how he lived in Hogsmeade for a few years before traveling. He might choose to rent a room there again. He wants to be closer to you," Hermione softly said. Harry met her eyes and gave a nod. "He hasn't said as much but, yeah, I think that's the reason." He scratched Hedwig at her favorite spot under her beak. "You've not sent a letter to this one before, girl, but he's staying at the Burrow. You'll find him there." Hedwig pushed off his shoulder, releasing her claws before she hurt him, and set off to deliver his letter. They watched her take off through one of the many open windows. Harry stuck his hands into his pockets, shivering a little in the cold. It was always bitterly cold in the Ollery during the winter. "Now that's done, was everything all right on the train?" Harry asked, looking up at Hermione expectantly. He didn't need to ask her about the week she spent at home with her parents. She wrote to him for every day they were apart, keeping him informed on absolutely everything. Just as he had written back, reporting his daily activities, as unexciting as they were. In response to his question, Hermione's face fell a little and she turned from him, pacing away, her hair disturbed in the cold, frigid wind. "You can stop worrying. Ron completely avoided me and I noticed he was quick to get into the castle when he saw you." Harry blinked. He hadn't even noticed Ron when he made his beeline for Hermione through the crowd of arriving students. "I heard a lot from Ginny. Apparently Ron was Eddie vocal about you when he read the article about you in the Daily Prophet. It explains why you got that letter from Mr. Weasley. That must be what got him to question Ron about your falling out." Harry then started to pace as well, needing the motion to keep warm. "Yeah, that would make sense if he started running his mouth off about me in front of them. Ginny said that Ron accused you of turning the family against him. Almost like he sees you as a cuckoo, forcing him out of the nest." Hermione's voice hardened, matching the furious glint in her eyes. "Was what he said to you when you had that fight along the same lines?" Quote. He didn't need to ask her what fight she meant. There could only be one. Worse, he admitted. It was a lot more personal. Hermione sighed, crossing her arms, as she regarded him across the chilly space. The owls around them let out the occasional hoot but were otherwise a well-behaved audience to their conversation. Whatever was said to him by his dad, sounds like he got through that thick head of his. Ginny seems to think Ron wants to make amends. Harry let out a doubtful snort. "She was serious," she told him, "even asked me to hear him out if he did try to make up with us." While he suspected, maybe even hoped, that Ron would come to his senses eventually, Harry had already made up his mind. He'd accept an apology, if it was genuine enough. He'd listen to Ron admitting he was wrong about how he treated Hermione, maybe he'd even apologize for playing on Ron's insecurities maliciously. But their friendship was shattered. Like a broken mirror. They could put together all the pieces, but it would never be whole again. The reflection would forever be distorted. "Harry, I think we need to sort this out. You were right about us not antagonizing him. But I think we need to go a step further. We need to resolve this." He ran his hand through his hair, looking upwards at the watching owls. The last thing he wanted was another confrontation. But resolving the tension was the right thing to do. Not just for his own sanity. Underneath Ron's vitriol was a lot of insecurity and low self-esteem. He hadn't known that Ron's self-doubt wasn't limited to the Quidditch pitch. Or realized how bad it really was. He had no idea just how insecure Ron was about him, believing that he was threatening his position in his family. Did he really feel that way? That his parents, his own family, liked Harry more than him? The thought made his chest feel uncomfortably tight. He could see how Ron would make that assumption, especially with how Mr. Weasley had even taken Harry's side in their dispute against his son, apologizing for his behavior. Was that normal? Harry groaned, putting his hands on either side of his head. Hermione shot over to him alarmed. "Why am I feeling sorry for him?" he asked her wildly when she reached him. He bloody called me a leech to my face and here I am, thinking I'm the one who messed up. Hermione's eyes widened, going so round he could see the perfect brown rings of her irises. He called you what? Before him, Hermione transformed. As she worked out the context for the word, how it had been used to hurt him, her shock morphed. Her eyes remained wide, only now they appeared to bulge with rage, the warm depths turning red-hot as she glared at him. Though he wasn't the real recipient of her wrath, warning bells still rang out as she advanced on him. Her hair appeared to grow more voluminous, as if there was a static charge in the air. Harry found himself backing up, very alarmed, because he knew this version of Hermione Granger. He'd been a witness to it, but never on the receiving end, unlike Malfoy who came away with a slap and Ron who came away covered in scratches from multiple canaries. This is why I didn't want to tell you, Harry said as calmly as he could. He wasn't in his right mind. When I showed up at the common room, he was gearing up for a fight. Came right at me, saying I was a snake. All sorts of hateful crap, and I tried to keep my cool, but he just kept making it more and more personal. As he spoke, Hermione calmed down a little, listening intently. He sighed, resigning himself to telling her the full story. He'd told her so much, there was no need to hold it back. He said that I was only friends with you so no one would see that I'm actually a pathetic loner, he said. Able to recall the hurtful moments in perfect clarity, and, well, it's true. You and Ron, without you, I'd have no one. I said as much and he. To his horror, his eyes started to burn. He blinked furiously, looking away. He said people only tolerate me because they feel sorry for me, and that I use it to my advantage. That. Hermione's arms were around him, her warmth enveloping him. Stop. You don't need to tell me anymore, she whispered to him as her hands rubbed comforting circles at his back. Her head dropped to his shoulder. Harry brought his arms up, bringing them around Hermione and drawing her closer. Her warmth and her comfort soothed the hurt away. Her very presence in her arms was proof that he wasn't a loner. That she chose to be with him, chose to have Christmas with him and was still right there. Out of her own free will, was proof that he didn't manipulate her. But it clung to him like a parasite itself, being called a leech. He couldn't deny it, not really. He did depend on the relationships in his life like they sustained his very life force. While he was a lot more independent because of his circumstances, it wasn't out of choice. What few tethers he had, he did cling to. It's so stupid. He really hurt me, Hermione, he breathed out her name into the curls that now blanketed his face, and I'm worrying about his feelings. Because you have a heart, Hermione sighed. A stupid heart, Harry corrected. The same heart even feels a bit sorry for Voldemort. Do you think it's too late to ask for a refund? Hermione didn't chide him for his bleak sense of humor for a change. Instead, she just hugged him all the more tighter. No, because it isn't stupid. You have the most wonderful heart of anyone I know. He drew back from Hermione so he could look at her. The ferocious rage that had been there only a moment ago was gone, her brow now smoothed over, face relaxed. She had her eyes closed and peeked them open when he moved back. The way she looked at him, the wide eyes rimmed with silvery tears, was so much more complex and deep than the looks of fondness she'd given him in the past. I think that's what threatens Ron the most. It's not that you're the center of attention because of your fame. It's not even that you're more skilled as a wizard or better looking. It's because you're a better person. Harry couldn't stop the lash of heat he felt at the compliments, especially the one about his looks. You're not a leech. You don't take, you give. You give so much and so often, you don't even notice that you're doing it. You're so remarkably selfless, and that is the biggest difference between the two of you. That's what makes Ron so incredibly insecure. Being good person is in your very nature. You don't need to be told to be compassionate. It's instinctive to you. Drawing his wind-numbed fingers up from where they were resting against Hermione's back, Harry lifted them up to Hermione's face. His mouth parted as he gazed at her. She blinked when his cold fingertips touched her cheeks and he gently tilted her head back. Her curls dropped around her face and her eyes widened a little. It's my weakness though, he said quietly. I care too much, think with my heart and not my head and make poor choices because of it. It's not a weakness, it's a strength. When he heard it from Dumbledore that his greatest strength was his heart. The heart in question had been broken. He'd been too breathless with pain, in too much agony over his guilt and grief to comprehend the things being said to him. He'd been traumatized and overwhelmed, unable to process that the thing that made him so special was the thing that made him hurt so much. It wasn't hurting him now. I've been hurt because of it. He pushed his fingers up from Hermione's cheeks, finding the warmth of her curls. That's why I'm here, she told him, to protect you from those that wish to exploit you, and hurt you. Leaning closer, Harry's nose brushed lightly against Hermione's. Both were cold and pink. Their breaths were clouds of mist between them. My hero, Harry called her, his supposedly wonderful heart thumping with renewed vigor. Hermione's gaze dipped down to his mouth. Her restraint broke first. Her arms tensed around him, pulling him that hair's breadth of a distance. Harry half-groaned as her lips meshed against his. Owls took flight around them. But they didn't part. A storm could be crashing around them, spellfire streaming over their heads, but neither of them would have noticed. Passions collided and ignited in them both. 6 days of waiting amounting to that moment. All lessons of appropriate conduct were up in the air as Harry shamelessly ran his tongue over Hermione's, the taste and texture sparking his desire into overdrive. The instruction to mind where he puts his hands was dismissed as he dropped his hands from where they cradled Hermione's face and went to her waist, finding the layers of her cloths blocking the almost primitive instinct to touch her all over. But then Hermione pushed into him, forcing him backwards, making him step back to not lose his balance. His back met the stone arch of the door. Her ferocity outmatched his as she clutched his robes in her fists, diving into the kiss with all her spirit. Her desire had him pinned against the wall and his own was ramping up in response. None of the secret kisses they stole during Christmas when her parents weren't around came close. Like all creatures, they needed to breathe. Hermione's mouth parted from his with a wet sound and they both heaved in air. Harry struggled to see, partly because his glasses had been pushed up to his forehead. Dazed, he rested his head against the stone. Hermione's face filled his vision, her pills shrinking from where they'd been dilated. That was worth the wait. Harry croaked out, then cleared his throat. He became very aware that his mouth was wet as the cold breeze lashed his hot face. Definitely. Hermione breathed out, her voice low and oddly husky. She released his robes and reached up for his glasses. Though we're going to have to exercise some restraint. If we're caught, it's a detention, yeah, Harry finished for her. Before you arrived, I was being grilled about the rules around public displays of affection, and rules about conduct while courting someone. What? Hermione gasped as she carefully restored his glasses in the right place for him. McGonagall, he explained, she, gave me the talk. Hermione just stared back. Talk? Yeah, you know, the talk. About, do I have to say it? He tilted his head to one side and saw the moment Hermione figured it out. Her eyes went wide and then she burst out laughing. Oh no, she groaned between laughs. She didn't. Oh yes she did. I could have happily gone through the rest of my life without hearing Professor McGonagall mention my manhood. Hermione's laugh pitched up and she dropped her head on his chest, giggling. He started to join in. With the embarrassment wearing off, he could see the funny side. In fact, it was hilarious. He soon found himself with tears in his eyes as they both laughed. McGonagall warned me if I'm caught doing anything unbecoming of a young respectable wizard, I'll be scrubbing the bedpans in the hospital wing. Harry said as he caught his breath back. I think this might qualify. Hermione heaved in a deep breath and extracted herself from where she was still pinning Harry against the wall. In that case, we should leave before someone sees us out here together, she said. But it's a shame to join the others so soon though. She angled her gaze pointedly to his mouth. Harry swallowed and reached into his pocket, his fingers finding the edges of the Marauder's map. As he pulled it out, Hermione's eyes widened. He grinned at her, all too aware that while she'd neatened his glasses, his appearance was a mess. It was very obvious that they'd been making out. He stepped up to her, planting a short kiss on her lips. Then I guess it's a good thing that I know how to avoid getting caught. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends and don't forget to check out my Patreon. Details in description.